Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Monday Esports Dev stream. We had a lot of fun action that happened this last weekend, and we're going to get into all of it today. And at the end of this, of course, there will be a rerun of the top fours from this weekend. So, jumping right into it, you can see it right here in front of me. We got the exclusive winner merch. You can catch the merch right now. We've got a hoodie right here, which is great. This is a limited time deal. February 12th, you can catch it. After February 12th, you will be unable to get the merch. We got a sweet, sweet hoodie here. You can go to brawlhalla.com/winner merch. We also have a blanket, which you can see right there. Large, plush, warm blanket. You don't want to miss it. Again, order by February 12th to get it. Brawlhalla.com/winner merch. But if you want other Brawlhalla items, other Brawlhalla merch, we also have that available. We've got some amazing Spiff Brawlhalla stuff. You can go to Brawlhalla, spiff.com/Brawlhalla. Or better yet, go to brawlhalla.com/merch and you'll be able to see all of the information about this that you can see. It's going to be a great time. Go ahead and get it. If you want more than this cool merch, we also have Yeti merch. You can go to the Yeti, again, brawlhalla.com/merch, and you'll find a link right there. You can get some sweet shirts, a cap, the tote bag. I'm using it in mine all the time. It's really, really, really cool. And finally, we have some leftover merch from BCX here, which you can get. Again, brawlhalla.com/merch. Those joggers are supremely comfortable. If you can still get if they're still in stock and you can get some, you should, because they are worth it. And so that's it for the world of merch here. Let's move forward here. We also have the Prime Gaming Bundle, which if you have Prime, one, consider subscribing using your Prime sub on us. You'll never see ads, and you get 25 plus amazing emotes and 3 plus animated emotes and more to come. But also, you get access to a bunch of free stuff, which is really, really awesome. You can see it right there. Really, really cool skins, really cool stuff like that. Moving past Prime, register right now. DreamHack San Diego, that registration is open right now. This is the first open in-person event of 2023 for the Brawlhalla Esports year. You don't want to miss it. You can register right now. San Diego, first open LAN, return to DreamHack. First time that we're on the West Coast even. $70,000 prize pool. Be there. Don't miss it. It's going to be an amazing time. Then, Winner Championship. We had singles this weekend. We're going to go over the results of that weekend. We're going to go over so much cool stuff from that. But let's talk about next weekend. Doubles weekend is coming up this Friday. You can still register, I think, for a day or two more before registration closes. So if you have a teammate and you want to compete, go ahead, get out there, try your hand at Brawlhalla Esports. It doesn't cost anything. It's totally free. And hey, if you go 0-2 and you had a good time, you were a winner at the end of the day. And if you don't go 0-2 and you win money, which is also really cool. You can play, play your favorite game and win money. That's awesome. We've got a exclusive viewership war track. You can see it right over there, like literally like right here. Some Esports V3 colors. Chill in-game title, so you too can be chill. And then also we've got the amazing Frozen Cutlass, only by watching this weekend of Doubles Esports. Now let's talk a little bit about the results from this weekend, right? We had Australia, Southeast Asia, then we went to Europe, then we went to South America, and then we ended the day, the weekend on Sunday with North America. You can see here, results for Australia. This was a phenomenal gameplay. We got to see this on Friday night. Go back and check it out if you haven't. Congratulations to Asmodi, first place. Doggo, second place. Hipka, third place. Vey, fourth. You've got Beware of Chair, whose name broke all of the graphics on the production because the name was too long. I'm sorry for shortening your name to Chair on screen. It was so it would fit. My deepest apologies. Great name, though. Kylar Alice, also in fifth place. Finally, in seventh, you had Elsum and Duplicek. Phenomenal job playing, phenomenal gameplay. You'll love to see it. That ended, and that brought us over into Southeast Asia portion of our Winner Championship singles. You can see our top 8 right here. Taking first place, Himwe. Amazing. Love seeing Bodvar. Love that. Sire, second place. Holix, third place. Vortex, fourth place. Keith the Poo-Poo, making me say your name on mic every time. I respect it. And Tiger for fifth place, and we got Reaper and G2G for seventh place. Great job, guys. Thank you for competing. EU, we really ramped up the competition here. We started bright and early over here in the North American portion, North America side of the globe, the world. But over there, it was it was mid afternoon, and we had a lot of placements here because we had a lot of great gameplay that we saw. Taking gold in a pretty definitive fashion, we got first place with Machete. Huge. Really, really fun game. If you haven't gone back and watched all of these sets, go back and watch all these sets. You'll have a chance later for the rerun. Second place, we had Knees. Third place, Godly. Fourth place, you can't really see the, the legend there because I'm kind of blocking it. Acto. Over in fifth place, we had Simple, Deafy. Seventh place, XJ, Cool J, and Blue. Ninth place, Kixay, Blaze, Escrate, Fozy. 13th, Sarme, Viper, Hyson, Addy Mestic. 17th, we had Flamethrower, Santa Cruz, Ted, Pavelski, The Ninja, 729, Fridasol, Teoxys, and Merlin. Some names in here that I haven't seen before, which is super exciting. Congratulations to everyone on your phenomenal placements. EU ended, we moved south to South America, one of my favorite places and some of my favorite gameplay. First place, Kaina. Second place, Use. Third place, Sack. Again, Wes, apologies for the lack of, can't really see your image here, but we had Wes down here. Fourth place. Fifth place, Fiend. Ian. Seventh place, Lores, Vem Tenkilo. Ninth place, Power, Lily, Ray Zyger, Vicina. 13th, News, Junior Moraes, Yuki, and Toled Pedro. And finally, we had our final region of the weekend. This was North America. We've got our top 24 placements here. Good track to have underneath this too. This one's a bop. Radish coming out here, throwing hands. First place. Second place, Stingray. Third place, Luna. Fourth place, Impala. In fifth place, we had Sandstorm and Anime. Previously Anime Fan, you can see their @ is still there. Seventh, Meg D, Fakey. Ninth place, you had Experience, Anonymous Alex, Boomy, Phazon. 13th place, Java, Cody Travis, Mowgli, Wubs. And rounding it up for 7th place, we had Jetbeam, Hardy MJ, Santi, Toast for Prez, Blazy, Ayo Blue, Cutie, and Guichabu. Now, before we move on here, we have to talk about the winner royale. Now, the top 3 North American competitors, the top 3 European competitors, and the top 2 South American competitors, by placing in top 3, and top 2 respectively, have received an invite. They have qualified for the winner royale, which is a in-person tournament. It's an in-person invitational coming out here in Atlanta, Georgia, coming out here in March 10th through 11th. This is a $5,000 prize pool. You go and you're guaranteed money. And this is going to be the best of those regions fighting each other for basically a whole weekend. Let's take a look at who qualified for the winner royale. We've got Radish, Stingray, Luna. Then from Europe, we have Machete, Knees, and Godly. And rounding it up from South America, Kaina and Use. These 8 players have qualified. They have been invited. We will reach out to them this week, book their flights, their hotels, all of that good stuff. In the case that someone can't make it for visa issues, for conflicts, anything like that, we move down to the next person. And if it's a tie, we'll do a tiebreaker show match. And we'll keep you guys updated on that as that happens. And finally, we've made it through this weekend of esports. That was very quick. Normally we do some clips. We're not doing clips today. We're going straight into a rerun. We're going to start with North America top 4 coming at you real soon. After that, we'll be progressing into South America and Europe, and maybe even Australia and Southeast Asia. So stay tuned. If you didn't get your viewership rewards finished this weekend, now's your chance. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you shortly for the rerun.
We've already figured out 5 of the players who have earned invites to the Royales, but we've already actually found out 7 technically, because there's 2 sitting on the winner's side, guaranteed top 3 finish. We still have 1 more to figure out, and also 1 more person to crown for the singles, because we're here in the Winter Championship, North American top 4.
Now, you might be thinking, what is a Royale?
What's a Royale?
Is that what they call a Whopper in France?
No, it's a Big Mac.
Is it a Big Mac in France? They call that one a Royale with cheese, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the seasonal Royales. You can see it in about the top middle of your screen. The top 3 North American finishers, the top 3 EU finishers, and the top 2 South American finishers will be invited to an invitational-only small group tournament that happens after each seasonal. Yes, it is in person. We fight online for the Winter Championship, the Spring Championship, so on and so forth, and then they fight in person. That small group of hyper-competitive individuals, the best that each of these 3 regions has to offer, are brought here to the true proving ground. It's kind of like we almost have half of a mid-season invitational 4 times this year.
Yeah, and unlike traditional royalty, bloodlines don't matter. This is almost like a meritocracy instead, but it's all
it
about...
Is. Actually, it's one of the very few meritocracies truly left in this world, and we have it here in Brawlhalla Esports.
But again, it is all about those invites. The winner of these get to go into that Royale. We've got 4, like you said, all related to those seasonals. And of course, we've already figured out technically 7 of the people going. 3 from EU, because that's already happened. 2 from South America, that's already happened. And there's 2 currently sitting in the top side of North America.
So there's a lot of things riding on this tournament, not just your placement, not just the money that you make, not just the PR points that you get, not just the seeds for the rest of the tournaments, but the Royales are so important for these super hyper peak echelon players, the absolute best of the best that we have in Brawlhalla Esports. The Royales are really important for them as well. It's that's going to be some of the most interesting gameplay we see this year.
Yeah, and one thing that's really, really nice is that we don't have to go into those bigger events, right? The mid-season invitational, the World Championship, and going, oh, I don't know how these regions stack up against each other. Now we kind of get to see, we get these like kind of check-ins, but that's it for the Royales. I think it's time to get into our gameplay for today. We've got the top 4 PR in North America, all competing in the top 4 of the North American Winter Championship. But on the top side, it's Stingray and Radish. My fingers are on the other side. There,
you can see it behind us right there on the screens. You can see it if you're looking at the bracket as well. Radish versus Stingray here in the winners finals. This determines who is guaranteed top 2, who will move on to the grand finals through this winners side of the bracket, who will go down into the elimination side of the bracket to fight the winner of Luna and Impala. We got Radish on the screen right now. We have seen Radish playing a lot of Petra today. Been an incredible legend choice. The win rate of 2022 is about 77%, but Stingray is going to be just a little bit higher here at 79%. Stingray coming into this one on that Bren.
Yep, Stingray a little bit more established in the region. Again, Radish kind of on the come up from 2022, but he's had that consistency in the later stages, getting rank 4, both in Autumn Championship and in the World Championship, just behind Stingray at BCX. So likely they ran into each other, and it was Stingray who took the victory, but it's a different pick from Stingray right now. It's that brand.
And interesting to note is our top 4 placements here in North America right now are our top 4 power-ranked players here in North America. Impala being PR2, Luna being PR1, Stingray being PR3, and Radish being PR4. And Stingray showing him why he is 1 better PR than Radish, as he gets a 37-second stock without taking hardly any damage here on Small Brawlhaven.
Yeah, each PR higher you are is how many stocks above your opponent you're going to be, right? You know, that's how that works, is he is taking the stocks. And again, it's been predominantly about that spear from Stingray, but really his axe has been leveling up throughout the day. But on the other side, Radish is able to clean that up with the gauntlets, but it's all been about the orb from Radish.
That was a great answer back from Radish. It did take essentially another 30 seconds, but in that time he took very little damage. If you're looking at the top right of the screen, there's hardly a color change there on Radish's damage. So he's still sitting in a really good spot. Look at the momentum there. Even after he missed the dare, he still got behind Stingray, hit the neutral. Okay, Stingray, I thought we might get a gimp off the top there, but you saw him hit those sweat beads. He was running out of in-air economy to continue chasing up top. He got what he could, landing back down, has the axe. Radish is going to have to essentially hit 2 hits to every single hit that Stingray finds. Look how far that side air sent.
Yeah, that one really launched. It is small Brawlhalla, almost a little surprised that didn't KO. The down sig, though, is punishable. Radish just comes in, hits the neutral light, nothing else behind that one. Down light recovery will KO for Stingray.
And Stingray essentially has the exact same lead that he had when he took the first stock from Radish. We'll see if Radish can do what he did before, hit the second verse, same as the first, and get the answer back. He has already taken 1 hit, now 2 hits since then. Did not have line of sight. Even though the animations overlapped, he did not have line of sight on Stingray. The corner of that wall got in the way, which is why you didn't see that hit.
Yeah, usually if you're the person on the edge, you want to be a little bit higher or a little bit further back. And then on the other side, Stingray, of course, very intelligently sat far enough back that that line of sight was blocked as the side sig connects. And Stingray is up game number 1.
That was a really clean side signature coming out on that spear from Stingray to clean that one up. He got past Radish, got behind him, and you saw that coming. The second it started, we all knew that was going to hit. Had some solid spear damage here, 170, but of course, like we've been saying, the real star of the show is this axe. He feels really comfortable on this Bryn axe. He's actually opting in to the deck stance. He's going to have that 5-6, 5-6. So it's essentially middle of the road. In the middle of the road, people just like that stat line. They're really nice. Maybe some people would prefer movement speed, but if you can get stats right down the middle, no one's really feeling any pain on that.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. Usually you'll see a lot of people kind of take out of decks whenever they have the opportunity, but Stingray is like, I don't like having that extreme movement speed. Instead, going to kind of bring that one back down and neutralize some of these stats. On the other side, Radish is taking out of the decks, putting into the strength, I believe, and he's trying to swing as big as he can with his Petra.
Weapon toss goes up. Stingray is able to get underneath it. You saw the neutral light come out. He didn't fall into it. Picks up the weapon as well. He was doing, he had some unarmed damage coming out. If we remember back to previous Stingray sets that we saw, his unarmed, good gosh, a Miss Molly. He had some incredible unarmed play earlier. Axe plays stellar. Of course, the spear play as well.
Whoa.
Everything in this kit. Oh, and he doesn't get the punish there. Stingray still in control of this game. About 50 seconds for the first KO this game. Stingray up 1-0. Now he has a stock lead. While he's in the red, Radish could clean this up pretty quickly. He won't have to do as much work to get this stock as he did the previous game.
Yeah, definitely a real possibility of cleaning this up. Just needs like a side light side air, maybe a recovery, or just a raw side air, and he will clean it up. Likely will want to stick with the orb. Yeah, just going to toss those gauntlets up, try to delay that spawn. But we'll see if he can get some momentum here, because again, Stingray has been in the driver's seat for the most of this set.
Now we're seeing some good momentum. Nice string coming out from Radish. He's going to be stuck over on the edge. That time he picks it up a little bit higher, which is why he found that line of sight to actually make the connection onto Stingray with that neutral signature. In terms of last game, the time he spent on orb and gauntlets was radically different. 63% of the game was spent on orb, but he only did about 50% more damage. He did 101 on gauntlets and 163 on orb. So he had it for a long time, but he wasn't really able to capitalize on that too much.
I feel like in general, he just wasn't able to do a lot in that last game. This time, doing all right, manages to get back, has just enough movement. I thought that weapon toss would have been trouble because it did catch that downward movement, but Radish thankfully makes it back. He's got the orb in hand again with the N-Sigs, but Stingray has yet to punish him.
You can see how far back Stingray is playing now because of that. Because the last one ended up making that connection. Oh, big spirit bomb so fast. You don't see that utilized very often because, you know, it's kind of one of those obvious things that you see coming when you're just like ready on the edge, like, okay, I'm waiting for you to move up a little bit. I'm going to spirit bomb you. Get ready. But Stingray, he got hit by it because Radish threw it out so quickly. He didn't charge it, went with that minimum charge time and got it out.
Yeah, we just caught the movement of Stingray. It wasn't like he was sitting on the wall waiting for it to come out. Instead, he was trying to get to the wall and Radish cut off the path. But right now, Stingray's the one with that damage advantage. Radish hits a two-piece, but Stingray's already swinging back.
Some of those zoning side airs coming out. Stingray with middle of the stage. Radish actually put himself on the wall. And when he got back up, the landing was punished by Stingray. Back-to-back side light side airs.
Goes for a third one, but Stingray dodges through. Jockeying for positions here. Stingray throwing out those neutral layers, just trying to take up some aerial space away from Radish. Catches him with that side air to punish that side light. And again, there's the N-Sig. Radish likes to stall when he gets put onto those corners.
And again, you see how far back Stingray is playing. There is no time for him to actually punish that Sig. Maybe he doesn't even really know the best way to punish it. So just avoidance at that point is the first priority.
Yeah, at least not letting it hit you in the face is good. But a side light side air, and Radish gets a sigh of relief as he ties up the game.
Grabs it right at the end, tying up the set 1-1 between these two players. Looking at the breakdown here of the damage, this one much better in terms of damage numbers. Before he did 101 on Gauntlets and 163 on Orb. He took that out of Gauntlets, added that and much, much more onto the Orb. Great numbers here. Good, solid efficiency from Radish on that one, and of course, good clutch at the end.
Yeah, and great utilization of those sidelight siders. We're seeing him do it a lot against Stingray. I'm kind of reminded of his earlier match against Sandstorm where he was doing a lot of these downlight approaches where he would do like downlight nair against Sandstorm, but now against Stingray, he's really catching that landing with the sidelight, getting that sidelight side air, which is a position where he can kind of pressure a little bit more than that downlight nair can.
That's also going to give him some more range. If we're talking about the downlight, I mean, it's going to hit a little bit up, but it doesn't hit as far in front of you as the sidelight will. And when you're going up against an Axe, like the Axe sidelight has some range on. Of course, the Axe neutral light that he's using a lot has some decent range on it as well. So using that sidelight on the Orb lets Radish kind of extend his effective range out a little bit earlier. But there we see a downlight nair coming out early in this game.
Yep. Couple of hits coming out from Radish, but Stingray, again, swinging back on him. There's the N6. Stingray, he's just letting him do it. He's like, all right, take your time sitting out there, because at the very least, you're burning your own timer, right? Exclamation points will eventually hit if you stay out there too long.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Stingray's going to throw his axe away, pick up the spear. Of course, Radish, being on the Orb, is not really going to throw his weapon away unless he absolutely has to, or there's several weapons on the field, so he can pick up some gauntlets, throw those away, and then pick up another Orb.
Yeah, definitely a comfort weapon of Radish. Stingray does get behind the sidelight, but the sidelight of his doesn't really lead directly into a follow-up. It's going to be the axe swings looking for a side air. Doesn't get the hit.
I was wondering if we were going to see, neutral signature KOing off the top. Great pickup. I was wondering when Radish was on the wall if we were actually going to see more of an initiation into an edge guard because Stingray had the weapon advantage. So Radish didn't have that gravity cancel neutral signature or anything other than the unarmed kit. You saw a big commitment there from Radish. He's finding some solid damage here. Even though he did take a stock loss, he put some good damage out on a Stingray, who I believe is in the beginning stages of orange. We'll see the next time he gets hit. Yeah, he is in orange. There's, of course, the sidelight side air.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated by this like mental that Radish has, which is just like, I'm gonna super play this Orb. Nsig will connect for him on that corner. Did in fact find the line of sight. But like when he has the gauntlets, it's not like he's inefficient. It's not like he's struggling. He's able to put out these big damage moments, and then he'll just go, I'm gonna play Orb, sidelight side air.
Working on the spacing here. Radish has not thrown out a move in probably 5 to 8 seconds because he was waiting for that moment, the perfect moment, while Stingray was not only not able to hit him, but also in the right spot for him to pick up that sidelight sider. If he goes for that in the middle of the stage, probably doesn't have enough force on it to KO off the left, so he waited until Stingray was all the way on the left side.
Stingray playing from behind now, and Radish is finding more, catches him with the GC sidelight into the side air. Can't continue it though. You saw the sweat beads come out and the side sig will not connect for Stingray. Radish keeps it going, goes into the nair.
A two-stock coming out from Radish there, showing complete control. His Orb 100% leveling up now in this game.
The route change up. He had hit sidelight side air so many stinking times. You're seeing it right there. But in the final moments here, he wants that extra tap into the nair, into the jump side air, gets him a little bit closer to that right side box, and it forces Stingray over to the Orion for game number 4.
And that's where a player is going to see the sidelight come out, and they know the side air is coming out. They're not mashing that dodge. So you can get away with a little bit more there, which is why he probably went for that neutral air instead of just a straight sidelight side air. So if Stingray's not mashing that dodge button, he's not mashing a jump button because he's expecting a true combo, that standard true combo to come out.
Yeah, trying to save some of that mental energy, maybe cost him a little more, but he has the Orion, the comfort pick of Stingray. He's back to that spear, but Radish is over to the gauntlets. He gets a 2-piece. Stingray swings back.
Radish doing a great job here in the spacing game. He's going even in damage, but before just about 5 seconds ago, he was definitely ahead in the damage. Oh, he's going to take that there. The D-Sig going to be able to cover both sides while they were basically stacked. Stingray was just a little bit too far behind Radish. He moved out of the way of that weapon toss as it was coming down.
Yeah, I love the way that Stingray loves to do these up tosses. It's something that's like very unique about specifically his Orion, is he likes to just cover this vertical space. So go for these up tosses. He knows that he's got 2 weapons with a lot of horizontal space coverage already in the toss, so he's just going vertically with it and just trying to take space.
Ooh, he picked up that. Even the, man, that signature has so much range on it. It wasn't like a game changer because Radish was in white, but he still got the damage out, still made the hit, and now we see Stingray. I wonder if he's going to go into any more of those GC neutral signatures now that he got hit by one. He was doing so good at completely staying back from it, but then all of a sudden, that one he got hit by last game.
If anything, I feel like he's getting a little bit more aggressive against him. He's really trying to do this like dash jump down toss and just like bop Radish on the head, maybe make him think a little bit. You see the triple exclamation points, but Radish not able to punish it.
Follow-up side air. Oh, he doesn't make the connection on it. There's a nice dare. He was basically stacked right on top of Radish. Of course, Spear is not really going to have that stacked option when you're grounded, so he jumped in the air, went for the down air.
No weapons for Stingray, though. He might have impeccable unarmed. He might honestly just play unarmed, considering he's done that in the past, but it won't even matter as Radish hits the recovery. He's still playing from behind, though. He needs to get that damage.
I'm still waiting to see some Lance here. We really haven't seen that whatsoever yet after he made this legend swap.
Ooh. Oh, didn't get the read, though.
Now we have it in his hand. There's a nice D-Light. Goes for the neutral signature, expecting Radish to move in after getting hit by that D-Light, which is usually a risky move because you can sometimes get caught with another D-Light. I love to double D-Light when I'm using Lance, catching someone dodging in.
Oh, but Stingray had the read. This time he just
not even
waits
close,
out
dude. He was
the
so far back.
Doesn't have the movement there. Again, you saw those sweat beats. Stingray's really good about like getting that really high hit and then just chase dodging down, saying, all right, I'm going to walk away with that damage that I've earned.
So I'm wondering, like, Radish is still going for these GC neutral signatures, and obviously the success rate is very, 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 very low. But he may not even be trying to hit at the moment. He may just be throwing those out because there is virtually no punishment throughout the entire game coming out as that 2-stock happens right now. But I'm wondering if it's just Radish being like, I'm going to throw this out every time. It's going to be really difficult for you to punish. So if you just stay away from me for a second, I get a second to think, figure out exactly what I want to do, and I stop the immediate onslaught and the immediate edge guard from coming out.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it gives him like that mental breather. The worst case scenario for him is, oh, he's burned a dodge, but he's been getting back safely, hasn't been getting hurt. And then there's those occasional times where Stingray gets a little too close, and then he gets this huge damage dump. But now we're into game number 5. Winner of this goes into the grand finals.
Now, we really haven't seen too much off stage. Oh, I was wondering if that was going to bring him down and actually not bounce off the main platform. Stingray, with that big early pickup, I'm sure he wanted that to send down and not actually into the main stage itself. That could have been a huge edge guard and a huge early lead.
Yeah, could have converted into a whole lot more. You did see that air dodge burned from Radish, but he fights his way back towards the stage. Stingray dodges down, doesn't get the read this time. Good change up, but he eats the weapon toss. He thought he was past it, went for the recovery.
Radish got caught just a little bit too early in that recovery. Oh, that was nice. I feel like I haven't seen a gauntlet sidelight in like the entire tournament.
He has not. He's definitely not gone sidelight, gravity cancel sidelight. I swear that's like the first time he's done that.
I forgot that existed. Man, gauntlet players after those nerfs, gauntlet players are just different now. I swear, that was like a mental patch change more than anything else.
Yeah, and like gets nerfed and suddenly they forget the rest of the kit. But right now, he needs to find that move. The N6 have been working for him for finishing stocks with the gauntlets. Might even be a downlight situation, but instead, he just goes for the neutral light and is going to be likely looking for the side air.
No weapon toss here, just waiting for the side air to punish the approach into landing. Radish didn't take too much damage on this second stock. Of course, he's going back to the orb. It does have some damage on it, though, so there is the potential that he might get disarmed. I don't think so. He's yellow on this stock, so the weapon probably doesn't have too much damage on it.
Yeah, he should be all right to stick with this orb for at least a little while. The chase up, good movement from Radish, avoids that recovery. Not sure if it would have KO'd, but it's definitely extra damage for Stingray. No punish.
It's essentially a timeout signature. It's saying timeout, I'm going to think time in.
It's just a little pause in the game. Down sig, though, will launch Radish. Weapon toss doesn't connect this time. Radish goes for the quick one, but the down sig catches Radish. Gets past the weapon.
He didn't even try to dodge that. He somehow knew that he could get in right under that. Just hold left and pray.
The confidence, really, to get past it. Avoids the downlight as well. Still playing very far behind in the damage department. And the
nice
side air.
Just a little clean one, got right behind him. He was right on that corner, so it wasn't too far to that right side blast zone. Oh, he got the dodge. I was hoping he was going to get more, but he picked up that D-Light in a little bit of a weird spot. He might have thought that it wasn't going to hit because it was just the final frames where Radish finally fell into it. Now, the D-Sig is like a standard thing that Stingray does in his gameplay, but until that like one that we just saw a few moments ago, he hasn't really been using it too much in this set.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't been throwing them out the way that he used to, like especially like those gravity cancel down sigs used to be a really big part of his Orion Lance play, but haven't seen too many of those throughout the entirety of today.
Nice.
Other side air, Radish keeps this one even.
Basically a mirror image of the first stock. The exact same thing, just waiting for that high recovery back to the stage, grabbing that side air to punish it.
Jockeying, no attacks thrown out. Stingray really picking and choosing how he wants to get in on Radish.
Very careful, even running all the way to the left side, right over to that corner. He didn't want to put himself on the wall. Could have been in a possible disadvantage state there, but it was just to the far left side of the main stage.
Catching the landing.
Radish already has a lead now.
Double nair, though, from Stingray. They are fighting for this. They want to go into the grand finals, a guaranteed top 2 finish. There's the N-Sig again. The burn dodge. Stingray knows that he can get away with that weapon toss, but it's not going to be much.
I was a little bit surprised that he went for that weapon toss. I mean, he was very confident that he could probably hit it, but there wasn't a weapon on the stage that he could then pick up till just a few moments after, and Radish is going to knock out Stingray in Game 5.
Game 5, and Radish finds the side air that he needs. He's been so efficient with his orb side airs in particular. He's hit so many of them, and they have KO'd time and time again. All 3 replays are about that orb side air.
So one of the things that I really like about the Royale to online seasonal championship relationship is like first, second, third still matters because there's like the prize pool difference and the PR point difference, but like you can get in the top 3, and if you're like one of those LAN players, like Boomy and Remy back in the day in 2s, they didn't care about onlines. Lil Captain Phazon could win all the onlines in the world. It didn't matter to them. They were the LAN monsters. That's what they really cared about. So you could essentially, once you get into that top 3, some of that pressure can be relieved because you've gone past that break point and you're like, I'm in for the Royale. That's where I'm really going to bring out the craziness. And that, with the pressure relieved, maybe you even play better and place better in the actual online seasonal championship in preparation for that.
Well, at the very least, I'm sure that they all want that gold medal.
Absolutely.
It is still the Winter Championship. It's still the first championship of 2023. And of course, all 4 of the people here have all earned a gold medal in their history. But of course, they want the first one of 2023.
So that is Radish securing that spot in the grand finals. It is going to be Stingray going down to fight the winner of the set we are about to watch.
Yep, it is going to be Impala versus Luna. PR number 1 and PR number 2 currently sitting in the elimination side of things.
Now, this is going to be the world champion from last year fighting against the people who thought was going to be the world champion from last year. Now, Impala already took down Sandstorm, a former world champion. So let's see what he's got for Luna here. It is going to be a drastically different game because I highly doubt we're going to see any type of Arcadia coming out from Luna.
Yeah, definitely a different playstyle going to be coming out from Luna, not only between him and Sandstorm, the earlier set that Impala played, but also between him and the last time these two fought at the World Championship. It was all about that Caspian, and Impala really had Luna's number at the World Championship, but today, Luna's on the Lucian, and we'll see how well he does.
This Lucian setup is so hard. Those blasters actually go crazy. That's a really good blasters model. You'll get to see it when it's actually in the game. And we're going to Miami Dome.
The Dome. Interesting pick. I'm not sure how well it works for Impala. I know Luna's going to have a lot of success with those nairs covering those soft platforms. On the other side, Impala's N-Sigs, neither of them really cover those soft platforms, but the recoveries do work for him, so he might not care too much.
He could also use those platforms as a way to extend his grounded hitboxes because some of those side signatures have a lot of left and right movement in them. You can use that to catch a high recovery and then actually get the stock off of that because some of those send in that 45-degree angle. If you lift those up off the stage, you're closer, especially if you hit a bow recovery like off of that soft platform as well.
There you kind of seeing it, right? Like he jumped off the soft platform, went with a gravity cancel downlight, just trying to extend his range and height. Luna right now, though, needs to find more damage onto Impala. Goes for the ground pound. That's going to get punished by Impala. And Luna, Gets the hit he needs to guarantee the wall touch.
As a Blasters player, I do be liking this stage for the exact reason you said earlier. Because of those nairs, being able to juggle, also being able to move myself up. That after I get those juggles, I move onto the soft platform, I can pick up a Blasters recovery in orange, and all of a sudden, I got a super early stock. Luna fighting for his life over on the edge, able to get through the weapon tosses and the flurry of moves that Impala throws out. See a nice little quick weapon toss. He's going to strip the field, grab some Blasters.
But Impala staying just above Luna. Luna went for the stacked option for the Blasters. Unfortunately, did not connect for him, and Impala ends up catching him. Ground pound thrown out.
Luna, what are you doing, brother? He telegraphed that like a Dark Souls boss, and Impala punished it.
He wanted the stock so badly. He's just throwing out the big attacks. He needs to finish it off, but Impala's getting damage.
Oh, he's still going. Has Luna already in the orange. Finally picks up that side signature. He's going to sit on this weapon. Is he going to stick with the Blasters? No, yes, maybe. Who knows? At the end of the day, you're seeing some nice, quick movement coming out from Luna, showing off, being able to dash onto those soft platforms, move himself around very quickly. Of course, maybe that's one of the reasons he's playing this Lucian. Oh, Luna, what are you doing, brother? Oh, no. He's just going to throw that stock away. He could be throwing game one off of that alone. That gives Impala so much room to play with. He was already adding up a bunch of damage on the second stock before Luna found the first of Impalas. This could be a major confidence and momentum shift in the way of Impala. If everything remains the same before that SD, this is going to be Impala's game.
Yeah, Luna just made his climb even harder, getting rid of the harnesses and taking away the safety net of having an extra stock. Instead, now he has to take 2 off of the current world champion with just 1, and it won't happen in game number 1 as Impala hits the down sig and takes the game.
Now you're going to see 488 total damage coming out from Impala, and that's because Luna basically threw away an entire stock. Or at least half of a stock right there. He hits the falling nair, the recovery to the right, the dodge to the left, and he falls. He was in the orange there. He still had plenty of room to go before he was knocked out. This was a beautiful pickup. He started picking him up in the whirlwind blades of that blender. That had him in orange, and then the final swipe, that actually turned him red, sent him into that left blast zone. On Miami Dome, those left and right blast zones can be a little bit devious in how close they are to the actual stage, so he's picking that early KO up as well.
Yeah, it is a map with a high ceiling, but relatively close horizontal KO boxes. And it looks like they like the map because we're going back to it for game number 2. Luna hoping that having an extra stock here might work out better this time.
That was definitely a tough first loss in game 1 for Luna. Let's see if he can be like a goldfish and forget everything that happened.
Or you and I, because we tend to forget a lot of things.
That is true.
But the down sig will hit for Luna. Not going to do too much there. Not enough damage onto Impala before that one landed.
It's really just me doing a really good impression of a goldfish. Everyone knows I'm great at impressions.
A method actor in all rights.
Let's see. No major edge guard. Just going to throw a little side light over the edge. Not even some D-lights coming out.
Okay, some poking coming out from Luna, utilizing that long range of the Blaster's side light. Again, the side lights connect. Not getting that extra damage off of it. You're not seeing those like chase pivot nairs that he was doing against other opponents.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I'm not seeing the confident Blasters play as much as we saw previously. I can't remember who he was actually against. I know it was looking really good against Anonymous Alex when you and I saw that earlier.
Oh, but he does end up finding that dare and the weapon toss down, and it looks like he wants to stick with the Katars against Impala's second stock. Doesn't hit the dare. Gonna deny weapons, yep.
Impala looking for the weapon spawn, hoping it comes to the left soft platform. No, it goes to the right, which means Luna's going to be able to get over to it, pick up that set of blasters, throw out a little bit more damage. Impala hoping he can get to this one. The down air hoping to zone around it, but no, Impala is able to dodge away from him and get a hit, giving him free reign to pick up that spear.
Ooh, and Luna
nice punish.
Lands on top of that with the side air, ends up outranging that down sig, and he gets the punish onto Impala. He's adding up this damage. It's not super fast, but he's still getting it.
And he's not taking too much. And the damage he is taking is not stock taking away damage. He's not getting hit by the D-light, but he is getting hit by the side light into the turnaround, into the dodge read, so that he can get that neutral sig coming out. We haven't seen too many signatures coming out from Impala, especially not that spear neutral sig.
Yeah, that's a rare sig for Impala, right? He'll do the spear down sig a lot, but when it comes to the spear kit, like I'm used to seeing that side sig in particular. And then when he goes over the bow, it's that end sig that he loves to use. Edgeguard opportunity,
nice.
And yep, Luna going to be clean with it.
He knew the exact timing on that final spear recovery that came out from Impala so that he could perfectly punish it and get that KO. Luna, in true Goldfish fashion, he is a full stock up, a complete 180 from last game.
Yeah, this might be a whole different Goldfish right now. Somebody has to check the tank, this fishbowl, that is Miami Dome. But right now, Luna, he's got an extra stock to play with. As long as he doesn't throw it, could be a good game for him.
Luna's like one of those goldfish that you find in like a koi pond that's like 19 pounds and like 40 years old for some strange reason.
I mean, it's well loved and well taken care of.
Those absolute monsters of a goldfish. Oh, gonna get bonked on the head with that. Does he have enough to get over?
He touches!
He's able to get it. That in-air drift coming from the high movement speed and a little bit of in-air movement economy still under his belt. Luna holding it. Okay, okay, dude. He was looking like he was going to tiptoe right on into that, even in his Jordans.
He was really playing that footsies, poking as close as he could, and he ends up getting inside. He's still alive on the second stock. He's, again, not getting the most damage with these leads that he has, but it's still enough to maintain the lead as the side air finally finishes the stock.
I mean, we're seeing Luna play pretty hot right now. He was probably just a little bit too warmed up, had to get close, feel a little bit of that icy cold breeze in his face, a little bit of refreshment there for him to then come back and take this final stock from Impala.
Yeah, that Kaya AC comes free of charge, but right now Luna needs to take this stock to prove that he's not free against Impala. Doesn't get the dodge read though, chases alongside it, gets a nice nair for some damage, but it's not a lot.
Wasn't a huge punish, just a quick neutral light. Luna wasn't in any major damage, so there wasn't too much that Impala could do other than just that easy neutral light that at least gets something on the table.
And Sig thrown out, giving more opportunities to Impala to punish. Down air doesn't hit.
Unfortunately, he picked that up, or he used that too low to the ground, so it was basically into the ground, the neutral signature, that higher defense that Kaya has. She has lower strength, but she does have that higher defense, so she's able to survive that one, but not a second one. Luna is going to tie up the set.
He picks up the neutral signature onto Impala, has just enough on the second one, putting out good damage on both weapons. You're not seeing him lean too heavily into one or the other. He's been starting off with the Katars, and generally it seems like blasters to KO, but he's also building great damage with the blasters as well.
Nice solid spread between all the weapons, even including the unarmed. 41 unarmed damage is not too shabby whatsoever. In terms of damage per engagement, these two players are almost identical. It is 26 from Luna and 25 from Impala.
That's pretty close between the two of them, and of course you can kind of see that in the way that that one almost ended. Is like, that definitely wasn't 1000% a Luna game.
Even though at kind of like halfway through on that second stock, it almost seemed like it was going to be. He had that full stock lead, then all of a sudden Impala turned it on and started going, brought it back even, but Luna was still too much in the end of that as we come into this 1-1 tied set now, about to enter into game 3.
And we're seeing a lot of thought put into this one. We were sitting on the map ban for a hot minute. Luna does eventually lock in, I believe that was Apocalypse for Luna in this one instead of the small Brawlhalla.
Now we are seeing both of these players go into the strength stance. Both of them are playing low strength legends. Impala coming in with the default is going to be 4, and the default on Lucian is going to be 3. Each of them putting an additional point into those stances. So Impala is going to have 5, and Luna is going to have 4.
Yeah, it seems like the meta has kind of shifted away from strength. We even saw that in some of the other regions, right? We saw the Lin Phase doing really well as well. Definitely a lot of characters that aren't really known for having high strength, and then of course you throw in that Stingray on the Zol. But right now it is all about Luna versus Impala. Luna finding some good damage with the blasters, but it's still just trades between him and Impala.
Ooh, they are not doing anything for about 5 to 10 seconds there. Just seeing who can actually throw out a move, who comes out on top in terms of the dodge circles between these two.
Very safe return back to the stage from Luna. Over to the Katars, doesn't catch the movement of Impala with that nair. Down Sig, Impala dodges through it.
Oh, that was enough of a stacked weapon toss that the hitbox wasn't actually active on it. Even though it looked like it was close enough to hit, it wasn't actually an active hitbox coming out, which is why it didn't make contact and interrupt Luna.
But the down sig will connect. Yeah, there's 2 situations where those weapon tosses will go through the opponent. One is when it's like the startup of the weapon toss, and 2 is when you get hit as that weapon connects with the opponent.
A little bit of a falling there coming out from Luna. Ooh, big in sig. I wonder if that was a baiting neutral signature because it was really far away. to the point that Impala couldn't even actually punish it. The move that Impala threw out to punish it wasn't even close, and Luna had plenty of time to hit a jump side air. So it could have been just used as a baiting tool from Luna, or it could have been a miss.
Yeah, definitely one of those things where, like, when you're the person playing, you're like, yeah, I meant to miss that because it perfectly set me up for it. But either way, we've seen more than a handful of players kind of throw out those, like, high recovery move attacks just to get the opponent to come engage.
I'm surprised that didn't hit.
Yeah.
Must have been just a little bit too stacked for that to make a connection. Impala. He has the lead here. He's going to eat that down sig, but he doesn't have too much damage on him. Oh, Impala went under the stage right at that 45-degree angled wall, and Luna made his move.
Yeah, he went in, tried to get more with that. You even saw that GC downlight at the top, but unfortunately did not connect for Luna. He's still behind in the damage, despite the fact that he had that offstage pressure.
No major edge guard. You saw it seemed like he was going to go into one, probably trying to scare Luna, but no, he actually snapped back onto the main platform. That time, he goes for the ground pound, picks it up. Nice, simple, classic textbook spear edge guard.
Yeah, that corner movement was tricky. It was a fake out. Could have been that dash instant down air, or could have been that dash into the slide charge down sig. Did neither of those things, but it was really just keeping Luna on his toes. Still hits the recovery, but it's not enough.
Easily picks up the weapon spawn, has the blasters. You saw, oh, he's throwing out the D-Sig now. Already thrown 2 of those in a row. I don't know if he's going to go for a third one. The N-Sig, while Impala was safely on the platform, he didn't fall into it, but it almost looked like Impala went for the punish, then expecting Luna to maybe jump up and be to his right, but Luna found the KO. We are basically even, not in just this game, but also in this set. So we're tied 1-1. Impala finding the better damage here, as he's about halfway through Luna's second stock. Some good juggling coming out. He's going to take a 2-piece after whiffing the neutral signature on the spear.
Yeah, Impala had some great juggles that built up a lot of damage onto Luna. Luna now over to the blasters, but it won't matter as Impala hits the recovery. He's up 2-1.
I was a little bit surprised that that recovery KO'd there, because I saw that how far that neutral air sent, and it was just, we hit him with the neutral air, sent him a little bit, then all of a sudden it felt like that recovery had some real juice on it.
Well, the force does end up getting applied after the damage, so maybe it just had enough damage on the tail end of it. But like you said, that nair didn't go very far.
I swear he could just got like extra launch.
Yeah.
So there we go. Impala now up 2-1. It was previously tied in the set. 602 damage that game compared to Luna's 422. Impala's looking good here. It seems like he has Luna's number.
Yeah, maybe trying to break that winter championship curse that happens so often, where somebody wins the world championship and does not win the winter championship. He's definitely trying to do it with his Kaya, but he's going to have to get through Luna at least one more time.
Very few people put Impala in their top 3. Do you know like anybody like around here who did that?
I only know yours, mine, and Ajax's.
He's probably like the only one that actually did predictions. Thank you, Ajax. Yeah. You're a good guy. We love that.
Ajax.
So yeah, I think very few people probably put Impala in their top 3. Everyone around here are certainly all of them. Impala still hasn't made it into the top 3 yet. This is sort of the gate to get in. You have to beat Luna, you have to beat the gatekeeper to then move on into that top 3 to get that guaranteed spot at the Winter Royale, which we know every single player wants. Of course Impala wants it, of course Luna wants it as well.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because, again, Impala has not podiumed. If you ignored the World Championship, pretty hard to do, but if you ignored the World Championship, Impala has not podiumed in an entire year. He did not podium throughout 2022, and he's poised to at least podium here at the Winter Championship after, of course, getting the gold medal at the World Championship.
It is a very real possibility. The crazy thing is that in 2021, our current World Championship got second at the last chance qualifier, which means he was like second if the person in first place was like the last seed.
Yeah, he's like, he got like 33rd.
Yeah. So it was like everybody PR, the 31 people or 32 people in front of him PR'd, they were already invited. So he was playing with that other group, and now he has just ascended all of a sudden in a very short period of time, essentially a year.
Yeah, he's definitely leveled up since 2021, and right now Luna hoping that he'll level up in this game as he's back to the guitars, but he eats the owl.
There's a weapon spawn on the field. Luna's going to swap that onto the blasters. Back over, of course, like you said, over to Miami Dome.
Downlight side air puts Luna off stage. Down air doesn't connect though. Luna able to dodge through. He's still taking the brunt of the damage here as the recovery launches him.
Doesn't quite have enough, as much force on it as it used to, so it does require a little bit more damage before that one's ready to KO. Of course, we always talk about those 45-degree angle sends are some of the hardest to KO with, because that is statistically the furthest away blast zone you can possibly send to. Of course, using the neutral signature, you're going to have some more force on that than you would on just a bow recovery, so that is going to secure that KO, absolutely. He was looking to get the dodge and then continue with like another side light, D-light recovery, or maybe neutral signature or whatever, but no, Luna immediately stuffed that, woke up with that down light.
Yeah, really halted that momentum build that Impala was getting. Like, he got that first stock pretty quick with that end sig, and he definitely had some room to get more, but Luna's blasters came out, picked up the recovery, and then picked up the end sig off that soft platform.
Impala trying to play the range game here against Luna's Katars. You see him going all the way over to the left corner, even putting himself back on the wall. Now he's starting to run over to the right side of the stage before he turns himself back on the initiation.
The juggles from Impala can be so scary. Luna this time goes for the recovery, doesn't want to miss input. It's a risky option. Neutral light connects, doesn't hit the pivot nair.
Impala was floating in the air just a little bit too long for that nair to actually make a connection. D-light recovery, of course, not going to KO. It ended in orange, so there was basically no shot that was going to KO with the high strength of Kaya, the low strength, or the high defense of Kaya, the low strength of the Lucian. And even on a regular strength character, you're really not KOing if you pick up your opponent from the ground and they're only in orange.
Yeah, wasn't likely to KO, but was half expecting him to go for that the end sig again off a soft platform. Instead, just started finding his shots, was so accurate with his blasts, but he's got that lead, but Impala's trying to get rid of it already.
He's able to get past that. Those little ice crystals not close enough to pick up Luna. They're both in the air, but they also both kind of spread out there. One went to the right soft plat, one went to the left. No D-sig, don't do it. Don't do it, Luna. Okay.
Okay.
Showing patience, showing discipline, so he doesn't immediately go into that.
Restraint coming out from the top PR of North America.
Still not a lot of offstage. He was so close to falling into those icicles.
Yeah, Luna's really playing a very dangerous footsie game around a lot of Impala sigs, right? Like, he's trying to get as close as he can. Down sig connects, gets the weapon toss, backs away, trying to take any advantage he can without risking too much.
Now, we saw that one Blaster's ground pound earlier from Luna, and did he get punished for it? I'm pretty sure he did, yeah?
Yeah, pretty sure he did.
So, yeah, that's one of the reasons we haven't seen one since. Oh, actually goes for the ground pound there. Again, he goes for the D-light into the recovery.
Yeah, definitely remembering, like, he flubbed twice those downlight ground pounds in his matchup against Stingray earlier today. So he's just going for the safer option, downlight into the recovery, but Impala gets away from that. He'll get the KO.
That was a solid approach back to the stage from Impala. He went really, really down low in case Luna was going to throw out any immediate punish. That gave him a lot of space. Then he also threw that spear up, which is a big weapon to toss, so it covers a long left to right area, giving him like a force field that Luna would have to dodge through and then burn his dodge in order to get down and actually punish Impala's recovery back to the wall to reset the jumps. Impala here, he's being careful. Luna's not putting too much pressure out on him.
Really trying to push forward. Downlight, side air, and Luna will tie it up 2-2.
Game 5 coming up for these two players. The current world champion against the player that many people thought could be the world champion of 2022. We're at a Game 5 situation here for our top 3. The winner moves on into that top 3, guarantees their spot at the Winter Royale in March. The loser isn't going to make it.
They got to watch from home, and it's honestly heartbreaking either way, right? Kind of like a similar storyline to in EU, right? It was like that conversation of like, will it be, I think, Godly and Acto fighting to get into the Royale? Same thing here. Like, imagine a Royale, imagine the first offline invitational not having the world champion or not having the top PR in North America. It's gonna be a heartbreaker regardless of the way this one ends.
Now, my question is, if Impala moves on past this, of course, that'll give us the world champion in our top 3, which means top world champion at the Winter Royale. Would that change up the PR? Because Luna's top PR, like you've said, would that be enough to shift those two positions and give Impala that? That would be crazy. If Impala came in and stole PR1 off of 2 tournaments.
I mean, he skyrocketed in PR. He was, what, like PR 14 at the World Championship? He just wins 1 tournament and becomes PR number 2 in a region. Absolutely ridiculous.
Now, the fall off on PR points isn't that brutal from one tournament to the next, so it still may not happen, even if Impala gets first and Luna ends up getting 4th in this tournament.
But we still have yet to see who will continue on. Right now, Impala on the Kaya. Luna still with the Lucian. Doesn't hit the down air. He's hit so many downlight down airs against earlier opponents, but not here against Impala.
Oh, Luna was floating so much. He already burned that dodge. Impala came in with the recovery, now sending Luna over to the wall, using the neutral layer like a force field. That is what you should do on the edge if you are a Blasters player. It's a very safe move to throw out when you're on the wall and your opponent is above you.
Yeah, got to protect yourself with those snares. You're going to see him chase dodge up as well. Wants that verticality, but Impala gets a nice 3-piece Sair downlight into the recovery, launching Luna. Luna from below, back to the Blasters. They are trading damage, but Impala with the GC catches Luna's hat.
You saw both of them spot dodging at exactly the same time, but Impala canceled his spot dodge into an actual move. Anything that Luna would have thrown out there either wouldn't have came out in time if it was going to hit or wasn't going to hit because of where Impala was above Luna. Beautiful pickup there on that side signature.
With a side air. Weapon toss from Impala stops the edge guard. Luna back onto the stage. Doesn't get the read. Over to the Blasters. Is he in downlight recovery territory, Sparky?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I'm going to say no. I would love to see it pick up without getting another hit, though, just so we can truly see. Please do it. That would be hype.
Okay, just a side air, though.
Okay, I'm willing to think, based on how far that side air sent, that we probably were in D-Light recovery territory.
Definitely possible. Oh, but he needs to get a hit right now. Impala's finding so many connections against Luna on the second stock. He's just building a bigger and bigger lead. Impala goes real
What's going on here?
low.
What's going on here? Man, you can
Bro,
see
he's scared of it.
You can see the fear in his eyes from not wanting to go for that D-Light ground pound. Because like the D-Light recovery there, many other players are not going for that. But Luna is so scared of dropping that combo that he's going to wait and wait and wait and have to do more and more and more damage to find the KO with the side signature. I'm thinking if it continues the way it has been, Luna's damage numbers are going to be so high because it's taking so much damage for him to finally get these stocks.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's got to be a mental block at the very least from Luna. He knows how much is on the line here. Again, Game 5 situation against the current world champion, battling for that spot in the Royale, and he does not want to mess up against him. Avoids the down air edge guard opportunity. We haven't seen any big edge guards either way, but there's the icicles.
He hasn't fallen into too many of those, but one of the ones he does fall into is giving Impala almost a full stock lead in Game 5. There's the D-Light side air. Impala recovering high. No major punish coming out from Luna yet, but he does pick up the D-Light recovery. Even that sent further than I would have expected. Impala being in the orange, he should be in the red very soon, maybe on next hit.
Luna picking and choosing. Doesn't throw out too many attacks here. Impala gets in, doesn't hit the downlight. Luna wants the stock, doesn't find the positioning for the recovery. You saw him neutral jump.
We have Impala in the red on the edge. Oh, again, the side light, but a quick turnaround D-Sig to get him back on the stage. There's the side signature. That was pretty solid efficiency on that KO. That side light on the Blasters was what actually put Impala into the red, and then it was like 1 or 2 more hits, side sig, done.
Oh, the hope is real. The potential is real. Both of them basically even in damage. A little bit bigger of a circle on the side of Impala, though, with those spear nairs. He hits the neutral light.
I just think Impala has too much momentum. I think the fear of Luna not being able to pick up the D-Light ground pound unarmed is also going to extend the pressure with the situation that we find ourselves in. Luna is so far behind in the red. Game 5 for a top 3 finish. He's finding some damage here, but still, he only has Impala in the yellow. He's retreating to the soft platform, putting a lot of space between him and Impala, and now he's starting to take some more damage. Stays low.
Didn't panic into the owl, though. Impala got away from the dodge read from Luna. The damage still in favor of Impala. Luna stuck on these Katars. Hits another recovery. What was the down sig for?
Maybe it was just, could have been fear for either player. Big side air. Is he going to disarm himself by throwing? Are you kidding me? Could he get the victory off of this? I wish that would have hit just to see what he was going to go for.
But he's back to the Katars. The down sig misses.
Luna's got to be careful. That bounce off the
Deep
stage,
red.
it's sending Impala off screen. He's still going for these D-lights.
Avoids the owl. Impala's disarmed.
He's got to hit the
Luna's
side
got everything, but he goes so low. It's a spear.
Oh, this is scary.
It's a side air, and Luna holds on 3-2. The world champion is not coming to the Royale.
And you see it reflected in the damage numbers. Even though his second stock was very efficient, 637 damage. That is over 200 per stock. That is like 212 damage per stock.
What a nail biter. Deep red, last stock, each side. Luna was hitting not enough Qatar stuff, but he does find the side air that he needs. And man, he closed that one out, but he's not done. This is not a sigh of relief situation. It's now a sigh of, uh-oh, I have to go against the guy who knocked me here into the elimination side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's one of those where you go, whew. Uh-oh, he's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah.
And then he turns around, and it's going to end up being Stingray, who is right behind him there to just tap him on the shoulder when he's in the like big Orion that is like way bigger than the screen.
Or it's the big old Zol with the axe that crosses 50% of the screen.
Stingray just playing big characters on the screen. Production is going to have to like change things specifically because of Stingray, but you see it right behind us. Luna is the winner for that game. Impala is going to finish in 4th place. Still solid, of course. We talk about Impala not podiuming until the actual Brawlhalla World Championship. So it's definitely not what he wants because he's denied the Royale. He's denied the podium. He had the World Champion gold medal around his neck and he wasn't able to repeat that. But maybe we're going to get some like sage advice from like all of the other world champions that haven't done
the past avatars.
Yeah,
like
they're going to get in the group. They're going to get in the group chat and they're going to be like, "Hey man,
none of us won winter championship either.
We've all been there, brother. It's okay. It's the world champion into not winter champion support advocacy rights group."
Yeah, it's a real tough. I mean, it's not even that large of a group, but it's definitely a tough group to be in. And of course, Impala, he's also alongside them because he's done for today.
Yeah, it's like Sandstorm. It's like I don't know if we're gonna count onlines or not.
I think we are.
I'm gonna throw like Pavelski in there, and then Impala, of course. So yeah, definitely a tough finish for Impala. But a great finish for Luna. Like you said, it was a nail biter. So I think every game after this, of course, if Luna continues on, is going to be really tough. We saw a lot of great stuff from the Lucian. If he doesn't figure out D-Light Ground Pound this tournament, we better see him putting some serious time in the lab to pick those up. Because we've seen it this weekend. We've seen it through all of Brawlhalla's history. D-Light Ground Pound unarmed is a very important skill that every top player should, and pretty much every top player does, have in their toolkit. Luna needs to have that in his toolkit.
Well, we'll see what else he might need or what else he did have inside of his toolkit. And I think Remy is going to be really good at explaining it. Take it away, Remy.
Now, that was a matchup where the stats kind of fell in line with that high defense, high speed, low force between the two legends. And you also were put in a situation where, okay, your KOs matter, and when you can get them, they matter so much, because we saw at the end of that set how Impala ended up having a lead while in the white to red and ended up losing it because he couldn't find the KO. He couldn't find the correct moves to do so. So I'm going to start us off here by looking at the map bans, what they mean for both sides, and how that's going to work. Because we have Brawlhaven left open here, we have the Spirit Temple left open here, and we have that the final one with the Fortress of Lions left open as well. And with blasters, you're going to need to find that downlight recovery KO, that Sarah KO, and if you're playing Lucian with that 3/4, those high ceilings, those far side boxes are going to be treacherous for you. That's why you saw Luna, when it was his strike, always leaving open that Miami Dome, and that's where they ended up getting most of their wins till that tail end. We saw Luna, most of his leads were when he was on Miami Dome, and we have some clips of that here. Of what he could do when you gave him that chance with the smaller ceilings, with those close-in areas. Luna going for that downlight off stage, as we mentioned a lot, wasn't able to go for the ground pound, didn't want to go for it. Patience on the stage was beautiful, and we just get to see him carry off Impala with the side airs rather than having to go into that deep red. Look at this side air here, middle of the stage, he can get his KO. Impala, same thing. If he has that low force, you want those bigger maps. He saw that it was a bigger issue for Luna than himself. That's why you saw him on the Fortress Alliance in the last game. It didn't end up going as he planned, though, because at the end of it all, he couldn't find that KO. Look at that health advantage. Look at what Luna is able to do with all the stage he has, all the room he has, getting the double end lights on Qatar's. Impala, he finds a neutral air in the scene right here after this punish, but he's not able to do it. He's not able to capitalize off it because of such a high ceiling. It gives Luna just that time he needs to get back in there, to get back into that top 3 position, and to get out to the Royale. And I can't wait to see what he does with that Lucian coming up.
The NFL has Tony Romo
Okay.
as a commentator and analysis for a
Oh.
10-year, $180 million deal. The amazing thing is we got Remy for half that.
Yeah.
Half that price, and
honestly
we get way
generous.
better commentary, way better analysis than Tony Romo.
Yeah, and he's also got the same tools with the whole like drawing on screens. But we're gonna take a short little break, give a little breather to everyone at home, give you some time to pick up that Brawlhalla winter merch. But when we come back, of course, we'll be bringing you the top 3 of the Winter Championship North American singles. Stick around.
You find yourselves outside of town, but you sense danger. It's the Dark Warlock Volkov. A hero must rise up to meet this challenge. Who could it be?
I will face this foe, the Great J Yun.
The hero plays, levels up, and unlocks new rewards. But the hero cannot defeat Volkov alone.
I call upon my team of great adventurers.
Sidra, the Beastmaster.
Hugin, the Bard.
And Kaya, the Cleric.
They'll need items and familiars to succeed against the great Volkov. Now that the heroes are ready for battle, it's time to roll for initiative. And now the battle begins. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, brawl! Adventure awaits in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 7. It's all fun and games until someone rolls a 1.
Watch out! I have a cannonball! Oh, where's my cannon? Sharon, you have my cannon? Sharon? You good? You good?
We're now down to the top 3 of things. Of course, Luna just defeating the world champion moments ago, 3-2. Impala is done for the day. The world championship curse continues as only one, I think, world champion has ever gotten a winter championship afterwards, if I remember correctly.
It's LDZ.
Yeah. But for now, the curse continues, and we've now got our top 3. The last person to earn their spot in the Royale as well is going to be Luna.
That is our top 3. You said Luna, then Stingray. That's going to be our elimination finals match. The winner of that will move up to fight the other player coming to the Royale, which is, of course, Radish, who we saw make it into the grand finals via Stingray earlier.
But Let's see what the viewers have to say about this upcoming match. Stingray versus Luna. I was a little bit critical of this when they first fought in the winner's semi earlier today because people were leaning on the Stingray, but given what's happened today, I don't blame them. Stingray did end up closing it out over Luna earlier today.
Now, in terms of the record between these two players, it is heavily favoring Luna to the tune of 3-0
One.
in what?
Today.
That's true.
Yeah.
The database hasn't updated
Yeah.
yet. See? You talk about how you don't remember things. You remember things. Don't talk about yourself
Sometimes
like
I just
that.
say things.
Don't
we
do
just see
that
what
negative
happens.
self-talk.
Yeah, talk about
You're better than that.
the positives.
And we're going to be getting into this game very soon. Oh, you are going to be excited by
Let's
this
go!
one.
Is that guy?
It's
Roman Reigns.
It's Roman Reigns. Dude, why is Bryn is so much like I know he's doing like a knee. I don't remember
I'm sorry,
exactly what he's
Roman.
doing. He's bound to the queen.
Her eyes are up there.
He's bound
Sir,
to Queen Bryn. He's showing her respect.
Her eyes are higher. Okay. No, he's doing that thing like when he enters the ring, he like
He's
does
doing
like
like
the,
this- the
he
super-
does like the hand
yeah.
thing and bah. But either way, Luna, he's back to the classics. He's going to the Taros again. On the other side, Stingray starting it off with the Bryn. That's what he did against Luna earlier today. But he switched over to the Zol after game number 1.
So this is an interesting matchup because it's going to be Axe versus Axe. Have we seen that today?
I mean, so far the only axe we've seen today has been Stingray.
Yeah, so that answers that question right there. No, this is the first time we're seeing 2 Axe players. And that's going to be an interesting change of pace. I don't think we've hardly seen any Axe versus Axe in any of the regions whatsoever.
Nope. Didn't go for the follow-up there off the Russian Mafia, though. But yeah, we haven't seen too much Axe overall. Like, it's really been few and far between from the players in any region.
That had to have been a misinput.
Yeah.
There's
And,
no
like, the
way
wrong
he would
way.
do that the other direction because there is no world where Luna can physically make it over there as a legend.
Oh, but he might be able to make it over to Stingray. As Stingray out on the outside, ground pound does not land, doesn't need to though, and Luna will have that stock advantage. A lot of it off the back of the hammer though.
It's hammer season, baby. Remy said it. Remy tells no lies. We know that.
Yeah, I mean, Brawlhalla's Tony Romo is definitely an expert in his field.
Did Tony Romo ever win a Super Bowl?
I'll let you figure that one out. As Stingray figures out how to hit the end light, gets the KO, and
No.
evens it up immediately.
Remy is better than Tony Romo because Tony
Big
Romo has
facts.
never won a Super Bowl. He has 0 rings, and that cannot be said about Remy.
Because he's won a 2v2 world champion.
Yes, sir.
All right, weapon toss from Luna. Opens up Stingray. Nice falling side air as well. On the other side, Stingray pogoes back. Generally, I really like the Spear into the Hammer matchup. Spear's got a lot of control. It's got a lot of good things going for it against Hammer, especially in the grounded, like, 1v1. But right now, Luna's looking pretty solid.
It's so funny to see how far back Stingray is playing because, like, when he was playing against Radish previously, he was playing really far back from the neutral signature. But, like, now he was playing essentially right in the middle of the stage. That's how much space he was giving Luna when, like, what can he really do? Like, he has the gravity cancel neutral signature,
Yeah.
which is going to be, like, similar. It probably doesn't even have as much range as the
It's a
Petra
smaller
neutral
hitbox.
signature.
But you know what? Maybe it's just the respect to the classics, right? This is, again, the OG Luna pick, the original thing that won him so long
Ooh,
ago.
that was nice.
Doesn't hit the downlight.
Dude. I'm so excited to see the next GC downlight that
Yeah.
he hits.
I really want to know what option he goes for. He did tweet out not long ago that, like, now that he's in the top 3, he's in his element. It's no longer trolling season, and he's really got to bring his A game. But right now, he's got to get through Stingray, which, again, Stingray's the person who knocked him down here into the elimination bracket.
We do have that proper Axe v Axe matchup here. Luna over on the edge. He gets back up really quickly, but Stingray immediately punishes it with the neutral light. Luna goes back down again, the neutral light, and Luna goes back down. Same thing.
Oop, nope, it's a side air this time, mixing it up. But that's one thing that works really well for Stingray is, like, with this high mobility Bryn, again, coming in base 7 movement speed, likely on the 6 because the stances doesn't matter as it gets a down like side air. But because of that movement speed, he can go from the middle to the outside really quick.
Dude, Luna was lost at the end of that game. He just kept trying to go up, and Stingray kept kicking him back down. It was a neutral light, sent him back down. It was a neutral light, sent him back down. It was a falling side air, sent him back down. Then it was the spear neutral light, sent him back down. Then it was a pickup. See, here comes the D-light pickup. He goes to, like, almost the same spot. D-light side air, easy cleanup for Stingray there, who took very little damage on that final stock because most of it, Luna was just stuck on the wall.
Yeah, and now the question is, what's Luna going to play? He played Lucian throughout most of today, but he's also played the Caspian today. He also played the Mordex or the Tai Lung in his earlier matchup against Stingray, but ultimately Stingray was the one who ended up victorious, and fortunately the fallback plan of the the Taros did not work out.
Do you think we see a swap right away?
I don't know. Honestly, with the way that he played the matchup against Impala, where he didn't change at all in the Lucian, I kind of feel like he won't. I kind of feel like he's just going to, like, try to fight through with what he's got. We're currently on the map bans, but until I see him ban a map, I won't actually know what he picks.
Well, we have a quick view of the graph
okay.
behind us. Maybe we can get a little quick one of this.
They cheated.
Look at that right there. Look at that. That's very, very steep towards the end. And then you can see this right here. This is where Stingray was just on the edge, sitting there. It was neutral light city. He's not taking any damage. All of this damage is the neutral light, the falling side air, the neutral light, the D-light side air, and then the KO. Thanks for the view on the graph. I appreciate that.
I tried to get out of the way. I tried to be a good person.
Yeah, you're a good teammate up here on the desk. And we are going to have a legend swap from Luna. It's going to be not the Lucian, but another legend he has played today, and another legend we've seen him play a lot of, going over to the Tai Lung Mordex.
It's an interesting pick. It worked really well for a game in the winner's semifinal where he was able to get game number 1. But once Stingray started playing more of that axe, once he started switching over to the Zol where he was getting a lot of damage per hit, then the Tai Lung kind of started to fall apart. And already we're seeing some trouble here against Stingray.
Incredible spear play already coming out. Throwing out that D-Sig, but Luna's not able to land any move because he was stuck on that soft platform.
Okay, Nares and Sayers getting some good damage put out from Luna. Backs away once he started running out of movement there.
So what we saw from the Taros last game on Luna is we didn't see any major string potential, which, like the best hammer players in the world, they're really good at finding those hammer strings, or they're good at finding those regular 3-piece or even just 2-piece, but all the time on the axe. He wasn't able to find either of those. We already do see Scythe momentum coming out, and actually after that initial flurry from Stingray, Luna has taken back the lead and definitely done that after he picks up the first stock.
Yeah, and a great weapon toss follows the trajectory of that Gauntlet side air to take out Stingray's first stock. Now, looks like a little bit more Gauntlet play is going to be coming out from Luna. He definitely was leaning on the Scythe in his winner's semi-match.
Reaching up on that soft platform with a neutral air. There we see a side light, one of the few that we've seen today from a Gauntlet player. That recovery got Stingray back to the stage. It didn't end up hitting Luna because Luna was too far away, but as Luna moved left over near that wall and up to recover on the main stage, the turnaround side air from Stingray makes the connection and gets the stock.
Yo, but Stingray is doing a very similar thing to what he did in the last game, where he just kind of walls out Luna. This time it was with the spear Nares, but Luna hits the side sig, connects onto Stingray, and now he is up big.
That was hugely early. He picked that one up in orange onto Stingray. That's given Luna a massive lead. D-Light into the turnaround side air from Stingray. A little bit of an interesting choice on that one. Not sure if he was just trying to like fade away to do something else and held that right direction a little bit too long. Whoa! Whoa, the weird scoop reaching down, bouncing Luna off the stage.
Going back to that downlight side air, though, I think it was just he wanted the stage control so he could get that weapon. The weapon spawn was on the left, so he was trying to shove Luna away.
That makes sense.
But edge guard opportunity from Stingray did not convert to more. Luna swinging back, trying to hit some damage, try to get that extra credit.
Now, one thing that we saw from Gauntlet players in other regions, I believe I was doing commentary with Taza, and we were noticing that, maybe it was Remy, we were noticing that it was a lot of GCD lights on the Gauntlet player as the starter move, which would lead into a recovery as the KO move. That is just simply gone from North America, and all of the Gauntlet players we've seen today goes for the side light into the recovery. He knew he could hit that easy because the dodge was burned on the D-Sig.
Yeah, and we also got to see that GC downlight. That time it wasn't really in a position where the ground pound would have made sense, so of course he went for the recovery, and then that side light recovery, like you said, there was a burn dodge from Stingray, so that was 100% guaranteed KO. Here's that goofy down sig that kind of bounced him off the wall.
I wonder, like, does he know that that was supposed to happen? Like, is that on purpose?
Does he know?
Yeah, like, was that on purpose? Was he like, I'm gonna throw this down, that's gonna bounce him off the wall, do a bunch of damage, and send him flying to the right? Or was he trying to like scoop him back onto the stage?
I want to say that he was likely trying to scoop back, but either way, he is scooping back to that guy. Zol.
Yeah, we're gonna get some Zol gameplay here we're going to get some solid axe against this Tai Lung from Luna.
Yep, completely tied up. Luna was definitely looking really good in that last game against Stingray's Bryn, but again, looking like a repeat of what happened in the winner's semifinal.
It's a nice little wait there. It didn't actually end in success with the recovery hitting, but it was neutral air and then the side air and then a neutral air and then a wait and then the recovery.
Oh, he is definitely finding some hits onto Stingray though, but Stingray is hitting bigger. Disarmed Luna, down like ground pound.
He did it!
Goes for another one, but Stingray's below it.
It wasn't a GC.
No.
So he still could be terrorized or terrified to do that on the edge. But he at least did a D-Light ground pound. That's step one. Well, step one was like admitting that you have a problem, and that's why he swapped over to the D-Light recovery. Step two, I don't know all the steps of the 12-step program. But step two is like just starting, I guess, to do it on the stage.
Sure. Right now, doing a lot of stuff on the stage, but
Okay.
Stingray does hit that downlight side air. Again, just trying to keep Luna away so he can get that safe weapon pickup. But Luna just moving him around. That's one thing that Scythe really gives players is control of where the opponent's going to be.
After we saw that GC D-Light into the turnaround side air, I think you're exactly right. You're 100% right when you explained that earlier. It was definitely on purpose, not a misinput. Luna going to take that one. You even see a little bit of a signature as a taunt there. Feeling some confidence here in this game as he's almost a full stock up. He's going to be going into Stingray's cannon with his gauntlets. Nice little two-piece. Oh, three-piece, four-piece. Almost hit like the classic string that Gauntlet players love to use to carry their team or their opponents off the stage.
Do it again, though. He's got the opportunity. Doesn't get the dodge this time. Stingray trying to bring out the classic of the cannon. Gonna go for it again, and he'll get it with the side air. Last stocks here in game number 3.
Luna was playing a little bit too high there. He didn't recover low like a lot of players might have done. He didn't recover high either. He was just like right at stage level, and that gave Stingray the perfect opportunity to run up and get the KO. Man, I was going to say earlier that we're seeing a lot more swagger on the gauntlets from Luna, but now we're also seeing a lot more swagger as well on the cannon from Stingray. So sort of the two quote-unquote off weapons for both of these players are really leveling up this game and looking good.
Yeah, they're definitely bringing out the entirety of their character kits. You're seeing the chase, and Luna burns it all to get the recovery, and he will find it as he puts himself up 2-1.
The swap over to Tai Lung, or entering in this set with the Tai Lung. Beautiful.
Oh.
There's the side air. It didn't send over the corner. It bounced off the stage. He must have used that ground pound to, I guess, get back to stage really quickly. He probably could have done the same thing with a fast fall. I mean, look at that string. You can't even see it. We're not. It's brutal. It's too brutal. It's not fit for Twitch.tv.
Well, here's another look of a part of it. There you go. The sidelight side air. Man, I like revisiting that gauntlet string though. Like one thing that was huge was it bounced him around, didn't let him touch the stage at all. Oh. I know you see what I see.
We're getting to see this in super slow-mo.
But we're also seeing a character swap from Stingray.
This is like one of his top 3 legends, which I'm like always surprised to see. Not necessarily because like it's a weird pick, because like we know he does Lance. That's a super normal thing for Stingray. But that we just like don't see it in tournament very often. The fact that it's like a top 3 legend for Stingray is always a little bit surprising when we see it come out. So now you've had your Taros representation. I've had my Vrax representation. So the desk is feeling good. We are eating today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when you get to see your pick. And, of course, now we get to go full bias mode and pick our players. But Stingray hits the side sig. Luna, bounced by the weapon toss, needs to find more hits. One thing that Vrax brings to the table beyond the weapon kit is that high dexterity. He's going to be able to swing a lot and be pretty safe with it.
He also brings really good signatures to the table. The signatures being the only way that I was ever able to beat Java in the money match that he and I both had, is how cheesy that D-Sig can be. Oh, yes, sir. We are feeling good as we see Stingray using that high dexterity to his favor.
Oh, edge guard opportunity.
Yup.
There's the N-Sig, catches Luna out of the sky. He's got to respect all these options from Stingray. He's covering himself so well, too. He'll go for those N-Sigs, and then if you get too close, downlight comes out.
We just need Stingray to go like full grime time and hit N-Sig into GC N-Sig. That's like the most disrespectful thing I feel like I've ever done, and I love going for it. It used to be like an insane amount of damage. Now it's just a really good amount of damage.
Right now, Luna needs a really great amount of damage. He is 3 stocks behind, well, Stingray has 3 stocks to the 1 of Luna. Sidelight not even gonna put him off screen.
Let's see what the blasters are here. This has been dominated by Stingray's Lance. Nice nair again, seeing Blasters players using neutral airs on the edge. You at home, that is something you should be doing if you are not as a Blasters player.
Nair hits, doesn't hit the downlight, still denying the weapon pickup. Nairs and Sayers doesn't read with the side sig, and Stingray gets past, he'll have that Lance again. This was so devastating, the first 2 stocks of Luna.
Okay, Luna's starting to find some momentum in his favor. Ooh, he tried to extend that combo, or at that point, once he threw out the side signature, it became a string after he hit the combo of the side light into the neutral air. Trying to get back on stage, Luna is not letting him.
Recovery will bounce him, and he doesn't have the movement. Last stocks here for both players. This will determine whether or not Luna goes into the grand finals or Stingray brings us to game 5.
So the high dexterity on Vrax means he has to have a pretty low stat in there. He's going to have a pretty low strength, and he's also going to have lower defense. The default is going to have 4, but it doesn't matter. Ends up taking off the top. Stingray with a great character swap at exactly the right time. Going to take that game, and we're going to game 5.
And Luna, no thoughts of a character swap or anything of the sort. He's going right on in to game number 5. I just kind of think back to like the last time I saw Lord Vrax. I want to say it was like Cody Travis when he would play it against like Sandstorm.
It might have been Stingray is the last one. And
yeah.
I'm honestly wondering if he's going to swap Legends off of this, because we have seen him do that before, even on Win. That maybe the Vrax game was a little bit too close for him, or maybe he's like, I'm going to switch this up now, and then I'm going to go back to something different. Turns out, no, we are getting yet another Vrax game, and we do love seeing that. But yeah, it might have been Cody. I don't know between these 2 players whether it was Cody or Stingray.
It's definitely definitely been a hot minute. But again, it's kind of that narrative that we've been seeing throughout the weekend, which is that like strength and defense maybe not as valuable of stats as we're used to believing.
Especially since we're like not in that heavy weapon meta, or at least so far this year, we're not in that heavy weapon meta anymore. I mean, even when Luna played double heavy weapons, got off of that really, really quick over to a non-heavy weapon. Oh my goodness. Luna is the leader of Miami Dome right now. Still in yellow, 30 seconds into the game, and he takes Stingray's first stock.
Yeah, he definitely learned a lot between those first 2 stocks and the last one, because he was playing so much better in that final stock, and he just took all that information here into game number 5 against Stingray. Back to the gauntlets against the blasters of Stingray, but there's that down sig.
That was a bold move. Going to get punished for that one while he's already hugely behind. Even if he hit that side signature, nice dodge to get away. Well, not actually the dodge move, but his movement worked in and of itself as a dodge to get away from that.
Yeah, he managed to get underneath it, managed to avoid it.
Nice.
Luna tries to track the movement, but Stingray with the raw side sig. His side sigs on the Lance have been very effective.
That move is so good. That move is insanely good. It is very, very, very good. I cannot overstate how good that move is in Vrax's kit. Nice little D-light into the neutral light. Okay, finding some good momentum, fighting his way back into this. He is not in the red yet.
Sayer doesn't hit for Luna. Nair hits for Stingray. Luna struggling to find hits, and it's the down sig!
GCD sig right there is so good. I love using that one to just scroink a stock from my opponent when they are in the orange.
Showing that Stingray definitely has this character in the pocket. It is one of his 3 most played legends. There doesn't hit. This time it will. Needs to continue the edge guard, but the turnaround. Stingray! No way, no way, no way! Luna's done! Stingray closes it out. 3-2 with the Lord Vrax.
That was so gross. Oh my gosh. Stingray with the disgusting Lance edge guard. We have not seen too many edge guards from really either of these players, and now they're both going to engage in one off screen. Luna's almost off screen. There we go. Luna's off screen. They're both off screen. Dodging back on down air. recovery to bounce off the bottom of the stage. I mean, Stingray had to charge that up regardless, and he's just going to ground pound. Didn't even need to hit it, but it was there nonetheless. Stingray, what a huge way to close that out. Luna is not going to be happy after that.
Gotta believe he is not too satisfied with that third place finish, and especially finishing it in that way. He's got to be replaying not only just those final moments where he kind of made a couple of missteps there on the edge guard, but even like going back to his earlier match, right? If he had successfully hit a downlight ground pound, would have been a completely different tournament run.
Wow, what a finish. All of a sudden, that massive explosion that came out from Stingray at the end to close that one out. Huge clutch moment where he could have just lost that stock and thrown away a good chunk of that lead that he had. Huge risk, even bigger reward. Great investment there coming out from Stingray.
Yeah, I mean, some amazing play in it. A good decision, again, like you said, to swap on over to that Lord Vrax in those final moments. It felt like it came from nowhere, and yet it worked so incredibly well.
Can you put a graph here, please?
Any graph or like the last
Well,
game?
you know, probably the most recent one. I would love to look at it for just a moment.
Okay.
Let's look at these big flat lines. Now, some of that is like there's respawn time in there, but there's just like no damage being engaged right here. And then look, oh my goodness. But look at this guy right here. This is like this is probably like a weapon toss.
Yeah,
maybe. Or maybe just like an unarmed hit. You see part of beautiful steepness right there on that one. Also the beginning of this stock, beautiful steepness, beautiful steepness, beautiful steepness, and then absolutely nothing. So we see long periods actually really for both players here where there was just no damage being taken and a lot of damage being dealt in the process.
Well, of course, we got your analysis on the graph. Let's see some analysis on the gameplay. Remy, take it away.
We started this off with the old school picks. We had the Bryn, we had the Taros, and the Lord Vrax came through at the end, revolutionized it. I know Sparky loved to see that. Maybe he picked up a thing or two, can get out of Platinum Elo. Not too hopeful. It's fine. He's a caster. The other parts of this I want to look at are the neutral gameplay from Stingray. It would start off really interesting, even from this play right here. We're gonna take a couple looks at a couple different clips, so sit back and enjoy. Stingray in this play right here just brought it out. It was kind of hilarious to watch how he played it, just kind of holding the edge here the entire time. We started off with the end light. He backs up, gets stage again. Luna says he wants to come back. He end lights him again. And naturally, a Taros player, your head is usually empty, so you're just going to get Sarah'd again as you move back onto the stage. He switches the weapons, but the play style hasn't stopped. We see him just completely stop Luna from ever making it past this point, really, with another end light to come out. It was really beautiful watching him work there, and he mixes it up very quickly at the end. Luna says, okay, fine, I can't make it on directly like that. Let's go high. And the spear downlight Sarah comes out. You always kind of just like look at Stingray and you're like, okay, there are just moments where he takes over. It's back and forth for a while, and then he just breaks it open. He says, all right, I'm going to make a big play here. I don't really like going back and forth. I'm going to end up just taking your stock, and it just works out so well. Another nice KO here. Not too much to talk about with that clip, but the Lord Vrax came out, and this is what we want to look at. We want to look at these big momentum shifts. Luna winning this interaction here. Anyway, Lance Expert gets that sidelight nair, gets the downlight, and the side sig comes out for a big punish. Of course, doesn't take that KO off, but with the Orion expertise, bringing that over to Lord Vrax, mixing your signatures into your kit, like the caster said, he has that high level. He knows when to put the sigs into the light attacks, and it looks very, very good when he does it. The end sig comes out. That's going to be a lot of damage. The the downlights are coming out. The sidelight nairs are still coming out. Luna can't find the footing to punish it because of the high dex, and the signatures are still being mixed into that, interwoven into that kit, but he knows when to do it. The side sig comes out again, getting him that 2-stock lead. And when it matters most, when he's so very behind, that flow state again. His clan was named flow state a while ago. I don't know if it still is, but it's that moment like this where you can get that sidelight nair, down air, get the combo going, push it towards the end, and then once again, close it off with what are we expecting? The nair, the recovery comes out, the signature at the end, woven into the kit. It's weapon mastery, it's character mastery. He looks so good. That's why he's in grand finals. That's why he's Stingray. That's why he's him. And he's gonna show you what's up.
He's him, he says, as Stingray has earned his victory over Luna and will continue into the grand finals for the rematch against Radish.
Now, the last time these two players fought started off with the Bryn, and that was a Game 1 victory for Stingray. Then Game 2 and 3 also on Bryn were losses to Radish's Petra. Then Game 4, we saw an Orion swap, a victory for Stingray. Then Game 5, of course, went over to Radish, securing that with a 3-2 victory over that Orion pick. What is Stingray going to choose for this? The viewers have made their choice, and they have Radish winning 52% to 48%.
Definitely narrow margins, though. That's
Absolutely.
within like a plus or minus 5% where you're like, you know what, it really could go either direction. Somebody maybe putting a lot more confidence one way or the other, and then you're seeing it already shifted 49 to 51%. But the thing that makes it really hard for the Stingray believers out there is that he's got to win 2 best of 5s. One thing that's nice, he's sticking with the Lord Brax.
He's going to be feeling the quickness. He's going to be feeling all the damage he can put out at a rapid pace. He's going to be feeling that wonderful signature kit. That's something we've seen from a bunch of different legends today. Not necessarily the Zol, but of course we saw it from the Orion. We saw a little bit less of it from the Bryn, but still had very potent signature usage. Of course, we see a lot of it from the Vrax, starting this one out with the blasters here against Radish's gauntlets.
Radish waiting out that down signature. Another situation where somebody can kind of keep Radish on those corners. Ensig doesn't hit the second one. Stingray not able to punish with that dodge down there, but he's definitely playing this Blasters game right now. You see the weapon spawn on the right side, and he is not making any moves to go over there and pick up a lance.
So other than Stingray's lance, Radish hasn't really fought against Blasters today, unless it was like really early in the tournament. He hasn't fought against Blasters, and other than Stingray, he hasn't fought against Lance, except for that Orion that we saw earlier. So we'll see how he does against the Blasters. We know he beat the Orion Lance. Will he also have as equal success or better against the Vrax Lance? Man, that's tough to see that. I believe it turned him red, the final pieces of it. Neutral Sig still not gonna KO. They took that force away from us. Look, Vrax players, rise up. That's what they took from us.
Vrax players crying out in unison alongside Sparky. It does definitely have less variable force than a lot of the other Lance signatures on the Vrax, but conversely, it has the most damage of the Vrax Lance signatures, and of course, it's going at that weird angle where it's a lot harder to KO. He's still got that down tick, fantastic for KOing, and he's already made sure that the damage between the two of them is basically even.
They even took some of the damage from us on that, too. That thing used to do like 37 damage, which, of course, had no business doing that. Stingray, there he goes, picks up the side sig, not quite enough, even though Radish is in orange. That almost was enough.
Turnaround.
Okay, you're right. You called the turnaround. Radish got it and got the KO.
I was almost critical of that decision to go in with the down air. I would have believed that a side air was the better angle of direction, but he definitely had the better positioning, so it ended up working out. Now he's going to go for the edge guard against Stingray. Hits the ground pound. Stingray does manage to get back to the wall. He's going to reset to neutral, and he gets the end sig, keeps this one close.
So you saw him disengage from that off stage edge guard. Didn't want to do that whatsoever. He had that one good one against Luna, but he's not going to get too cocky on it. He knows he has Lance, which it does not have the best edge guard game in Brawlhalla, especially when you're against an orb or you're going to be against gauntlets. So he got out of there pretty quickly.
Yeah, got out of dodge, made sure not to risk too much there, but Radish isn't finding the hits with this orb. Likely going to be looking for more side airs again. He was so effective with those sidelight side airs, and that's going to be another one to give Radish game number 1.
I do like what we saw from Stingray right before he got punished for it. He threw out that downlight and then he hit the turnaround side air. And because of that drift that you have in side air, he was holding the other direction from Radish. He was still holding left. This is a beautiful turnaround. There you see the down air, and that was it. But that turnaround, he was able to get away from the punish.
Yeah.
The biggest range that Radish has is going to be that sidelight. I think even if he put a dash sidelight, he might have just barely had the range to make it. But using that drift and the movement speed that Vrax has to all of his favor to throw out a move and then get himself out of range of being punished without having to burn a dodge, just holding a direction.
Well, he's going to have to play completely differently now because he's swapping over to the Bryn. He'll still have high movement speed, but again, he brings that movement speed down from 7 to 6 to try to bring it more in line with the rest of the Bryn stats. Alliance going to try to cover this corner. Radish utilizing those weapon tosses to guarantee a landing, but you saw the stars come out. That was a burn recovery. He'll get back to the wall safely.
There again, we're seeing Stingray do those signatures, like running off stage, turning around, and getting that like reverse charge on it. He did that with the down signature on Axe where he hit the scoop, bouncing his opponent off the wall, and now he's doing it with the spear side signature. That's going to be a punish, maybe for a KO, setting up the edge guard, spirit bomb, and he's done.
Yeah, Radish, I mean, like, his gameplay hasn't had to change too much. Yeah, he'll bring out some gauntlet stuff. He'll kind of show a little bit more, but for the most part, he's just had this consistency with his orb. He takes a lot of stage control with those side light side airs, and when he needs to, he'll get the edge guard with that spirit bomb, but it's going to be a neutral light from Stingray to keep the stock count even.
He has around 50 damage on this stock, so not a huge lead, especially as Radish is coming in unarmed, is able to pick up the orb very quickly. We'll see if Stingray can put out the damage to even these things up. He's going to take a two-piece, now hits a nice double down air to sort of interrupt the momentum that Radish had in that string. Radish is still finding these, almost taken off the top. He's extending these recoveries with his neutral airs, starting off with the downlights. There's the side light side air, going to toss that up. Toss it straight up so that he can pick up the gauntlets, throw those, and then catch the orb on the way down.
This time he chases out there, hits him with the recovery. Radish is picking apart Stingray off the back of his orb gameplay. Neutralite beats out Stingray. He's continuing to press the advantage. Stingray with the axe in hand can't find a hit onto Radish. Ensig connects as well.
He falls into it. Radish really wasn't using those until like that one was the first one of this set between these two players. We haven't. I almost forgot that one existed because we haven't seen it in so long.
The anime signature teleport behind, but didn't connect onto Stingray. That's a burn dodge, so it's a double into the side air, but Stingray is one hit from getting KO'd.
He's going to have to play basically perfect. Even that side light, that sent him so far off stage, giving Radish plenty of room to pick up. Of course, it's going to be the orb. He set that up, and he takes that game home. Now up 2-0, of course, with the winner's bracket blessing, where he only has to win one more game, and he's going to be adding his second gold medal to his belt. The last time he had a gold medal was the Summer Championship of 2022.
Oh, but he has been so good, practicing so much since then. Again, did very well for himself in Autumn Championship, did well for himself at the World Championship, and of course, doing amazing for himself here at the Winter Championship. He is one game away. Stingray has swapped characters time and time again. We've already seen the Lord Brax. We've already seen the Bryn. We've seen the Orion earlier. It worked for a game. Is it time for that or something different?
So comparing these two players, they are so close to one another. If we're looking at seeds,
emotionally,
if we're looking at everything, Stingray is just like one step ahead of Radish until we actually get to this set. But Stingray is one step ahead of Radish. At the Autumn Championship, Stingray was 4th, Radish was 5th. At the World Championship, Stingray was 4th, Radish was 5th. In PR, Stingray is 3rd, Radish is 4th. In Seeds, Stingray is 3rd, Radish is 4th. So Radish is hot on the heels of Stingray. Now he's really ahead of them, at least in this game, as he opens up with a massive string, putting out 100 damage just like that in about 13 seconds.
Stingray hoping the bow is going to be the answer for him as he switches over to the Azoth, at least level 25 on this Azoth. His axe might have worked really well, that's why he's keeping it, but he maybe wants to bring out the bow, but it's back to the axe as he needs a little bit more damage before he can look for that side air.
Now, we were talking about the signature usage on Vrax and how he was able to easily weave those into his gameplay based on the signature kit. That's something we see from a lot of Azoth players. I mean, pretty much every Azoth player runs right into that Hadouken. So much range on it that Radish can play so safe back on almost the left third of the stage and still have a threat while not being threatened.
I really feel like Stingray's got this mental block of like, he really wants to punish those orb Ensigs off stage. He knows that's a burn dodge. He's going to get that side air to get the KO. But that's time and time again where he tries to do something. He's really trying to push into Radish's Ensigs when he does that to protect himself.
We are very even between these two. The bowstring that Stingray found at the end of last game, okay, still trying to punish that one, but he punished that too late because he was waiting. He was giving it respect, which is really probably the better thing to do there, is punish just a little bit too late rather than falling into it.
Yeah, rather not get punished for your whiffed punish at the very least, but he's still struggling to find that damage. Radish disarms Stingray, back to the axe. It's the dare.
Radish still has a nice lead here. The side air sending just barely off screen. Almost trying to pick up that side light right off the corner. Stingray is able to use his dodge to get through it. The recovery's back to the stage. Stingray just really isn't able to punish too heavily, and Radish is the opposite.
Yeah, Radish does a really good job of covering those corners where Stingray has not been able to do so against him. Radish one stock away from being crowned the winter champion. And Sig, not enough. Down, or side Sig.
Starting
Down
to use
Sig.
those a little bit more. Pops himself back, puts some range in between him and Radish, also throws out that hitbox. Okay.
Okay.
Keeping him weapon starved. That's going to lower his damage output. That's going to lower the priority he can find with his moves. Now he's on the quote-unquote off weapon with the gauntlets. Maybe not the off weapon anymore.
Trying to catch that movement of Stingray.
Nice, Neutralite.
But the down Sig does not get it. Oh, that's a dodge. Radish gets him with the side light. He's so close to closing this out.
Each of these hits in orange is sending Stingray so far. Radish without a weapon. Stingray has the axe in hand. There is a weapon on the field. Immediately stripped away by Stingray. I'm really digging the bow right now.
But is it enough? It's past it. Hits the recovery. And Sig doesn't hit.
That was so close. It's going to take one more side air. He almost picked up that sideline side air, and there it is. Radish is your 2023 North American Winter Champion.
Putting another gold medal on the neck of Radish. He is a champion again for Winter 2023. Radish, he's been looking good. He's on the come up, and of course, he is now the Winter Champion. He's going to the Royale against the person he just beat, as well as many other people in March.
I am so curious how that is going to affect PR. I wonder if he is going to jump above Stingray with the points from getting first place here in the Winter Championship. We could see some major movement coming from these players. We could see Luna drop. We could have a new PR #1. Who knows?
I don't know. It's going to be tough. I mean, of course, Luna was PR #1 just above Impala. He did manage to beat Impala, so you might see that kind of proportionate change between the two of them. But at the same time, Radish he's got to be going up.
He's going to be moving up.
He is the most recent champion. At the very least, he'll be seed 1 going into the next tournament.
So we saw Stingray dip deep into those pockets to find a bunch of different legends, while Radish, of course, even though we thought we might see some Teska from Radish today, no, it's that Petra, it's that classic Petra that he broke out onto the scene with and continues to play this legend. Very few other people have made this legend work, and nobody else has made this legend work for as long a period of time through all the different shifts, the ebbs, the flows of all the different metas and popular legends and popular weapons. Radish has made this Petra his home.
Yep, he is the person who practiced one kick a million times, whereas Stingray is the person who practiced many kicks many times. And of course, it is Radish who ends up being victorious here. Again, congratulations to Radish being our gold medalist. Stingray, of course, getting that silver medal, and Luna going home with the bronze.
So all of the players we have decided who are going to make the Winter Royale. That is going to be our top 3 today. Like you just mentioned, Radish, Stingray, and Luna. Then in Europe, we have Machete, Godly Knees.
Yeah.
I know Machete and Knees. I don't remember who the second one was.
I think it was Godly.
It was Godly? Okay. And then South America is Kaina and Use. So those are this is 8. This is 8 different players that we have decided upon. Our Winter Royale is decided, and that is going to be a wonderful tournament. But you don't have to wait until the Winter Royale to see more Brawlhalla gameplay. Of course, we have 2s coming up next weekend for Australia, SEA, Europe, South America, and North America. You can check brawlhalla.com/schedule to see when the streams will start in your time. If you want to enter those tournaments, make sure you go to start.gg/Brawlhalla. That will show you past tournaments, current tournaments, and upcoming tournaments that you yourself can enter. If you're like, yeah, but I'm gold, what am I going to do in tournament? You're going to have fun. You're going to learn something. You might get the chance to play against your favorite pros. And who knows? You might be the next one up for the top player in Brawlhalla Esports. You can also go to brawlhalla.com winter merch so that you can get your piece of wearable clothing for the Brawlhalla Winter Championship. Man, it would be so cool to be dripped out in all of the seasonal pieces of clothing and then be cozy underneath your Brawlhalla blanket since we're still in the winter time. Where else should you go? You should go to twitter.com/Brawlhalla. You should also go to twitter.com/Pro Brawlhalla is the esports one?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, probably. You'll find it on there. I have faith in you. Follow both of those. You can also go to twitter.com/whoissparky to follow me. Go to twitter.com/DukeXFam. Fam is spelled P-H-A-M. Duke is spelled D-U-C. X is spelled just like triple X with an X, except there's just one of them this time.
That's the worst way to get to that one.
Shouts out to Xander Cage, Vinny Diesel. We got you here. We're brothers. We got that. Thank you to everybody who tuned into this one. Man, congratulations to Radish. You can see it right behind you. Radish coming in for Kingdom Esports. Big W next to his name because he is the winner. Big crown going to be on his head, of course. Champion. You see the livery behind us, that Petra, that iconic Petra. We see some Ryu sometimes. We see some Ken sometimes. We know the foundation comes from Petra.
But we've got an interview coming in. Radish, of course, the champion. You see his name on screen. You won't get to see his face, but we'll get to hear from the champion himself.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Hey! Congratulations, brother!
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so how are you feeling now that that just happened?
Well, I actually didn't expect to win it all because like I was playing ranked a few days ago. I was getting farmed by like Balloon Boy and stuff, but yesterday I played a bunch and I got rank 1, but I was still like not confident, but I ended up pulling through and winning.
So the meta talk recently was Tesca. The meta talk recently was Spear and it's Katars. You came up against, I believe, all of those. Did you play against a Tesca today?
Nah, I haven't fought Tesca.
Okay, how do you feel about fighting Tesca? And given that you played some ranked, I'm sure you ran into some Tescas there.
Honestly, I actually practiced a lot of Tesca. I have like a level 54 Tesca.
Oh,
I didn't
goodness.
play today. Honestly think it's like not as broken as people are saying, so I decided to play Orb.
Okay, so you heard the wisdom from Radish right there, your winter champion. We also heard it from Faison, who said the council has decided that boots are not broken. So now that you have your trip to the Winter Royale secured, how are you feeling about that?
I'm actually really excited. Like my goal this tournament was actually to get top 3 so I could go to the first Royale, and I hit it. And yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do against like Kaina. I know I lost to him at BCX. So I'm excited for the rematch. And besides that, yeah.
So cool. Tell us about the Petra pick. You've been on Petra for a long time. Why have you stayed on Petra while others have moved away?
I mean, I already put a lot of time on Petra, and I don't think I could get as good as my Petra on any other character right now. And I just don't think it's worth putting that much time into something else right now.
Okay, wise words. Duke, you have any questions for the winter champion himself while we got him on the line?
Well, I got to put you on the spot right now while I can. Are you coming to the first LAN of 2023? Are you coming to San Diego?
Yeah, I plan to, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm excited to seeing you there. Any final words of wisdom, Mr. Champion?
Just grind ranked and you'll end up improving. That's all.
Easy, simple words from the champion. Yo, Radish, where can we find you? If I want to see more Radish, where should I be looking?
I mean, I don't stream a lot. Like I tried before, but like with school, it's kind of hard. But I might end up like starting to stream more in like the summer or something. So
what's your
you
Twitch?
can catch me on Twitch.
What's the channel name?
Radish.
Radish.
It's
Okay.
just Radish.
What's your Twitter?
It's Radish with an underscore at the end.
Do you have a YouTube?
And nah, I don't upload on YouTube. I had like one video like 2 years ago, but that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Radish. Congratulations on your victory today, adding another gold medal to your belt after the championship that you earned last year. We'll look forward to seeing you in 2s next week, and we will look forward to seeing you at the first LAN and at the Winter Royale and how you continue the rest of this season. Thanks for your time.
I think they've already kicked him
Oh,
out of
okay,
here.
word. Okay, cool.
You said so many nice things, and they didn't like that. You're
Well.
being not as controversial as you tend to be.
Yes, it's
But
because I'm fake.
Congratulations again to Radish. Congratulations to everyone. The weekend might be over for 1v1s, but like Sparky said earlier, we've still got 2v2s. We've still got goodness, and of course, the merch is still on sale, but it'll be over soon. So again, make sure you pick that up over at brawlhalla.com/winter-merch.
Less than 7 days. Get it now before it sells out. 7 days.
Was that supposed to be like the ring?
I feel like I can't remember. I know they make like a.
It's like a phone thing, right? Like,
they make that noise.
Yeah.
I remember that noise. All right, Duke, take us home.
Thank you again for watching. We love you all. We hope you have a wonderful week, and we'll see y'all next weekend for the 2v2s of the Winter Championship. Again, congratulations to everyone, and I look forward to meeting all of the winners at the Winter Royale. For now, have a wonderful rest of your night, everyone. Bye!
Goes for the. You may just be throwing those out because there is virtually no punishment throughout the entire game. Coming out.
Stingray dodges down, doesn't get the read this time. Good change up, but he needs the neutral light, and is going to be likely looking for the side air.
No weapon toss here, just waiting for the side.
But haven't seen too many of those throughout the entirety of today.
Nice. Hit it, but there wasn't a weapon on the stage that he didn't pick up. So just a few.
Seeing that side stick in particular, and then when he goes over the bow, it's that end stick that he loves to use. Edge guard opportunity.
Nice.
And yep, Luna.
She has lower strength, but she does have that higher defense. So she's able to survive that one. And he's still going for these D-lights.
Avoids the owl. Impala's discard. Luna's got everything, but he goes so low. Spear.
Oh, this is scary.
It's a side air. Stingray is like with his high mobility, again coming in base 7 movement speed, like
Side momentum coming out. And actually, after that initial flurry from Stingray, Luna has taken back the lead
to what he did in the last game, where he just kind of walls out Luna. This time it was with the spear and airs.
Gone from North America, and all of the Gauntlet players we've seen today goes for the sideline. After we saw that GCD light into the turnaround side air, I think you're exactly right. You're 100% right when you explain that.
He's got the opportunity, doesn't get the dodge this time. Stingray trying to bring out the classic of the cannon.
In there, he's going to have a pretty low strength, and he's also going to have lower defense. The default is going to have 4
legends. Here doesn't hit. This time it will. Needs to continue the edge guard, but the turnaround.
Stingray!
He got it! Luna's done!
That force away from us. Look, Brax players, rise up. That's what they took from us. Even though Radish is in orange, that almost was enough.
Turnaround.
Okay, you're right.
Behind, but didn't connect onto Stingray. That's a burn dodge, so it's a double into the side.
Plenty of room to pick up. Of course, it's going to make the orb. He set that up and
past it. Hits the recovery and doesn't hit.
That was so close. It's going to take one more side air. He almost picked up that sideline side air, and there it is. Radish is your 2023 North American.
3 Asuris and a Vector walk into a top 4. You'll find out the punchline at the end of this, because we've got our top 4 for the Winter Championship South American region, and it's been pretty dominant by Asuri. A lot of Asuri.
Qatars. In South America, the land once known for its advancements in technology, for having a bunch of rocket lances everywhere, now only has one. Apparently, the stocks have fallen, and you should start investing heavily in very sharp gloves. And that seems to be the case right now because, like you said, 3 Asuris floating around everywhere, but we still have Use, and we have Wes, who was able to pull through at the end there and has access to the Tesca. So it's not the end of the Tesca show as well. Could be the end, depending on whether the one of the 2 Asuris remaining decides to change that. But with the way that Use is playing, I feel like he has a good shot to be the one to make the stop. However, it is Kaina who's on the other side of it, who has just been so good of late.
Yeah, it's kind of just been a really dominant showing again from Kaina. Yu's actually looking incredible today, coming in PR number 2. Sparky definitely called out a great pick with Yu's. And then, of course, kind of the surprise here is Sak, the other Asuri on the show, who's been kind of making that lower bracket run.
Yes, and of course, like you were saying, PR number 2, you got PR number 1 of Kaina, who has just, again, been that dominant force of late. And it's just been so impressive to watch, even like the BCX run that he had. Everybody was kind of out of their seats watching as he was one of the remaining to make that deep run for South America. And in the pre-show, how you mentioned, South America, it's not this whole idea of like, hey, NAEU anymore. It's a battle of all of them at the moment. And looking at this historically was lifetime set score may be an official bracket 3-4, but lifetime that they fought each other, because they have a lot of community events they play in, it's actually 10-7 in favor of Kaina. So another back and forth style of sets, but Kaina has been the one to take it over the top of late. But the most recent one, it was actually Used that took it first over Kaina. That's the name that I was trying to say in the most recent tournament they fought in. So it kind of bodes well for Use here as we get into winners finals.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential here on the side of Use, but on the other side, of course, Kaina has been the top dog in the region for a hot minute here. And one thing that's really important to note about this specific match that we're seeing right now is that the winner of this not only guarantees a grand finals finish, but guarantees a spot in the Royales. Again, it's only the top 2 for South America that get flown out. So, of course, you want that money, you want that prize pool, and you want those medals, but also you want a flight and hotel to Atlanta for the Royales.
Exactly. Winners finals is usually that fight for that nice comfortable spot. There's no sitting down on that stage when you get smacked away by the Bo D-Sig like that, and Use trying to be the one to solidify that spot. There's a lot more on the line all of a sudden at the beginning of top 4.
Yeah, and Use has definitely been making a good showing with this lance. We've seen a couple of Vectors already, and generally it's been about that bow, but Kaina, with a great chase up, follows the dodge of Use and ends up picking up that recovery.
Yeah, the biggest thing, of course, for all the success of the Qatars that we've seen throughout this weekend is how good are they off of those neutral light reads. And it's just, of course, going to be very dangerous as the match progresses for Kaina, dropping off with the slide cancel neutral lights and trying to see if Use will maybe panic to the left. Nothing really comes of it, but Use, I feel like even if he gets caught a couple times, he's not really too afraid. He's like, all right, that's fine. I'll reset and we'll get right back to it. As he does right now, it just barely misses that.
Great spacing from Kaina in the air, actually outspaced that N-Sig and then punished with a gravity cancel sidelight, kind of just this is the only reaction I can have right now, but still being able to punish those signatures coming out from Uses. Throws out another one with that side sig.
Sidelight won't be enough just yet here. You got to watch out for the potential D-Sig, and there it is. Yeah, he kind of just hovered around, making it look like, hey, I'm going to maybe press something. Are you going to burn your dodge? No? Okay, oh, you were already floated too high. It covers so much space at that point.
Yeah, just great patience coming out from Use, and that's twice now that Kaina has just kind of fallen inside of that down sig. It covers both sides, but really it's all been on the front side. It's just been Kaina landing on top of Use and Use being like, all right, big hitbox.
There's that D-Sig again. That one is, I feel like Kaina's way more less jump scare with the D-Sig, like we were talking about earlier. Sometimes you just don't know when it's going to come. But Kaina's very pick and choosy when he decides to go for it. And I think that's the most frightening thing about dealing with his Qatars.
Yeah, he definitely tries to pick the spots where it's going to be the most efficient and the most effective. Use, on the other hand, has been, I think, 3 for 3 with those bow down sigs. He's been great at hitting those against Kaina.
Yeah, I feel like Kaina's starting to cook a little bit here. He got double dare right in a row. His positioning's really good. He's just barely missing the nairs. That's multiple times now. He's called out the jump, but has missed the nair spacing. Doesn't matter though. Resets right back in, Duke.
great positioning again coming out from Kaina as you went for that turnaround nair. Kind of hard to move around, but kind of found the inside of it. Avoided the down sig that time as well. So kind of looking all right. Needs a little bit more damage if he wants to look for that KO, but he's got the Katars, not known as the KO tool of the Asuris.
Right now, it's going to be used. He's trying to see if he can prevent that sword from ever getting access to. Looking for the charge recovery 2 times in a row. Does not get the hit. Nair coming through, but it is still a decent amount of time passing. I think we're going to see kind of possibly shift away from it. Outside of going for a straight-up read like that, does he get access to the sword? It depends on if Yuz gets him before it.
Had the spot there, but it's going to be the down sig for Kaina to clutch out game number 1 over Yuz. And kind of like you said earlier, he's been very effective, very efficient with his utilization of that down sig.
Especially in center stage. That's 2 knockouts, both coming in center stage. Granted, one of them right over that. But, oh my God! It took me a second to wonder what you were laughing about.
He's a one-weapon Andy. 559 damage with Katars, 12 with the unarmed, 0 with the sword. He like kicked him and was like, all right, back to Katars.
We'll pretend it was intentional. Like Fiend definitely was intending to only use the Katars. He definitely didn't try to get a hit with a hammer at one point. There was on purpose he chose not to hit with a hammer 2 games in a row. But right now, Katars are just the star of the show, for good reason. We saw how good they were coming into the picture at the end of the year last year, and at the beginning of 2023, they're looking like one of the prime threats for everybody to deal with.
And it's really funny considering like Kaina definitely has a sword. We've seen again, Kaina's got the Bodvar, he's at the Koji, he's at the Asuri of course, but the Sidra as well. Like he's definitely had multitude of sword characters, but he was like, I don't want it.
Well, he started out this game at minimum. Well, okay, so he's got a dare and a nair, so it won't be a complete 0 this time. But you did mention it. He's got the sword and it's working well off the rip. And the thing is just that so impresses me though is I feel like every time I watch Kaina gets hits, he gets like 4. But then I get really confused because I look at his damage and like, when did Yuz even hit him?
It really has looked like the kind of show for this starting stocks, but still, Yuz apparently managed to find these hits here and there, but he does get caught off that downlight by the recovery from Kaina, so Kaina has an opportunity here to build a lead, but Yuz doesn't have a bow. I think he was on the bow, right? So he's not going to have the opportunity for that down sig that was working in game 1.
Yeah, he came off the bow. He's actually been, he's kind of not been allowed to get any D-Light starters at all off a bow. That's something I didn't really recognize until the start of this game. Kaina has just been really good on spacing to not let him get any of that started.
What a weird move from there from Yuz. Like, it wasn't that weird in the sense of like, yeah, you've seen a lot of players babysit horizontal movement and then spot dodge, but you have a lance in hand. Like, there's not a lot of things that you can do off of a spot dodge that are gonna lead to a KO. But either way, Yuz needs to find something to get this stock off of Kaina.
Yeah, Yuz deciding to go over to the bow now, see if it's gonna be enough here. Sliding off, and Kaina a little out of position to try and drop off maybe for a Seer, but finally finds that D-Light he was looking for, but it took forever to actually get one this game.
Yeah, definitely struggling to finish that first stock off of Kaina. Now he's back to the lance, needs to get this damage built up, and kind of like you were saying, right, Yuz hasn't been able to get those downlights. He also hasn't been able to get a lot of runway with this lance, and it's really a testament to the movement of Kaina positioning right on top of Yuz, making sure that he doesn't have that long range that he wants.
Yeah, you see, like, look away he's hovering around him too. It's like in a spot where if you do decide to commit to that side light or that Sair, he's gonna be there to get the whiff punish, and that time it's just gonna be the recovery who takes it, and Kaina, very different compared to game 1, holding a significantly larger lead.
Yeah, he's just been mounting a bigger and bigger lead between game 1 and game 2, and even between the first stock and the second stock. He's just been building up this lead.
We talked about the gaps that you see sometimes in Australia with the skill levels between the players, and that doesn't sit as strongly in South America, but there are times where kind of makes it feel like that gap between one and everyone else is so much larger.
Yeah, he definitely has that presence in the region right now. Goes in, nice wake up from Yuz there on that nair. Kind of was definitely looking for a dodge read.
The vector play just kind of flying around. You're right, I didn't realize that as much before, but he's had a hard time getting any type of runway. Finally gets some there with the lance and looking for the end sig, but that is a huge punish. Gets past the weapon toss. He's not going to be able to get the wall touch though, and that's going to be Kaina taking game number 2.
I almost want to say it's time to say goodbye to Vector. And I know that's a heartbreaker for a lot of people because Vector's
I am one of them. I am in that category.
He's fun to watch, but right now it's really not working. If it's not going to be a swap, I think you got to at least change up the play style. Instead of going for like those traditional like downlight starters on the bow, the side light starters on the lance, or even those like air approaches. Like you got to start going for those close to the chest moves. He's going for those nairs. They weren't working. I want to see some more downlights, some neutral lights coming out from that lance.
Yeah, I mean, at least he already had the clip of the night for that whiffed side stick that hit up against the wall, faded just out of the way as a bait to get that ground pound. Was beautiful, but it actually might be that time. However, it's not going to be that time yet. He's going to stay on the vector, getting prepped for the new signature that'll be coming in the future, which is an awesome button to press, by the way. But right now, it's pretty much what's got him the job done up to this point. I actually want to take a look back at the bracket here. Hughes hasn't dropped many games in his bracket run. It's pretty much only Kaina that's made him stop. What do you think about this counter pick over to Miami Dome to try and shift things up?
I definitely understand why Hughes thought this would be a good pick, right? Again, two really strong neutral signatures that can pick off of those soft platforms. But with the way that Kaina's been playing, I don't think that really matters. Like, Kaina hasn't been playing the platform game. He's been making sure he has that stage control and staying underneath Hughes.
That is very, very true. He is the grounded gameplay has just been so good and just tracks him all the way down. Weapon toss down too. No, I think won't be enough just to sneak in that touch. But it's just that homing missile feature that it feels like he is right now. He just stays right on top of you, but doesn't actually decide to go off until he sees that one mistake.
Kaina is just picking apart Hughes right now. He's got that screwdriver and he's just taking all of the bolts out of this airplane. Hughes gonna go for that ground pound, but Kaina lets him get back onto the stage.
I feel like just everything about Kaina's movement, you feel like everything you're about to press is going to be the wrong choice. And this is coming from Hughes, who's been phenomenal all day and making everyone else feel that way with the bow. But I haven't seen much of the bow. Like, look right now. Like, he's forced to jump Sarah around with the bow and hope to back him off. And that's pretty much all he has. Otherwise, Kaina's played completely around it.
Yeah, Kaina's just positioning, again, so well against Hughes. Goes in, gets a side light, can't chase into more, doesn't punish the recovery. Opportunity here for the stock. Goes low, goes for the ground pound. Kaina might turn this around, though. Downlight, side air, Hughes. Does he have the movement? No, he does not. Kaina gets another one.
Yet another reversal. As soon as he caught him going off stage, he's just Kaina has been so on point. You cannot challenge him off stage right now. You can't challenge him on stage because of his spacing. What is the answer? The answer is somewhere deep in some AI-written script that you hope will help you out. But right now, you need to upload that script to Vector ASAP.
He needs all the help that he can get right now, as he does get that side air, which will lead to a KO, and it looks like he's going to be sticking with the lance for this one again. Denies the weapon for a little bit.
Yeah, I think the lance is pretty much the only answer right now. Like you said, the bow has just been so heavily shut down. Not even just by the guitars anymore. Now it's been the sword too, just by the pure presence of where Kaina puts himself. But that is a chase, gets the recovery, resets right off the platform, tried to get him panicking right in front of it, which would have been probably another D-Light side air. Good job for him avoiding that, but it doesn't seem like he has many other mistakes left.
I mean, it's like you said earlier. Every time Hughes presses a button, it just feels like the wrong one, and Kaina takes 3 in a row to earn both his flight and his hotel to the Royale.
Congratulations to Kaina getting that, and honestly, the way that Kaina's playing, it might be a pretty soon congratulations to Winter Championships. That looked phenomenal. If you as a player are struggling to get people to stop just swinging on you, that was a pure showcase of how to just make them feel like everything was wrong. Just outside of range, just outside of spacing, and was always right next to him to make him feel so afraid to even make an attempt at a D-Light, to make an attempt at a side light on Bo, so he's forced over to Lance. But the Lance barely got anything started either, because anytime he went for a neutral light, he got smacked in the face for it. So it's like, okay, what's the right choice? I don't know anymore, and that's just because Kaina said, no, I'm that much better right now.
Yeah, he basically handed him one of those books that, like, you flip to page 7 and try to follow the storyline, except every page that you flip to is kind of hitting him. Every single time. It did not matter.
Did I get knocked down in this one? Oh, no, I didn't open the page. I didn't open the page on that one.
I didn't take my finger off the page.
Why is every single one of them a bad ending? And it's just exactly how it was. The bad ending came in for Hughes, but that does not mean that the ending might be so bad after all, because it does put Hughes into the Elimination Finals, which guarantees that the winner of that match does get that other invite. So Hughes still has one more chance to get the invite there. Whether he actually gets to run back on Kaina and Grands, that's still a story to be told. And that depends, of course, if the other Asuri that's floating around down here has something to say about that.
Well, we're going to see that other Asuri in just a minute, because it's going to be Sack versus West. They're already at the map banning stage. Of course, we saw West earlier, likely going to be coming in on that Shell, on that Tezca, been playing those boots, but we also saw, of course, a Kaya behind you at the very least, so maybe somewhere in there was a Kaya.
Yeah, well, this might be one of those situations where Wes decides to go with what works from the past. We'll see if... no, the Tesla is going to come in. Okay, because in history-wise, from what I'm seeing here, it is a perfect win record for West. It is 5-0 in favor of West over SAC. And to be fair, that happens to a lot of people who go up against West in general. But SAC has also been looking phenomenal on the Asuri today. And if I remember correctly, the person who put West in the elimination side was... Actually, it was used. Never mind. So it was not. I thought it was one of the higher seats. So actually, you got set down a little early. But the way that the Tezcas have been playing today, can't be too comfortable.
Yeah, you can never sleep against a Tezca, and Wes's Tezca has been different from the Tezcas we saw over in the EU region because he's been bringing out a lot more gauntlet play. He has not been 90% boots with that little bit of gauntlets. Instead, he's been bringing out about a good 50-50 ratio of some gauntlet play going over to the boots. And here's the side sig.
Showcasing that right there. I'm so glad you built up that segue perfectly for it because that's exactly what he's been using so much more than the other ones. We saw the occasional jump scare side sig from like Machete earlier, but this has been perfectly executed by Wes on those gauntlets.
Oh, and now he's covering that corner. Sack does get past. You see him kind of fake out Wes a little bit there. Not sure if he thought he was close enough to pick up the sword, but either way, just kind of doing some tricky movement. But Wes into the active input side air, into the neutral light. Side light just to keep this corner again. Wes is just kicking Sack every time he gets close.
Really was. Such a well-placed D-light off the side of the ledge. Just like, I know you're going to poke. I think that boots are one of the best options to rip people off the ledge compared to everything else, and also just sending them way out of here. Ground pound coming through. Wes with a huge lead right now.
Yeah, he took off the boots for that ground pound. Like, he wanted to show him the toes on that, but Sack does get the recovery. He is going to deny the 3-stock. Wes going to come in. I believe his next weapon should be the boots because I think he threw away those gauntlets. Nope, it's going to be the gauntlets.
It's going to be the gauntlets. Going to throw hands instead. I mean, look at the... I feel like Sack is just heavily second-guessing anything that he could do to approach right now because he's been punished so heavily for it. Just straight up jumping there. And finally, okay, there you go. Gets a 3-piece out of it. Starting to chase. Backs off a little bit, but I feel like Sack has to almost stop second-guessing every time he gets that neutral light.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Both of them, again, this is something that's like kind of symptomatic of these string-heavy weapons, is game one, they're both doing this thing where they'll like poke and then do nothing, right? Like just there, Wes gets a hit and then he's like, all right, let's see how you react out of it, because he's trying to hope that you'll start falling for these same reaction options so that you can capitalize in game 2, game 3. But right now, I think Sack needs to just go for the big play. Just bet on something and then see what happens.
Yeah, because that's what works so well for Sack all the way up to this point. Because Sack's guitar play has been phenomenal all the way up to this day. So this is like the one time where it seems like he's kind of slowing down a little bit. But that's also easier said than done than somebody who has a huge win record against you. Misses the ground pound, though, on the wall touch. That was almost about to be an even game.
Wes went a little too low on that one. Sack holding that wall denies the stock.
Now Sack has a chance here. Hasn't taken too much damage on this last one, so this isn't a big opportunity here for Sack to actually take the first game. And there we go, going for double recovery, just kind of building up, and you can see the confidence starting to build.
Yeah, Sack, I mean, the fact that he brought this one even remotely back has got to help with his confidence, because if this was a 3-stock, that would have been brutal going into the next couple games. But he's going in onto Wes, hits the recovery, almost going to close this one out ahead of Wes, but Wes, he's still got those boots, the weapon that so many people are confident in.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting ready to shift over towards the gauntlets potentially in a second, but gets denied the weapon, so he's got to play without it for a little bit. And I mean, you're right, considering that this looked like what was about to be a 3-stock a little while ago, that Sair will make it that much closer as it just is. And yeah, unbelievable for sure. That was such a big deficit that Sack brought all the way back. Built up a lot more confidence as the game went on and just started to pull the trigger on some of those reads, like the double recovery earlier, and it just kept going. That was so impressive.
Yeah, the reverse 3-stock, definitely off the back of the guitars. You can see it in the stats. 446 damage put out from the guitars, 76 on the sword in hand, which, I mean, that's kind of been the name of the game for the Asuris today. It's like, if you want to play guitars, apparently you got to be playing that Asuri.
Exactly. The damage built up with the guitars, and you mentioned before, not the easiest weapon to get consistent KOs on outside of going for that D-Sig, going for the recovery plays. When you get that sword back out, you don't need to do much with it. You just need to get that D-Light recovery, and that's it.
Yeah, that's generally been the game plan of the Asuris out there, but he throws away that sword, so he's likely going to just be looking for those recoveries in D6 to finish off this stock of Wes. Once Wes gets more damaged, Wes has a weapon on the feet, but he's just not finding hits onto Sack.
Yeah, Wes has barely had any time to actually touch grass. He's been in the air for quite some time right now. And weapon toss away too. Good. I mean, you said it before. He's been way more heavily favoring the gauntlets, and that's kind of what we're seeing again.
Yeah, he's over to the gauntlets. Good denial. Yeah, Sack went really high on that one, but still didn't touch the wall, didn't touch the stage, so he didn't have the movement to get back up, and he knew it. You saw him kind of just drifting off into the distance.
Here comes Wes, catching the dodge read with the Sarah once again. Looking for maybe another one, but didn't really feel too comfortable trying to overextend. Don't put yourself off stage when you're already building up the damage.
Yeah, I mean, he got a nice extra hit on that one. Can't blame him for being like, all right, I'm going to take that damage and walk away. But Sack does find that recovery off the neutralite, just immediately pulls the trigger on that one, and he's going to be sticking with the Katars again.
Yeah, right now, I actually don't even have a true answer to what I'd like to see Wes stay on, because I feel like the gauntlets have been fine, but when Wes has gotten the boots going, it's led to so much more damage, I think, overall.
No.
That said, though, the side sig, there it goes again. It has been so good for Wes all day as he gets another stock with it.
I mean, at the end of the day, what I want is for Wes to stick with a weapon, right? Like, what? Okay.
Ooh, this one.
This one. That's what I meant.
This one right here.
When I say a weapon, I mean boots, obviously.
They're looking rather shiny, looking rather sparkly and clean, and you should keep you. Oh, never mind. The Katars do not like them. They're scuffing up the boots very bad. Oh my God.
Don't let him do it again. The reversal potential from Sack, like you can't count him out. We talk about how you can't count Wes out with the boots. You cannot count Sack out, but right now, Sack is the one on that final stock. Not in the red though, so he's definitely got some room to play a little extra aggressive.
Exactly, Sack, and definitely try to walk him over towards the corner, try and get one of those recovery reads. But now the sword is out, so we're pretty much at that. We're at that range where D-Light recovery, or actually D-Light Sarah as well on the side, will take him out. D-Light recovery will do the job though, as he gets himself once again to last stock.
Yeah, but he's done it. He's done it in a much tougher position before. We'll see if he can do it again. Wes, back to the boots. Not really in position for a downlight side air. It's not going to do much there. Just give him the stage control. Sack goes high. Down sig whips him back. Wes utilizing these active input sigs to throw people the way that he wants to, and he's going to take a game.
Very well done, too. That's the first time he's done that from that position. Every time he's ever made that attempt on that D-Sig before, it was usually off of a dodge read, which we've seen most people trying to do throughout the day. But that one, from a spot that was relatively poor for him in terms of where he wanted to stand up against the wall, doesn't matter, though. He's taken no hits prior to that moment, so you can afford to take a trade there at worst, and that actually just gets the whole thing done and gets the game.
It's such an interesting option for him to go for that down sig there, because like almost every time we've seen a Tesca go for that option, it's to go for that forward kick, that spiral into the bounce. But Wes, I mean, of course, very intelligently is like, well, I can also just throw this behind me, and then I'll just do that and then get the stop.
Having the option to just reposition people where you want on both weapons with that signature hit is so good. And here's Wes once again starting things off with the gauntlets. If the gauntlets pick up a ton in this game, Sack is in for trouble because he was able to kind of shut down the gauntlets a bit more last game.
Well, Wes, he's got the boots. We saw him get a nice string on the boots towards the tail end of game number 2. Caught the dodge, didn't get more after that though. The recovery just a little late.
Sack just trying to catch a landing here. The soft platform just kind of moving away, allowing us a landing option for Wes there. Wes looking to get some more damage. Of course, like you said, nothing really to go too vertical on, but just to get that extra bit of damage going with that D6, send them back down and send them over to the right.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just keep the threat going. Just keep hitting the opponent.
Anything to make them scared, too. Like, I feel like if you can make the Qatar player stop and slow down and also make them never feel like they could comfortably dare towards you in those spots, you're already winning half the battle.
Yeah, the more that you make your opponent think, then the better you're going to be doing. But Sack got the sword in hand, got that extra range, got the bounces, and the downlight recovery off the soft platform gives Sack the stock advantage.
Very good patience, too. Waited for the Sarah. It's like, all right, look, I know you're going to burn something. I don't know what, but you're going to burn something before you come back down. As soon as he saw it, instant capitalization. Not too much health here, and reverses it again, that time from a better position, and knew he was going to jump around.
Yeah, he did it the way that he's been doing those slide charges. I think he did it in his matchup against Laura's where he was like slide charging really deep, but he pulled it early and that actually kind of got him back onto the stage to catch that movement of Sack.
Yeah, that is that's actually something to put in a notebook, to be honest. That was a really good option at ledge. But very even game right now. go ahead and get the light up the stair and pushing him back off once again. He hasn't really gone further off, mostly because he wants to give respect to sword recovery in there, which he continues to do well.
Yeah, you're not seeing him go for those big commits with the active input, that spiral kick on that side air. Nair into nothing from Wes. He's still trying to find that one reaction off a sack.
Lights air, Sack starting to build up some damage here. Extremely even game at the moment, but here comes Wes again, going for the big play. Decided to go for the side sig, but Sack just barely sneaking right under it.
That was a great reaction from Sack into that just jump ground pound to punish that side sig. Wes has been kind of throwing those out a little extra this time in game number 3, and so far they're not quite hitting on Sack.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it things where it was always working before, and now all of a sudden it's not. He has to be careful, but good ground pound punish right there. And now Sack, I think this is the first lead he's had on last stock, correct?
Yeah, going into the final stocks. He's had a lead before in their set, but going into the final stocks, this might be the first lead Sack has had. Neutral air comes out from Wes, though.
Not going to get hit by the recovery either, but of course they have to watch out for that potential of the GCD light recovery or a side light recovery read pretty soon. Does he get it? Yeah, just goes right for it. Doesn't waste any single time at all. And now it's, again, even though this is Wes's first time being behind on last stock, we're still in the same position. Last stock, very small differential.
Yeah, basically even. Wes gets that gravity cancel side light, but Sack went low, so the recovery not going to do anything here.
Both of them just swinging, but completely opposite directions. Meanwhile, though, Sack getting so much more out of that. Whiffed one way and then got a solid 5-piece and still going here with the neutral lights.
There was a ref blowing a whistle because that was a double dribble the way that he was playing with Wes. But downlight side air and Sack is up 2-1.
Would have been nice to know that the ref was actually paying attention to that call right there too, compared to maybe some other things that didn't. But here in this game, Sack looked so good, and he has now lined up what could be his first potential W here against Wes. Now, that is not the easiest thing just to call, but just looking, I didn't even notice this part. In that 5-0 record that Wes has over Sack, that was 13 games to 1. So there was only one individual game taken up to this point, and we already see 2 taken here today. Sack is playing on a very different level, and it's been really impressive to watch. What do you think Wes is going to do to try and answer back? Because I feel like the gauntlets, the main thing that worked was that side sig, and you pointed it out right on cue. It was not really finding its mark this time.
I think the hard thing for Wes is it's not as simple as like, oh, change the game plan, oh, lean to a single weapon or anything like that. Because Wes has been doing a really good job of cycling his weapons, he just hasn't been finding the most consistent momentum on his weapons, right? So the answer for me is he's got to get those reads, those bigger reads. He needs to do more than just nair and watch the opponent.
That's a very good point, actually, because when you think back to the other Tescas that were doing so well this weekend so far, even that one time we saw Knees pull it out, they were getting 4 to 5 hit strings usually off of each time they got something started with the boots. I think we've only really been seeing Wes get maybe 2 to 3 at most. You got to build that up if you want to be able to take this game.
Yeah, but right now he's playing a little bit behind. Goes for the wake up and Sack with the punish. Sack looking to put this one away and get his first ever W over Wes. And Wes, he's worried he might not be able to come to the Royale right now.
I'm telling you right now, if you get a W on someone like that who you've never beaten before in a position that's leading to a qualifier in the finals, like the final 3 position for championship, that might not bode very well for Yuzu, who is waiting in the elimination finals, because Sack is going to be running extremely hot as he's currently just running all over Wes. The weapon literally stopped him from what could have been something worse.
Yeah, Wes is definitely thanking his lucky stars that that weapon bounced him down and kind of negated a lot of that force direction off of that signature. Wes doesn't hit the neutral light, but Sack got a little happy there, started to go for the down air and didn't get the wall touch, but still, Wes is so far behind, he cannot relax.
And answer for Revenge KO right back at Bruh indeed. It seems like the Asuri is just the counter pick option right now to the West Tesca. Somebody mentioned it earlier today, and they were so right, as he has been pretty lost on what to do, and he's going to get back on with that Sair just barely.
Yeah, I mean, the Katars have definitely been picking apart Wes's Tesca today. Sack, though, just holding this corner. He's playing it smart and safe. He knows that he is 1 stock away from closing this set out, and Wes is finding no momentum again.
He's kind of just swinging at a disadvantage for a moment, hoping something will find its mark. And Neutralites will at least give him a momentary relief, but that momentary relief pretty much disappearing quickly. I like that, though.
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wes is starting to pick it up. I'm upset. That didn't KO, to be honest.
Oh, that would have been such a highlight play. He got so much damage there, but Sack coming back. Punish opportunity goes That's got to be a misinput. That should have been a jump, chase, dodge, recovery.
Yeah, I think that was 100% misinput as well. Weapon toss over does get him a good position. No reason to try and ground pound. You're too far behind in damage to put yourself off stage. Both of them missing their signatures, though. And West now being forced to have to go back over to the boots. That's if he even gets them.
No, he will get the recovery. Final opportunity here. Will this be a game 5 or will this be a W for Sack? And West knows his gauntlets have been looking a little bit better in this game. Sack with a wake up neutral air.
Yeah, especially after that previous string, and Dave is still going right now, getting neutralites, getting the side light, nothing really following up afterwards, but West is waking up exactly where you needed it, but he's only essentially got one more mistake he can make.
Here's the neutralite, doesn't hit the recovery. Sack is getting so many openers, the Nair almost does it. One hit for Sack. Can West deny it? The recovery doesn't hit. West doesn't have a punish, though.
Doesn't really have many options left, like we said. One good recovery takes it out. One Sarah at this point also takes it out. So Sack just looking for that mistake. Neutralites might be it, and that is, in fact, going to be it as Sack takes out that very first massively elusive W that he's had tried so many times before, but will get that win here over West to move into Elimination Finals.
He had so much momentum building finally. His gauntlets started to come alive. He started to get those hits, those punishes, but it was just a little too late. There was so much damage built up that the one neutralite Sack did, the 14 damage he did with his sword, was enough to finish that one out. Incredible
Play from Sack being able to get that elusive W. Again, it is very difficult to do that over time. And, we bring it up every time, so eventually it's going to happen. But thinking about this past year in general, how many people I remember seeing stat-wise who had never beaten someone before, and they finally have. There's a lot of shifts. There's a lot of players who are growing now. From pretty much all of last year up to this point, it only continues. The pretty dominant force we've seen of, like, kind of another similar situation of, like, top 3 being really hard to crack in South America. I feel like that's starting to shift soon. And I don't know if Sack's going to be able to get the W here against Hughes, but with what we just saw, high likelihood that could happen.
Yeah, Sack is definitely playing lights out right now, and if I'm Hughes, I'm quaking in my boots a little bit. I just lost to an Asuri, and guess who's coming down the pipeline is another Asuri. Sack coming in hot as well, like you said. He's really fired up, and his Katars were looking really good. I think the big question is, like, is he going to be able to position around Hughes the way that Kaina did?
Well, he's going to have to shine up those claws and try to find a way to get that W, but we're going to send it to our shining star, our analyst himself, Remy, over there on the couch, to let us know exactly why we finally got that first W for Sack.
It is a Surrey Central today. Battle boots, they're new, but the old ways reign true. Let me tell you about this Sack gameplay. Sack, we saw some insane number, like 500. I'm looking at it right now. It's like 525 and 14 with the Katars and the sword. And one of the games it was like 470 something, and then like 60 with the sword. But I have sword clips, and they look good. So I'm gonna play right here. The first one we've got queued up is just this ending KO. That is just not the right clip, by the way. All right. All right, so like I was saying, we have a lot of Qatar gameplay, high damage numbers on the Qatar, but a lot of the plays that we saw happening came out of sword, and they were really clean plays. They were plays that ended up building a bunch of damage or getting the KO off right when you needed it, because we did have a couple games in there that were close rather than just complete stomps. Even though it was a 3-1, those brief moments of like execution and gameplay, and you're gonna see them in the clips if they ever come up, how important that those plays were specifically when he had the sword in hand. And I did also have some clips of Wes on the battle boots, because he did once again get those excellent plays where he could get 1 or 2 hits in, turn those into a reverse GC or read, and the down sig. The down sig came out multiple times that set, and it was just a complete turnaround. It played such an impact. Very close games between the two of them, and just like I said, the clips here are going to show you just the differences between those specific plays. Also, Katars are in every game today, guys. We need to do something. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. At least play like Ember or something. It's all a Surrey.
Yo, they're doing him dirty. They're doing Remy dirty.
I am just watching we've had Weatherman Remy in the past. Well, like right now it's just like I feel like Remy over there is just like, and how does that make you feel? It's like, how do Katars make you feel? I feel hurt.
I'm having a breakdown, guys. I can't. I've watched Double Asuri twice.
All right.
All right, we got the clip here. I'm just gonna go straight into it. You guys already saw the opening statement. Like I said, right here, the side air on the sword. Very big play here. It's deep red. That's what sword does best. Double side air is gonna take off all his options. You can see the sweat beads coming out. It's gonna leave him with no options, and it's gonna go instantly into this play. This one right here is especially beautiful. The down air reads the movement slightly to the left. The next down air gets the nair on the dodge in again. And I want to look at that one more time real quick, just because it's actually so nice watching how he follows his opponent's movement. That's not a dodge. This is, he gets both the punishes off. It's really nice. And seeing he has no options left, boom, patient on the platform. Downlight recovery is going to close off that stock, give him a slight lead. Same game right here. You can see how close it is. What is he going to do? They're going to whiff on each other a bit, but one down air gets the dodge. Second down air gets the GC because he got the dodge. Downlight ground pound into the side air. All that damage, that's what makes the difference. They were even a second ago. Now he's in red. Plays like that are so important, but let's look at that guitar gameplay. The damage numbers were showing huge guitar impact. I loved it. The double downlight gets the nair, gets the recovery. The lob weapon throw, we've been seeing this all day, how the weapon throw angle can play such an impact on a lot of different players. This weapon throw just goes over Wes's head, and the side sig, it's going to end up stuffing him out with the force at the end, but that damage still matters, and it puts him into such a detriment that Sack was able to take that win up, takes a seat in the grand finals. He's looking awesome. I can't wait to see what's next.
Well, with that being said, as we get to see Remy head out for one more time, this now adds something unique to what's going on here. I just took a look at this. This is the very first time that Sack gets to get a medal. So it's finally gets that podium finish here in Final 3. So congratulations to that. Not that you're done yet. You still has more chances to go. But this is also the one shot that both of them have to get that second qualifying spot for the Royale.
One shot, one opportunity. But I do want to ask if we can bring up that graphic of Sack again, because like you pointed out, I saw it over Remy's shoulder. Sack has no medals, has no golds, silvers, or bronzes. He's barely got any top 8s as well. Like, Sack has been struggling to get those placements. He's got one top 8, a 75% average win rate. So he's definitely not had as amazing of a showing as he has today.
To think about the fact that you have an average win rate of 75% and that still isn't even good enough, like, this how difficult it is for everyone. Also, I see how you got through college. I get it. I was right there with you. But it's stay in school. But it was also one of those things where it's so top heavy in SA for a good while, and trying to continue to succeed, very difficult at that. What am I looking at?
Check the pics. We're going into the Sack of Hughes, but Hughes, he's not on that. He's on an airplane. It's a jester. He's on Jae-Yun for this elimination finals. He wants to make sure he gets into the grand finals, and he thinks this is going to be it. But he probably has to plug in his controller. That would be a great start.
This is the most intimidating neutral we've ever seen. He's just staring at him. Look at him.
We in it? No, that's this bot movement. Wait, nope. He's checking it. All right. Little skeleton song. Shoutouts to Sack again, like, respectful, because, like, you know, Sparky and I, if this was a tournament set, we'd go in there, we get that stock.
Yo, facts. Also, I mean, look, like you said, he's a jester. He's starting off the game with a joke. Well, we're actually going to go right into it. So after whatever's going on there, we are here. And also, like you pointed out, I was wondering why you're making that face beforehand. I was like, was that to me saying stay in school? It's like,
yeah,
no,
absolutely.
No, gaming, bro. Only gaming. Well, right now he's on his real gamer hours as he's brought out the greatsword here to try and solve the Asuris.
Yeah, you don't need education if you got that gamer bread, but right now Hughes going in with the Jae-Yun, doesn't get the follow-up off the neutral light.
So far this weekend you have shut me down when I said drink more water and shut me down for school. And then right now that first stock got shut down by Sack immediately, just not caring too much so far about this Hughes counter pick.
Yeah, he is nonplussed about it. Hughes, I mean, that's one thing that's kind of rough for Hughes is, like, Jae-Yun's not a thing that generally you can kind of just pick up and play. Like, he's something that you kind of have to warm up a little bit, and so far it's taken him a hot minute to warm up into this Jae-Yun. Needs to finish this stock, doesn't get the read on that dodge.
Yeah, and of course you got those slight increase on knockbacks now to those breakers to be able to try and get some early KOs, but the thing is you actually have to hit him first. And the movement from Sack has just been too good that none of those enders are actually going to matter too much. However, he does answer back with the simplicity of that recovery as we get an even game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for Use and the Greatsword in general, right, is like you still have to get that dodge read. It's not a true combo to go into those neutral finishers. Even though they've got that buff, you still have to get into a situation where you can go for it.
And Use is... he's going for a lot of just straight up dares, just like kind of poking around, trying to get Sack because he's jumping. But that's the thing is, I'd much rather put you in a position like that so I could get that stock, because I will gladly take you hitting me with a dare because I'm jumping a ton than any of your satellite starters. That's perfectly fine with me.
I mean, against a Greatsword, would much rather get bounced around a little bit than get caught up in that blender that Greatswords can have. Right now, it's just the standard sword coming out from Muse. It's working a little bit better for him, but he's still playing from behind. Needs a little bit more damage before he can think about that recovery KO tool.
Yeah, so far, it seems like the answer is the sword, but he does throw the sword away. I feel like the sword is pretty much what a majority of his damage has come from this game. And what was the first game KO? First KO of the game. I can't English, but I feel like at this point you do just need to get it warmed up. You said it before, you can't just jump into Jaeyoon after not playing him all day. You need to get it warmed up, so the Greatsword must find the answer.
Well, that was quick coming in, got that dash jump down air and there. Coming out from Muse, looks like he's starting to warm up a little bit. We haven't seen too much of the signature kit come out from the Jaeyuns. I mean, that's one thing that like the later Jaeyuns, like after it was the big Jaeyun meta, the later ones started going into that end sig in particular, but won't even matter as, oh, still got the wall touch.
A good evasion right there. It keeps the game going for at least a little bit longer. Will it be enough to finish it out? Of course, you have to watch out for D-Light recovery pretty much now, but the neutral lights won't be enough just yet.
Still got the wall touch, the neutral light, they'll add up still. It's damage, it's force. Use might get another wall touch, he might get back onto the stage, but he cannot afford a recovery.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Use got an opener, and now things are starting to look a little bit good. And he, wait a minute, hold up, we're in an even game all of a sudden.
And he's got the advantage, he's got the control, he's got the weapons. Not gonna back up for the great sword, doesn't punish the pickup though. Sack has the stage, but it won't matter as a downlight recovery gives Use the steal.
The bravery to just land right in front of Sack and say, I'll be all right. At the very end, just position himself right on the edge where Sack could absolutely have made an attempt to try and close that out, but knew full well that he was in front. Look at this, watch this, watch this. Slow fall. Oh, that's fine. You were facing towards the left. You probably aren't ready for me right now. That was an beautiful last stock. There's no real other way to put it. The Greatsword showed up right when it needed it.
Yeah, his Greatsword really came alive in that final stock. And like you said, that final moment there, that was such a huge call out coming out from Use to just land on top of Guitars. It's Guitars. They excel on being stacked up. They have fast startups. And Use is like, I'm just going to land here and do a downlight right on top of you, and it's going to lead to a KO, and I'm going to get this game.
Yeah, sometimes it's that last situation where you're like, they're going to panic, right? Because they're the one falling. Nope. And that bodes well, in my view, for what Use might do now for the rest of the set.
But Sack is back at it. He's got the guitars in hand. He's already starting to add up this damage, but he had a big lead on Use in the last one, and Use still managed to bring it back.
Very true. I think that's going to be lingering in the back of your head a ton. And also, Use is starting to get more D-Light nairs as well. Now, excuse me, dare nairs, not just only getting a poke and then drifting away. This is a bad time for Sack if the Greatsword continues to warm up like this.
Yeah, it's just getting more and more extension. Good spot dodge, avoids that jump there from Sack. Sword v sword, Use has the stage control, goes low, doesn't find the hits though.
Wow, just like no fear whatsoever, it's going straight for it, and not gonna be enough just yet, but one more of those might do the trick here on the Brawlhaven. That will be enough though, as he finally gets the answer.
Yeah, even if that didn't shove him into the KO box, like you saw the stars come out, that was a stuffed recovery from Use. I don't think he had the movement to come back regardless.
Yeah, there was no shot, and that right now he at least got, he got him high enough already that the revenge KO is coming pretty soon.
Yep, and of course he's going to be sticking with the Greatsword. Fantastic damage build opportunity, especially with the way that he's been picking up these reads on the Sack.
Yeah, the flat stage here too, nowhere to hide on any platforms here on Small Brawlhaven, so it's on Sack's defense alone to try and get around any of those dodge reads. And Use chasing, going after him right now, it's starting to pick up a ton. I do like the fact that Sack's kind of minimized some of it though.
I'm so fascinated with the routes that Use is going for, right? Like he's gone for neutral light, neutral finisher a bunch of times, which is so weird because usually like Greatsword players are looking for the 3-piece whenever they can get it, but instead uses saying he'll take 2 and then he'll go for the recovery chase. You're seeing him chase Sack right now. He's also gone for this sideline into a jump down air, which has caught Sack a couple of times as well.
Big agree. Like, it's kind of tripping him up a ton. This is another very even game, and also Sack doing the same things. Like, look, I'm going to chase you off the bottom as well. Doesn't find his hit, though. I don't think, even with this KO, that it matters too much in terms of lead, because I think Sack's going to just get this knockout right back.
Yeah, could see a repeat of the first stocks where this time it's Sack who goes in, down light, gravity cancel, neutral heavy, yeah. And that's
I'm going to shake your hand on that one. Hold up.
Yeah, you know.
It was on its way. It's like anything you could do, I could do better.
But now it's over to the regular sword from Muse, the Katars from Sack. Sack, again, he's been so good at building up that damage with the Katars.
Another stuff recovery right there. Yu's trying to get back down. Weapon toss out of the way to at least get something started. But it's from what was game 1 at the very beginning, the sword kind of being the game plan. Now it's just purely the Greatsword show. And to be honest, I think that is the correct answer.
Yeah, can't really blame him for wanting it. And there's again that dare read catches Sack off guard as he tries to dodge in on top of him.
They are throwing hands right now. There was a lot of scrapping at multiple times. Yuz was able to walk away with a jump dare, which has kind of been his best scramble option so far against the Katars.
It makes a lot of sense, right? Because once you get caught into those Greatsword strings, usually you're either trying to dodge diagonally out or diagonally in, and when you have Katars, you're more inclined to want to stack up. So it's really just like a solid read coming out from Yuz, and it's working to great effect right now. He needs that downlight recovery, though.
Ooh, yeah, you're 100% right on that. Basically, it's on Sack to try and bait it out, but he lands right in front of him to give him that D-light recovery on cue, and that puts him up 2-0 in the lead. And it seems like maybe, just maybe, he might finally have that solution he needed to the Asuris.
Yeah, Yuz looking so good with the J-Yun, his great sword, having those big hitboxes, really outspacing the Katars, and then he's got that consistent KO tool with the sword. I can't fault him for sticking with the J-Yun.
Yeah, and another incredibly close game, a 10 damage differential. That's it. These have been as close to the wire as you can ask, and kind of just sitting comfortably, waiting to find out which one of these two is going to be joining him on a flight over here. And so far, being 2 up, you got to be feeling good about it.
Yeah, Yuz is definitely looking to get his spot into the grand finals, taking this opportunity against Sack as practice against another Asuri. Landing dares, doesn't go for more there. Again, that dare read.
I like it. He's going for the recovery extensions as well now, too. It's worked quite a few times, so might as well keep going for it. And uses I mean, again, even though the dare may seem like a simple poke, it's enough to check him so far. And Sack hasn't had a super solution, but he's getting way more now out of these straight hits off a sword.
Yeah, he's definitely sticking a little bit more into the sword, right? Like you saw that weapon spawn in the middle, and Sack's like, no, I want this sword. Not only because you're in that damage percent where I can look for those KOs, but also because it just gives me a little bit more boxing potential against your great sword, and the downlight recovery will give Sack that stock advantage.
It's somewhere in this building, Remy is smiling because Qatar's figured out, question mark. It seems to be the solution at the moment, but that's a borrow time stock we got right here. So of course, you want that extra credit, you want to build it up, and that is absolutely not how it's going to happen, as that whole skull got just caved in by that great sword.
Bro, I love when people do that. It's like the Indiana Jones thing where the guy's like swinging a sword around and he just pulls out a gun and shoots him. Like, that's what Yuz just did. He's like, okay, you can do all this dash dancing, but I'm just going to raw side sig you and get this stock.
Oh my god, this is the most extreme bonk on the head you could have ever not wanted to happen. But here we go again. Yuz is just constantly finding his openers, and I like how he's shifting it up now. Now he's starting to go for his rounded options, and it's working. He's got really good mix-up between both.
Yeah, you're seeing him just catch Sack consistently. He gets to stay grounded against Sack with the options that he's going for, so Sack goes high, and he just resets.
Yeah, and Sack once again completely ignoring that weapon, just refusing to pick it up. At this point, this is a one weapon show, and is the sword, which is still keeping the game even because the Katars were not getting anything going.
Yo, but Yuz now has that damage. He can look for that dare in there. You're seeing him poke a lot with those dares, but Sack catches the movement, gets the recovery, and he's likely going to be going back to the sword. No, he wants the Katars. It's an early stock.
Yeah, I guess getting access for 1A, that double neutralite. B, he's at that damage window where once he gets knocked out, he will get access to that sword next. He's already done the switch up, so very smart, because even though that got the KO, go with what's been working so far throughout this game.
Well, this is now final stocks here. Sack over to the Katars.
That were primed. My mistake. Yeah. I thought the sword was primed next, so. Very, very dangerous situation here because Sack is in that spot where he is forced to run at Greatsword head on, being behind 2 games. That is only going to allow you to go for big reads.
I mean, he's got to land first. He's getting these hits. These trade outs are still kind of effective for use because, I mean, again, Qatar's the single hit damage is not the best for them.
Right here is just to overwhelm and overcome at this point. If he can get it done, Sack double jumping over, just trying to find a dare opener at any point.
Nice.
There we go, neutralites.
Good jump over the side sig, but still Sack finding hits. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Ooh,
He's
no.
disarmed.
Weapon toss up and bounces him off the weapon, uses field himself at the moment, and that's going to be it right there as we see the 3-0 come in from Muse, taking out one of the 2 series that was still reigning terror in this bracket, and this should absolutely be what he uses to go into this matchup against Kaina.
Bro, what's with all these one-weapon Andes? 526 damage on the Great Sword. Sack was sticking with the guitars for 400+ damage. Like, it's just like the one-weapon meta right now.
I'm going to say that South America looks out for their homies because they saw what happened to Fiend with the hammer and said, no, it's okay. Look, we know you were only using the one, okay? We're also only using one. See, we're all doing it, okay? It wasn't just him. Okay, it's like, well, what's that Adam Sandler movie where it was like, it's cool to pee your pants? It's like, this the same thing.
Billy Madison?
Yes, or I think, probably, that one. I don't know, somebody correct me. But just either way, they all stick together, and definitely not that he could have hit the hammer at all. But they're doing this and looking good at it because even though they're only using the one weapon throughout these matches, the Greatsword finally warmed up, and that was the solution that he needed finally.
Yeah, his Greatsword was looking amazing. I'm still, like, so obsessed with these down airs that he was doing as a dodge read. And, of course, I can sit here and pretend to know what I'm saying about it, but there's someone who actually knows what to say about that gameplay. Let's throw it over to Remy.
Yup, Duke, there have been a lot of just like tap down airs. We're seeing a lot of Qatar gameplay where it's more like going for these end lights and then resetting, or going for these 1 or 2 hits, maybe the down light, get the nair off, and then go for the reset. And it feels like Greatsword has kind of a way of dealing with it where it's like, okay, you want to play that tap game, that neutral game, I'm going to play it too, except I'm going to outrange you with my side light. I'm going to outrange your down light in the air with my down air, and I'm going to get the extended range off. Hughes did a pretty good job of that the entire time, and in the end of it, in key moments like this, he was able to do what Greatsword does best, get the 3-piece off the dodge read. Now you see, at the start of this clip, he's in the orange, and Hughes is about to be 1 hit away from death. He gets the beautiful down air, gets that dodge in read, gets the 3-piece, picks up the sword and pushes him off. That's the kind of play that Greatsword allows you to do. Sure, it's tap, tap, tap for a while, but when you give me that opening, when you give me that dodge, when you mess up, it's gonna cost you almost your entire HP bar. Same thing here, a beautiful, beautiful setup. He gets the side light, gets the down light, and before the opponent knows it, before Sack knows it, it's turned not into a finisher, but a down air, gets the nair off, throws up the weapon to create some pressure, another down air, and this right here, this is too clean. It's just something very light, something you may not always be ready for, but he just kind of sends him off stage. He knows he's not going to get that closer off. He knows the opponent has dodge, so he just kind of hovers around that area, gets that recovery off. You can see the character is grayed out. He did use all his jumps getting him at the stage, so he just says, okay, I'm going to get that recovery off. If you dodge, I'm going to be ready for what you do after that. I have all the options. You have none left. It's really beautiful stuff, and Hughes, he really deserves that win. Pulling out the Greatsword in this late into the bracket is, especially since he knows how to play it, and it did just receive that buff, really good option to bring out into the guitars here. I'm really impressed to see what he does next.
The Greatsword brought out the greatness that Hughes needed to get to that next match, and also guaranteeing that flight over for the Winter Royale. So congratulations to Hughes being able to join Kaina in that trip over, but that does not mean that it's over yet, because there's still one more thing that we have to call, and that is the winner itself of Winter Champs.
Yeah, you get a little bit of relaxation because you've guaranteed a grand finals finish, you've guaranteed your spot at the Royale, but of course, you want some spending money when you come to Atlanta. Of course, you also want to be crowned the first champion for your region in 2023, so he's gonna be playing for that grand finals gold medal. This would also be his first gold medal. You saw the stats a second ago. He's had multiple bronze medals. This is going to be his first silver or gold medal, but he's obviously playing for that gold.
Exactly. You know, we got the first the medal on Sack's side, but that does create a new medal for Hughes. And if there's ever a time to try and get that big upset, it's Winters, because everything goes wild at Winter Championships. Those are the best of the best. There was an interesting stat that got brought up to me a little while ago by Left Stick that apparently there's only one person in history who's ever won BCX and then won the Winter Championships afterwards. That is an absurd stat to have, but stats, of course, looking in the favor of Kaina, not only on the medals department, but that now last set moves it up to 11-7 lifetime. I still think, though, from what we just saw to use, I feel a lot more comfortable with the potential fact that we could at minimum see a reset with the Jayun.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that he's been playing that greatsword, I think there's a lot of potential here. But at the end of the day, Sack is not Kaina. They're not the same player. They're not going to be playing exactly the same way. And so Kaina has all of this advantage of being like, okay, you were my testing dummy. You're the one who's kind of poking around, seeing the things that open up against use or seeing what reads he likes to lean into. And now I am the person who gets to abuse all that information that you just gave me.
Exactly. The thing I'm looking for the most while I'm watching this match, the data that was collected from the previous one. D-Light on Bow was not usable. Side lights on Lance, anything that was a burst option, unusable. Because of the way that kind of just jumped around and baited it and made Use feel completely lost with the emotions. Same thing shows up with Greatsword. You're going to be looking for those low-grounded starters, and if you commit to it, you're getting punished for it. So I think we're going to see a heavy dosage of Neutral Light as just like anti-air swipe to say, you can't jump around me, but I'm curious to see how Kaina approaches through that, maybe more with the sword rather than the Katars.
I think one thing that's going to be really, really interesting is if you compare winners to grand finals, right? Between the two, Kaina did this thing where he was staying right underneath and catching a lot of the movement with these neutral lights, these very vertical options. And when you're on the vector, you don't really have anything that can challenge directly below you, right? Your bow dare's not really going to do a lot there. Your lance dare's not going to do a lot there either. But on the other side, when you switch over to the Jaehyun, it doesn't matter because he's going to a different character. It's going to be the Lin Fei. He wants Katars v Katars. He saw Remy leave the building and was like, all right, now's my chance to bring out more Katars.
As long as he knew he wasn't going to get the sadness look from Remy, he was feeling fine. As we start grand finals of South America here of Use versus Kaina with yet another showing here from Lin Fei.
We're seeing the Lin Fei come out. It's not going to be an Asuri versus Asuri mirror match to finish this one off, but it's still going to be Katars versus Katars. The cannon gets thrown away quick, but one thing that Use has with this Asuri is that right there. Dare into neutral light is true at 9 dexterity, and it works really well for Use.
Use basically the biggest thing that he has that is the surprise factor is the occasional pull, but also that side sig being an access tool at the ledge. We've seen quite a few people make an attempt at it. I wouldn't be surprised to see it soon, but good wall volley, trying to catch and poking his head above the ledge, but does not get the mark.
Yeah, went a little wide on that one. Again, that's kind of the trouble when you're swapping characters too much is like the range of your signatures is going to be a little bit harder to adjust to. But still, he's getting some good damage built up. He needs a little extra, though, because, again, Lin Fei, not the most strength. Usually comes in high dex, high speed, doesn't have a lot of strength or defense.
And right now we have, I mean, the cannon usually negates that and doesn't really have too much fear on it, but the Asuri D-Sig just says, we're going to just go ahead and put a complete stop to that right now. Kudos as well, though, to the fact that Use keeps switching these characters and warms them up pretty quickly, considering the fact he's swapping so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not taking him too long. He's gotten that damage built up on to kind of has him in the red. Is likely going to be looking for a downlight nair, but hasn't even really thrown out too many downlights. Instead, it's been like neutral lights on the stage. There's the nair. Finally finishes off the stock, but Use took a healthy bit of damage there trying to find that.
I feel like it's what Kaina does to you, man. Like, I keep looking for the openers that could be there for the D-Lights, but Kaina's always playing, like, just out of the sweet spot range. He goes in, makes it look like you can hit it, and then fades out. And you're like, I don't want to swing at that because I know he's looking for it, and it makes you second guess it so much like that previous set.
Yo, Use, though, had a little bit of a juggle there, but Kaina immediately turns it around, downlight side air. Kaina, he's back at it. He's gave him the same book. It's the same thing. You press any button and you are going to get hurt.
Yeah, you steal this coach's game plan at this point. It's like find the playbook and take it away from Kaina because his advantage with Katars has been second to none compared to pretty much all the other Katars we've been seeing so far. And I honestly don't even know what Use is going to do to solve it because the cannon I figured would be like a nice burst option tool to check this movement, and he hasn't even had a chance to do it. It's just trying to go Katar v Katar, and it has not been enough yet.
Yeah, he's just trying to out-dex the Katars of Kaina. Throws out the down sig, Kaina not in position to punish. Neutral light doesn't get extra there.
I like the chase attempt there, going for the sidelights afterwards, expecting him to maybe stay in position, go for a spot dodge, but oh my God, why are you so frightening, dude? Please, my God. I am freaking out over here and I'm not playing, but that's a big punish right there, as game number 1 does go in favor to Kaina, and I do, to be completely honest, a lot of what that game felt like looked very similar to those last games in Winners Finals.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the character Yuz is playing, it does not change the fact that Kaina's got so much control. 512 damage put out on the guitars. This region is the region of one weapon Andes.
True enough, for the longest time, it was pretty much just the Lance. And then we saw, of course, the Rise of Spear with Fiend kind of showcasing everybody what that could do. But now it has been one weapon show all throughout Winter Champions here in South America, and it's gonna, Hughes needs to make that one work right there.
Yeah, he's got the cannon in hand. Will hit a little bit harder than those guitars. And he's starting to find some solid damage built up, but he's not getting that like dodge in read that kind of, whoa, oh!
I am so glad that I didn't say go off king before that happened, because I was about to say that on the fact that Hughes had so many. And yeah, that one is a mentality emote right there. Like, oh, well, all right, GG's, bro. I don't know what I'm going to do about
That's
game 2.
just like a self-oof, you know? Oh, yeah, that happened.
Ouch. But we'll see if a rebound can happen, because you know you never say never. You never like, honestly, you put on a good amount of damage before that moment, that it's not that far off here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gotten some good damage built up. All he needs to do is finish off this stock of Kaina. And on the other side, Kaina's not really doing too much with these stocks. He's not getting that much damage put out onto use.
I feel like that's the part that's so frightening about Kaina. It's like, it really does feel like he's not doing too much. That spacing, again, was so good. Doesn't get too much out of that punish, but does get reversal sared. However, already put Hughes up in orange.
One thing that's really, really tough for Hughes is landing. Like, Kaina does a really good job of just, like, waiting for Hughes to jump and then stealing away all of the space just in front of Hughes, and Hughes is just trying to find this narrow landing pad against Kaina.
Yeah, the amount of confidence you need to have to just watch if somebody does that. Meanwhile, however, Hughes feeling pretty confident in that. But that's a big reversal.
Snap. No! He bet big.
That is the trade-off, of course, of Cannon. If you decide to bet big and you get reversed like that, if you are not in position to side air your way back to stage, you're probably not making it back.
Yeah, I mean, that second recovery whiffing is just like a, oh no, that's not gonna go well.
Looking rather foolish right now, but it's okay, bud. It's okay. You still got more games to play. And Hughes, however, doesn't look like he's having a good time. Again, landing against Kaina is an impossible task, like you said.
It's definitely challenging at the very least. Neutral Sig, not quite enough. Again, Linfei, not the most strength, but enough to finish off the stock. Last stocks here, and honestly, so far, Hughes has kind of thrown away 2 stocks. Like, both of them have been these, like, very minor mistakes that end up leading to early KOs.
And to be honest, I want to see an attempt at it one more time. Because you're so far behind at this point, you might as well just go for it all.
Go for something other than side air back onto the stage, though, first.
All right, what's the option here? Chilling away. Yeah, the Kaina just literally does not care about any of your spacing on your signatures. That is at least 4 of them, I think, that he just spaced around, other than the 2 neutral sigs that were able to take the stock out. This would have been fantastic until he was in a position where that Sair was easily punishable. Kaina knew that the resources were gone. And 1 game away, Duke, from getting yet another championship for South America.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate 50-50, right? Like, Hughes read high, expecting Kaina to, like, panic dodge up or jump, and unfortunately Kaina went down and then avoided it, and Hughes was like, well, I have horizontal movement. I can go for these side airs, but if any of that movement gets stuffed out, that's a stock, and that's exactly what happened. Kaina hit him with the down air and ended up closing it out, and now, like you said, 1 game away from a Kaina championship.
We've been going around the world in 80 days right now because we've been taking a grand tour of these stages, and we are going to finish potentially here on Miami Dome. Honestly, it might be the right call just because landing has been so difficult that those 2 soft platforms give you at least a different route. That said, most of the Qatar players have made complete success out of those platforms as well, much like that positioning right there.
The neutral and actually beating out the side air there from Hughes. I mean, this is looking like a repeat of Winners Final where Kaina just had all of the control. Every time Hughes was throwing out attacks, Kaina was smacking him. Hughes with the spot dodge doesn't eat the recovery, but still All right, he actually gets a little bit of a landing there.
Yeah, he's done it against 3 burst option, actually, well, 2 burst option characters because he did not fight the Jaeyun, but he was able to shut down the approaches from Vector. He's been able to shut down the bursts from Cannon, and so far he has shut down Lin Fei one more time here in Game 3.
Yeah, advantage to Kaina. Yuz picks up the cannon, hits the side air, goes for the ground pound. Kaina's got the edge guard opportunity, but Yuz gets back onto the stage.
Kind of keeps smacking him away with those nairs, and just... It's not even that that Yuz is making like bad choices either. He's just barely misspacing, and Kaina's punishing him for it almost every single time.
Off stage. Okay, that's a punish from Yuz. Going for that gravity cancel N-Sig to punish the N-Sig of Kaina. Opportunity here for Yuz to bring it back.
Guitar's in hand, trying to chase him down, but Kaina's movement just so slippery to get away, to get access to that weapon. But this is pretty much the first of the sword we're going to see over the past couple games.
Yeah, it's really been the Guitar show. I mean, kind of on both sides. He's had the cannon in hand for Yuz, but it's still kind of predominantly been these Guitars on both sides.
I almost feel like Kaina's just going to throw it away like soon. Yeah. It's like he was hovering around like he planned to get rid of it pretty soon just because these have been on the money.
Just wanted that safe opportunity too. A nice slap down coming out from Yuz. Needs a little bit more, but let's kind of get that wall touch, fake out with the ground pound, and kind of hits him for it.
This is a big make or break type moment right here. That nair does come through though, and that breaks the spirit pretty quickly. It's still, if you can minimize the damage here, Yuz does very much have a chance to try and take this game. It's just the key factor, minimizing this damage here before you get that stock.
As we've said time and time again, it ain't over till it's over. But right now, Yuz is on his final stock. The dragon doesn't go over the corner, kind of gets past it again. Side air, still not enough for Yuz to even up the stock count, but the side sig will do it.
Very well done. All right, all of a sudden, we're back on the board and back in the game. And that was pretty close as well with that previous interaction where he caught that stuff recovery, had the side air off the wall, couldn't get the closeout, but still closed it out, only being put into yellow here on last stock.
Yeah, I definitely got nervous in that offstage opportunity, that like situation where Yuz is a little bit below Kaina. But he did manage to get his way back up onto that stage. Nice.
Here we go. Kind of starting to get something going, getting some dare reads as well in the middle of the strings, getting some more damage off. And Kaina does get back to the Guitars though. And so far the mirror match of the Guitars has been slightly in favor of Kaina. But this is for sure, I think, the closest last stock I have felt between these two.
Yeah, Yuz definitely utilizing the map as well. You saw him utilizing those soft platforms that you mentioned at the very start of this game, and definitely pointing out why he wanted this map. Good avoidance of the recovery. Yuz needs to avoid all of those KO options because he wants to stay inside this tournament.
And kind of just trying to find his way over to the sword. Now we're at that point where we're going to be getting pretty close to D-Light recovery. Might not even need it. That's just multiple nairs in a row that keep getting the job done.
You know, the neutralites, everything adding up, the equation starting to show a kind of victory. If Yuz can't deny it, that's 3 exclamation points and 1 more at the end of the game, as Kaina is gonna be the South American Winter Champion.
If you needed any type of description to how the set went the way it did, that last stock was exactly the picture. Waiting it out, not moving, even though they're close, just controlling the side of the stage, waiting for all the resources to burn. Yeah, no, where are you going? What are you going to do? That's fine. That's cute. Keep holding the wall. Oh, 1, a 2, a 3, bye. Just well executed by Kaina, never giving up stage control for no reason, and always making sure that he was always out of burst ranges in the previous matches before that, and Kaina, once again, just sitting comfortably and dominant in that throne that belongs to him in South America.
Yeah, showing why he is PR #1 in the South American region. But, of course, we're looking forward to seeing Kaina and Yuz because they've both earn their spots in those royales. There are 2 more people who are going to be flying here in the coming months, I believe in March. But either way, that's another champion crowned, and we've still got 1 more. Tomorrow is North America. But congratulations to Kaina. Congratulations to Yuz. Congratulations to everybody else.
Yes, also biased to me, I get a Vector that I get to see at the Royale, so I'm happy about that. But still, just phenomenal play from everybody up to this point. I mean, there was... Obviously, a lot of us have a lot of fan favorites in South America. The Fiend pops up for everyone. Wes is a big fan. Sparky is popping off somewhere because he's a super fan of Kaina. Just continuing to prove how good he is. And I think that it's just been amazing to, after the question of how good really is South America, and then they come out at not only midseason, but BCX having many of their players sitting in the top 32 or higher positions, many of them placing high compared to like EU and company. They've made a in a name for themselves, I think that they're going to be a massive threat going into that first Royale.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. I think there's a different level of pressure on them than we've seen in the past. Historically, again, prior to last year's midseason invitational, it was like NA, EU, and South America's over there. They got a person. It's cool. They'll show up and it'll look cool and we'll have fun and good job. But you're not really a region. But midseason invitational showed South America came to play. BCX showed South America came to play. And I think these Royales are also going to continue that narrative of South America is here to play and showing that they are a top region and a very real argument to be made that they could be one of the top 2 regions if they continue this trend.
Yeah, just remember also, even if you don't have the ability to get out to the Royales because you got to qualify for them, there are also a lot of lands that are going to be coming up too. You have access to those 3 dream hacks that are going to be showing up, and one of them, of course, being San Diego, which I'm super excited to go to. A little bit easier to travel for many over along the West Coast, so rather than having to always come out this way. So that's going to be awesome to see a lot of maybe sleeper names that might be out there to perform well, and we get to continue to showcase that incredible performance and strengths of these regions that don't get to get out as much. Even though it happens to be the U.S., the NAE side of things usually gets a little bit easier. So do not forget to register, sign up now, and make sure that you get out to the incredible events known as DreamHack, because it's so much more than just the tournament in of itself. There is a lot at those conventions.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time, super fun, absolutely love it. And again, these open invitational, not open invitational, these just open LAN in situations where you just kind of get to play against each other, get to talk in person. If you haven't been out to it, if you didn't get to make it to the World Championship last year, highly recommend, because it is just a great time. And of course, if the plays this weekend have been keeping you a little cold, you can still pick up some of that Brawlhalla winter merch, brawlhalla.com/winter merch, and get that hoodie, get that blanket.
Yes, do not miss out on those, because those are a limited time offer. Flex on your friends. Do not be the one to not have it, because I guarantee you, anytime that you're on Sparky and he finds out that you decided to wait too late, he's going to laugh because he's going to be getting it. We're going to be getting it. And I can't wait to have access to not only that blanket, but that hoodie, because it is just an incredible design. And it's a unique thing specifically to the Championship Series. So having access to that is going to be awesome. I can't wait for when I get mine, because I'm going to get it. And it looks phenomenal. So remember, February 12th, that is the last day, the final day for the orders. Do not miss out on this limited time offer while you can for the Winter Championship exclusive merch.
You know what? I'm going to lie through my teeth right now and say that if you get the Infinity hoodie and you wear all 4 at the same time, maybe I'll think you're cool.
I will think you're crazy for wearing them all at the same time. That's gonna be hot, but do it. Also, reminder of those Royales, there are multiple. It's not just the seasonal events anymore. It's not just BCX. We have the Royales where the qualifying players from the top 3 of NA, EU, and the top 2 of SA will be coming out to compete in an invitational style bracket from those qualifying positions to get not only a little bit more in that prize pool, but the extra bragging rights of winning that matchup against all of the best of the best from that season.
Yeah, and there's one unique title that the winner will get, and if they don't maintain that position, then they're going to lose that title, and someone else will be the king, queen, or the emperor, or whatever you want to call themselves, the winner of the Royales. They're going to be that royalty after they win it. So it'll be really interesting to see who can maintain that status. Can someone really be that Royale champion across the entire year? Because it's hard enough to be a seasonal champion continually. It's also it's going to be incredibly hard to do it with those Royales.
Exactly, and just being amongst the best and the best, you want to constantly prove yourself against the best of the best. And beyond that, just being in person, being able to play games and have fun with everybody and lab out with some of the best minds in the game, it's just a fun experience. I mean, anybody who went to BCX can attest to the fact that being able to spend time with everyone in person matters so much, because you build lifelong friends with people you may not have ever known. And that's not even just on the game side. If you want to be on the production side of things, you want to be on the casting side of things, going to events like in-person events are the stepping stone to that. Because if I never went to majors in the past, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. So it's phenomenal. But I am very, very happy to see that there are a lot more events coming up between both the Royales and the DreamHacks, and just in general, this season of Brawlhalla, this year, excuse me, of this Brawlhalla is looking phenomenal.
Yeah, you talk about building these lifelong relationships, these lifelong friendships, you can also build lifelong rivalries. You can hate someone, and that's super fun too. Just, I've never met you, but I hate you. And I'm just, every time I look at you, I'm going to just make a real ugly face and be like, I don't like you. And you can boo someone in person. It's great. It's super fun. No, but you get to have fun. Honestly, like we talk about the competition. It's great. There's you get to hang out. You get to eat together. You get to talk together. Again, we've talked about like some people have these like online beefs and then they meet each other in person. They're like, actually, you're not weird and cringe. I actually think you're kind of normal and cool.
I won't say names, but if you were watching, I specifically saw two people during the I believe it was the mid-season invitationals who were both in an elevator who I thought were going to throw each other off of a cliff, and they hung out the whole weekend. So I am very happy to see that because, again, all of the, like, keep it in game, it's fun because those rivalries are fun. Also, it's very hilarious when you did that to me because I lost it just now. Yeah. We had, like, a good cop, bad cop going thing here. But it's, like, at the end of the day, rivalries and everything, those do push you. And sometimes your biggest rival becomes your biggest friend. I've seen it quite a few times in multiple games, and it only keeps going. Too. I mean, you and Sparky are basically just biggest rivals with each other, so.
That's why I can't shave my head, is because he's already stolen that.
You won't join the bald brigade just because Sparky was already there?
Yeah, he's already claimed the bald status. All I got going for me is that I'm Asian, man. Like, he can't take that away from me. But we don't have to fill time anymore because we're not going to get the interview that we were potentially going to have. But we do want to thank you all for watching. We've still got one more day of the Winter Championship singles. Tomorrow is going to be the North American region kicking off at 2 p.m. Eastern. You can find all that information at brawlhalla.com/schedule. Any parting words, Ajax?
Not much at all. Thank you so much for tuning in today. But like Duke said, we still have one more title to crown tomorrow for North America. Don't miss out. Make sure to tune in. For now, all of y'all have a great rest of your night. But it's had a hard time getting any type of runway. Finally gets up there with the lance and looking for the end sig, but that is a huge punish. Gets past the weapon toss. He's not going to be able to get the wall touch though, and that's Kaina.
Down sig whips him back.
Momentary lead. Pretty much disappearing completely. I like that though. Wait a minute. Wait. Not once there. Also takes it out. So Zach just looking for that mistake. Neutralize might be it. Is that? After not playing all day, you need to get it warmed up. So the ring towards the boss to find the answer.
Pick up though. Zach has the stage, but it won't matter as a downline.
Toss up and bounces about the weapon. Uses field himself at the moment, and that's gonna be more games to play. And Hughes, however, doesn't look like he's keep getting the job done.
The neutralites everything, adding up. The equation starting to show a kind of victory. If Hughes can't deny it, that's 3 exclamation points.
It may be cold outside, but the temperature continues to rise and things heat up here in the top 4. This is a very different looking schedule. In times and other tournaments in general, we might look at that and go, oh, Acto Godly, winner's side. But no, we're looking at them at the elimination side of this bracket. Meanwhile, Machete and Knees are sitting on the winners finals. It's Winter Championships. That's just basically the footnote for it all. You already know things go crazy, and it is time to talk about it because I am here, Ajax, with the one and only Duke once again. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty all right. It's been exciting. Again, EU all over the place. Godly went down really early. Ignore the names down there, but you heard him. Ajax, Duke. The PR's not too surprised to see these people in the top 4 of things, but it's mostly their positioning, right? You got PR1, PR2 on the elimination side of things. PR3, PR5 in the top side. Guaranteed top 2 finish. Little bit of upsets, but still, it's been amazing. We're seeing a lot of cool stuff, a lot of mix-ups. We're seeing some of that Tesca being played, which I know Taz is really excited about. So it's been overall pretty good so far.
I'm super excited about it. I was mentioning it yesterday. I really wanted to see somebody pop off with Tesca, and it's the mid-season hero. When we saw mid-season invitationals, it was Machete that was the one to break through for EU to have that highest placing. So seeing him operate on another character at a high level like this, brand new, not surprising at all. You could throw a dartboard at the at the character select, and you probably are correct on what he might play. But it's looking so good today, which a lot of people, of course, if you want to play in person, meet some of these people, there's a lot of upcoming events this year. We got more lands coming out, including a brand new trip over to San Diego in DreamHack. You do not want to miss out on that. And I mean that quite literally. Don't miss out. Sign up, register now. It's not just the event. There's so many booths. There's so many things to see. There's a bunch of other great events that go on too. It's just one of those experiences you must try out at least once.
Yeah, LANs are always a great experience, not only just for like the competitive aspect, which is always fun, but also just like that kind of bonding moment, that ability to like after tournaments that like maybe the day kind of ends, you all go out, go eat, go talk, go hang out, or check out some of the other esports events that are going on, because again, it is a big event at DreamHack, and of course, it's going to be our first open LAN of 2023, so we want to see all of y'all show up on the West Coast, especially all you West Coast players who like to make excuses about why you can't come out to Atlanta or whatever. This one is in your backyard.
Very true. It's right there. And also, I mean, you could take that trip down to the beach as well. You could see all the beautiful areas around San Diego. It's not even just the venue, but even at the venue, for those who were able to go to their first LAN with BCX this last year, you have the event, you have all the booths, and then you have all the other stuff going on too. There's so much to experience. It's just such a fun time. And you get to see all the vendors with the incredible gear, which, by the way, we happen to have some of that ourselves. Limited time offer. Remember, we got to keep bringing this up. Winter Championships has an exclusive buy for this blanket that you can get, and of course the hoodie. I will be getting both. I absolutely need that blanket. I will be probably using it in this office more than once. But make sure you go ahead and check them out. Remember, the 12th is the last day you can put an order in for them. That means that you will never get them again. So don't be one of the people that misses out on that chance and get the merch today.
Yeah, make sure you pick it up while you can. But I think it's time we get into the top 4 of things again. We've got Machete and Knees, both of them having to make some upsets to get here in the winner's side of things. Knees in particular saw some pretty impressive plays. I'm talking about that Nyx, which he's already locked in.
Yeah, and you also saw a little bit of Diana show up before too, so he has a bit of, he has the ability to kind of swap around between both. But I like the idea of having not just the Blastus, but the Scythe to kind of put a bit of a gut check into Machete, because when Machete is popping off, it is something to be feared. If you marked off at any point you think that either one of these two players gets top 8, you're correct. They're going to get there. But they do have some history, Duke, and all right, here comes the inevitable doom for whoever's on the winning side of these things. But Machete and Knees have fought each other 11 times overall in official games and in unofficial, and it's been 6-5, just ever so slightly in in Machete's favor. So you know it could go either way.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a whole different Machete, right? This is Machete on the Tesca, something that Knees has not played against in competitive Brawlhalla just yet, because this is the first legal tournament for Tesca in official esports right now. Machete getting some good damage built up, but Knees trying to play that range game, knows the boots have to get stacked up. They have to get on top of you in order to get that big damage done.
Exactly why those blasters are working so well right now. And the Scythe 2 just kind of at the ledge, but he keeps boxing him out. Goes for a weapon toss down. Do we get a close on the ledge? No, not really worth. And that you always have to respect. There's some surprisingly quick startup on the gauntlet signatures from Tesca as well. So you have to be very careful when you're trying to just rush up on him.
But the side air's not quite enough. Knees gonna be looking for that recovery. It's so good on a map like Small Brawlhaven. Downlight into recovery can KO so quickly, but he's not finding that KO hit.
The end lights from Machete also missing as well. Meanwhile, Knees is trying to catch him like any given situation. Recovery definitely will finally take it, though. Did take a lot of damage, so it's Scythe now, so you can get a good amount out of this, but you have to be very careful because Machete has also had some good defense prior to that moment.
Yeah, a good dodge read, and Knees can get some extension on this, get that damage built up, and make sure that he's got a lead going into the second stocks. But Machete, he's trying to play that spacing game, but he's only getting those taps. He's not getting the big hit, you know, that side light, no active input on the boots, but it's going to be the neutral light for the gauntlets that does eventually KO.
Yeah, the first one not getting the job done, so he kind of weapon tossed immediately away, like, okay, I'm not really feeling this right now, but they still got the job done after. Machete having a bit of a hard time lining up some big combo strings. Never mind, gets a two-piece, waits for him to come back on. I really like how Machete is almost like always going off stage. He doesn't really look like he has a lot of fear in his pressure. He's continuously trying to push. A big reason why he's, of course, sitting here in winner's side. He 3-0'd Defi just before this. And it's just been looking so clean so far. Like you said, this is the first official time anybody's been able to actually line up against this matchup so far.
Bro, Machete refuses to use the active input of the side air on those boots. He's been going in and getting that higher variable force move, but on early health, it's so good to go for that active input, chase alongside, keep that pressure going, but instead, Machete just trying to get that neutral reset every time that he can, but Knees has the stage control, doesn't hit the downlight.
I think you're very on the money with that, too. I keep waiting for when Machete is going to go for that Sarah all the way off stage, too, as well. Just go for that really deep edge guard, but it's got to be more comfortable with stage control at the moment. There we go, though. That should go ahead and get the job done, and that puts Machete up in the lead.
Yeah, that's the situation where you want to go for that raw, regular side air. But now that it's a fresh stock on Knees, I want to see that active input, want to see that chase. There it is, but he doesn't get the follow-up.
Now Weapon Toss is going to go ahead and line him up, trying to go all the way out there to find a recovery. Machete is going to get back on, doesn't even need the wall touch, just goes right up and over. And now he has a moment where he can keep this Weapon Starve up. I like the end lights right on top of it, and Knees does eventually find it, but it took a bit.
Yeah, just trying to put some hitboxes on top of that weapon spawn. Machete, again, getting these taps on, gets a nice neutral height, but not finding the reads that he wants. And this time, not going to go for the active input. He just goes for the side air. This time, side light can't get the follow-up.
Looking for recovery, gets a recover reversal on himself, but the Sair does come through. Knees has taken a bit of damage, is in the orange, but it's not too bad in the face of Scythe. Like you said before, the Nyx has been working very well. So if I'm Machete, I'm not feeling too comfortable with this lead I have.
Good dodge out from Machete. I mean, Machete's definitely has a Scythe of his own. We've seen him play the Mordex. We've seen him play the Enchantress. He's got such a large character pool at this point, so he definitely knows mix up those dodges, but that's a punish from Knees. Fortunately, not much else hits as the NSIG connects for Machete.
Fantastic snatch right there, and Machete looking, trying to catch a Nair, but not really going to be able to line it up, though. The Sair putting him off stage. Is he going to be able to close it out? No, just kind of backing off. He's been pretty committed to using the gauntlets as the way to close out the any of these stocks.
Yeah, it's interesting because if he wants vertical KO tools, then the gauntlets are going to be a little bit better for it. If he wants the horizontal KO tool, I gotta say the side air might be better for it on the boots. It's just kind of dependent on what he has in that situation, but he's not getting that downlight to set up for the side air, and Knees is finding hits.
And Knees has a big opportunity right now. Just catches him. Yes, he does, and that's going to give Knees the first game. Definitely, again, even with that lead that Machete had going into that last stock, it's not the most comfortable situation to know that you're definitely going to close it out. Look at the damage between you two. 623 to 647, just ever so slightly off between them, but that was as close as you can ask for game one.
Yeah, the one thing that I got to be critical of for Machete is like he's having to put out a lot of damage. This is Small Brawlhaven. He's got boots, one of those weapons that has a lot of potential to get some quick KOs, and he's just not getting any of that, which to a degree can be a testament to the defensive movement of Knees.
I think also part of it too is that this is that first event, so you're still, even though you had some time to warm up with them, this is the first time you've been sitting here in the final 3 position, and you might be second guessing some of your approaches. You might not want to go for that early edge guard, but I'm on the same page as you. I feel like he needs to go for that active input more, guarantee the damage, keep pushing him towards the ledge, because that's going to prevent Knees from being able to space properly with those blasters and get something started.
I am liking what I'm seeing from Machete here in game number 2, though. He's going for a little bit of a different option. You saw a lot of side airs in game 1. Game 2, he's going for this nair into a side air pickup. It's going to be the recovery from underneath as Knees bet big with that GC down sig, and Machete gets the punish.
I always respect the attempt on it, because if it hits, you look like an absolute genius, but it is also going to be the best of the best who make sure you don't get away with that for, at all. And Machete does get the lead on it. Here's Machete for the first time, kind of going out there, goes for recovery instead, just to try and cover the high path, but doesn't find the mark.
Yeah, it's an interesting option. Like, Boots recovery is great for chasing, great for just kind of maintaining pressure, but it's not really going to be an often KO tool, and it's not really something that you're usually looking for on that high movement. Usually you want like a GCN sig. Punish opportunity. No dodge for Knees still, but Machete can't hit the ground pound. Knees with the turnaround.
That was so close, too. That was just ever so slightly missed space. That would have been amazing for him, but very similar to that last game. Has a good lead. You were talking about his, he was putting on damage, but it took a lot of interactions. I feel like he's getting a lot more reward on hit this time around, and he's kind of warmed up to it. And you are not just, you have to avoid that, but you're at recovery ranges, too, if you're Knees. So the Knees getting very scared about how he needs to get in on Machete.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that Machete is getting way more momentum. He's getting way more off of each individual hit right now. But Knees, again, in this pressure situation, worked really well for him at the end of the last one, but it's a down light ground pound. The turnarounds again.
Sorry, he almost got scythed. That was very, it was very close to getting scythed, and that was about to be an even game. But for Knees, kind of struggling to get down now all of a sudden, which is, you got to take that where you can. If you're Machete, you're now getting way better vertical strings. Even though the nairs haven't been really connecting, the recoveries from Boots have been landing a lot.
He's definitely getting a lot of this vertical now against Knees. Recovery not going to connect this time. Tries to chase.
I like it. The Endlight, try to see if you can bait out a dodge or something and get the bigger punish, but still, this opportunity for Knees. The Sarah misses. Recovery won't lead to much else, but the second one will, as he does not back off and gets himself to one apiece.
Knees is so good at walling out Machete. Again, Knees has this range advantage, and he's playing it so well when Machete is floating out in the airspace, but side sig, not quite enough. I like that he goes for the forward throw there.
Yeah, definitely expected that was going to be a KO in my view, just with how far it was on the right. But that, like you said, the active input, being able to change which direction you go. You have to be very careful about even being on the opposing side of him too. That might not, well, actually, it's not going to be enough yet. But now we have gauntlets in hand. One straight recovery will definitely do it.
But it's a question of if Machete can get it. He had the damage advantage at the end of game number 1, but Knees managed to steal away the stock. Downlight side air, and yes, Machete takes game number 2.
Excellent job from Machete, kind of making a lot of adjustments going into that. I felt like he felt way more comfortable that game with the boots.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of constant weapon tosses away in game 1. Like, he was second-guessing everything he wanted to do with either the gauntlets or the boots. He, like you said, there was no active inputs. Pretty much used that all in any, whether it be the side lights or it be the side air. And he decided that game, you know what, maybe let's go for it. Why not? And it worked out very well.
Yeah, and it looks like it's forced Knees off of the Knicks over to the Koji this time. Going to have no carryover in weapons, but it's not too weird. We've seen Knees on the Koji, and of course it'll have that bow that we saw on his Diana earlier today.
Yeah, bow has just been phenomenal, as we've seen not just through this top 8, but the other top 8s as well. Meanwhile, Machete taking a little bit of a guided tour to the top of Brawlhalla. Are we going to keep it going? Gets the end lights. He doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to get back. He get recovered, dared, took so much damage just trying to get down.
And Knees is yet to finally pick up a weapon, but Machete has put out so much damage, showing him all over the map. So showed him the top, showed him the left side, just needs to give him a little tour of the right side, and Machete gonna help him find his way over there.
It's a nice real estate agent. Just shows you all of it, but doesn't show you the really broken part in the back. The right side there's like, look, you don't need to see that. It's okay. Now the property value is this. No. We really don't need to go over there. But Knees is just doing everything he can. The end lights are not finding his mark. That would have been a stock. A good last second fadeaway.
Yeah, good movement from Knees to get out of that, but unfortunately not in position to punish. There's the side air from Machete. He gets his pick of weapons, likely going to be the boots, yep. And he's going to delay that weapon spawn by throwing those gauntlets high in the sky.
I like these falling nairs he's now starting to find. You can get that into a confirmed snare, just get that quick damage in. And if I definitely feels like he is way more comfortable with his neutral now. I felt like he was second-guessing it so much game 1, and now he's going to go for it maybe. Doesn't decide to keep going for it, but at that point, now Knees is going to start getting really afraid. Like, I feel like everything Machete's doing is putting in so much fear to Knees.
Yeah, just that little spice of going for the active input Sair into a GC side light. He's gone for a lot of those sidelights, but he's not really finding the follow-up that he wants. Like, he'll go for the sidelight, and then you'll see him kind of dodge backwards, kind of jump away, but he's not finding anything afterwards.
Yeah, I've kind of been waiting for like the upwards version into like a dodge read or something, but he has, maybe he's just saving it for his back pocket later, but Knees does finally strike back. There's been multiple times where Knees has been far behind on a stock and then almost just snatched this one away. Granted, that was with the Scythe before. You still have some explosive factors, but I don't know if we'll see that same play here with the Koji.
If it's going to happen, it'll likely have to happen in the offstage as Knees starting to find some safe damage, but Machete just needs a couple more hits and he can get this stock off of Knees. There's a burn dodge, but Sidelight gets beaten out by the neutral light from Knees.
That took a good while before Machete was able to finally get a hit in, too. Knees was getting a lot of stray hits, like you said. They were starting to rack up. Did get him to at least light orange, but what else can he do? A goal, that's a big opportunity, but gets away. Sends it back down, tries to go for the ground pound, and now they're in a war. I like the fact that Machete was the first one. It's like, look, I don't want to lose this lead I have right now. I go for that one play, ground pound miss, let's get out of here. Yeah.
The second that he didn't see that ground pound connecting again, he's like, all right, we'll reset back to neutral. I definitely have confidence in my ability to win it. But Knees gets the three-piece into the recovery, not quite enough, as Machete with a wake-up recovery, trying to stay very high above Knees.
Knees has been minimizing a lot of the damage. That recovery will just do it. So Knees is waking up exactly where you needed to the most here towards the end between that last stock up to this point. So all of a sudden we have this is a very crucial game here in game number 3.
All right, Boots back on the feet of Machete, but Knees, he has been finding that safe damage, perfect positioning around that neutral light, makes sure that he can get a little bit of extra damage there.
There we go, Serge put him back off, trying to catch him, but does not get it, and Knees is just going straight back to center. Well, this set is just playing out exactly how the records have played. These two have had even just perfectly close sets. I think it was only separated by 2 individual games, so this is definitely another one. We looked at a couple of this yesterday that has that feel of going to a game 5.
Yeah, definitely 2 very evenly matched players. Knees with the Koji goes for the tatami mat, not going to find the hit though, and Machete gets the read that he wants, but not going to be a KO move off that down sig.
Lights will do it. That's going to go ahead and take it out and put Machete up in the lead, but Machete, after a very hot start in that game, started to have to play back a little bit. Yeah, you talked about that 4-piece string that Knees was able to get off of, I think it was the second stock, and then it just kept continuing. I think Machete only won 1 out of a solid 7 interactions in a row. That'll make you second guess a lot, but he was able to kind of just bring it back down. You can see the amount of damage, 526 done on the boots. That was phenomenal by Machete to kind of bring it back together towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, really well done, and you're seeing like a lot of damage being built up on the boots, and it's kind of interesting just like how aggressively boots heavy he is. Like, I'm curious as more legends get released with the boots kit if he's going to be like, all right, I want boots, but I don't really want these gauntlets, because he hasn't done much with the gauntlets, thrown out a bunch of end sigs, side sigs, but other than that, not much. Got an end light to KO twice. That's it.
Yeah, I love the boots, to be honest. I am just such a fan of the design, the way that they work, and I can't wait to see what other weapon combinations we get in the future with them for sure. This one, of course, being very straightforward with the gauntlets and boots, but they just have so much potential. And also, we're going to take another trip off of a character swap. This is actually kind of blowing my mind. We've seen so much Lin Fei this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sparky was the one who mentioned that, like, a lot of people are saying that the Lin Fei might be the meta, that this might be the Qatar tournament, and that Cannon's looking good as well. High dex definitely looking real nice, that 9 dex on Qatars, but at the same time, I don't know how well Knees can do it, because right now he is just taking the damage, but nice chase up.
Yeah, that was definitely a showcase of how to combo Cannon a second ago. Like, oh, big attempt on the ground pound. Knees has gone for those quite a few times. Like, I'll go for the big play. I do not mind. But these Qatars, ever since they came out, you mentioned it before, this Qatar tournament, that's exactly how this game became even.
Oh, but the side sig from Machete whips Knees off the map, and he's going to go back to the boots.
I love that sig. I know that I'm maybe in a party of 1 on that.
Dude, it's satisfying.
It's so satisfying. You get the recovery though, and 2 nears on his way back. It's like, look, I don't care about your edge guard. I'm fighting right back.
Definitely knows that there wasn't like a lot of force on it, because Knees coming in with a fresh stock isn't going to get launched very far by that recovery. So he's like, all right, well, I have to keep this pressure going. He chase dodge up with the nair, goes for a second nair, just trying to keep Knees in that hit stun, but Knees did manage to even up the stock count.
Yeah, I definitely think the Qatars are the play here in this game. So far, Cannon has existed on screen as a nice, like a I don't know, a little Christmas decoration at this point. It's there. It's there for show. You see it. It exists, but it hasn't done anything yet. So Knees, however, has done plenty with the Katars as you get 4 straight.
Yeah, he had the ornamental cannon, but really it's the lights from the Katars that are lighting up Machete, and it's going to be the NSIG that takes him out, and this is what we're talking about. Knees on the Katars. He's getting so much more damage. He's looking so good.
Just keep it. This is the one weapon fiasco right now. There's no reason to switch off. Meanwhile, Machete has swapped between both a ton. Primarily, it's mostly just to see that right there from the gauntlets to get the job done. And we mentioned earlier how gauntlets usually are the vertical option, but he's actually making sure that he gets those landed pretty often to get that horizontal play as well.
Yeah, even mentioned that active input. Unfortunately, can't do much more off that nair at the top of the map. That's one thing that's nice if you're playing against Boots right now is like, they can go for as much vertical as they want, but they don't have a SIG that launches up off of the Boots gravity cancels.
Yeah, that's you get scared for a bit taking that trip up, but it's not going to finish it out. However, that Sarah will line up a good position. Nice recovery high. Sweatbeats came down, but doesn't get much. However, he keeps looking for that same dodge in place read. Hasn't been able to find it yet. I'm curious to see what he's going to do as a swap up after that. And that's a conversation we won't have right now because we are instead going to see Machete finish here at 3-1 and guarantee that not only he gets a trip to top 3, but we get to see Teska guaranteed in a top 2 finish.
Yeah, a guaranteed top 2 finish coming out from Machete. The Teska looking so good. Basically all about those boots. The gauntlets, again, coming in. He's utilizing those side signatures to get those KOs. But other than that, it's basically just been the boot show. That entire last stock against Knees, basically all boots.
It was phenomenal. Honestly, it started off kind of slow where we were second guessing like some of the choices. Like you're not going for active input pretty much at all. The end lights were hitting. Those were finding their mark, but there weren't really a lot of dodge read plays. Like that's the majority of what you do with boots right now. You go for early strings off a side light, end lights, see how people behave. Once you see, oh, they're jump happy, we'll go vertical with recovery. If they're staying grounded, you can get the big reads. But they weren't happening much in game 1. It was constant second guessing. After that, no second guessing. Yeah, the boots popped off, and that's a big reason why he's currently sitting on winner side.
Yeah, it took him a little bit to start to figure out the habits of Knees. In particular, I think it was like he started leaning into that boots nair, that boots recovery, that vertical game against Knees, and he's like, all right, I know that I'm hitting these side lights, but I'm not getting much more off of it, so why don't I go for something with a little bit more potential with this nair for a little bit more dodge reads. Either way, that's going to put Machete into the grand finals, and now we have to go to the elimination side of the bracket, where we get to watch Godly and Acto.
Only in winter championships. Oh, well, actually not even, because of late EU's kind of been shifting things around. Before it was the kingdom belonged to Acto. That's it. The throne was Acto's and Acto's alone. And then Godly showed up and said, no, I like that. Looks shiny. I'm going to add another sword to it. I want it. Give me that. And, well, these two have some history between each other right now because, as we were mentioning, a lot of money has gone to Acto, but so has Godly of late. And, you know, with that $126,000,
nice.
My God, 12 gold medals, plenty of that. Look at the average win rate in 2022 was 81%. The fact that there is somebody who has a slightly higher one in Godly is just absurd. 91% win ratio, 94,000 made in a year.
Yeah, he's played only in 2022, and he's made that much. He's won that much. Has never not placed on the top 2 in 2022. An absolutely dominant force, but right now he is having to make the run. He went down very early to Blaze, 3-1, and now has been having to make that lower bracket run, and now he's going up against the person who beat him in the Autumn Championship. Yeah, and
this is those couple recent W's that Acto got are essentially only from recent tournaments. You're talking about the Autumn Championship, of course, being one of them. 5-3 lifetime between these two. Now, the haha joke of giving away who it is, right? Godly up 5-3, but between them, of late, Acto's just been winning anyways, and that was with the Kaya before, but here, instead, on the Hunin, I think that the bow has been a bit of a check to Godly.
Yeah, I mean, that long range has a lot of ground control, and we saw Acto utilizing that signature crit of the Hunin so effectively, those GC side sigs in particular, or just the down air has enough force to deny a wall touch from Godly, and Acto gonna juggle, delay that weapon spawn, but it's gonna be the Scythe for the start of the stock.
And Gano, of course, also in that same tier of people who have been just piloting the Katars to excellent results of late. And just in general, actually, it doesn't really matter who Godly plays. He gets the job done. But will he be able to finish it here? No. Acto, of course, being able to get that wall touch back on. And that's a borrowed time stock right now. So if I'm Acto, I just want straight hits.
Yeah, just get any damage that you can. And honestly, he is getting that damage. He is adding it up onto the second stock of Godly, both being pretty patient here. Godly knows that he can't over-aggress and let Acno get too much on it, and he'll find that hit with the downlight recovery, but still, he took a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, you're going to see a massive amount of respect at moments like that where they will just not do anything because they know that it's he who strikes first will probably lose this interaction sometimes. But that's just the history that these two have. I still can't believe, again, that we're talking about this. This is 4th place, by the way. One of these two is done at 4th. And then, as Photo was saying earlier, Simple out at 5th. Like, this is a very different timeline we're looking at.
I mean, honestly, EU looking like NA right now with how this Winter Championship is so volatile. You're still seeing some consistent names, but just in a little bit of a different spot right now. Godly playing from behind. He is getting some damage put out, but Acno knows he just needs to find that one hit. Downlight GC neutral heavy for the extra variable force to guarantee the KO.
It definitely seems like before Acno, I felt was just kind of almost gut checked with the way that he'd approach Godly throughout that past year, and ever since then, it just feels like Acno just has an understanding now of Godly's disadvantage. He knows where he wants to take a defensive play now, because normally Godly will just hover around you and have no fear. It's actually crazy how well he just kind of hovers right over someone like that to get a bait out and then get a punish, which basically led to that stock.
Nice GC sidelight there from Godly to finish that one off. I'm honestly very impressed with the fact that Acno has hit the 3-piece on Bo multiple times. Not a true combo, but he's still hitting the 3-piece, hitting that sidelight into the downlight. This time he's going to go for the down sig read, expecting Godly to go down, but Godly stayed high in the sky, but it doesn't matter as Acno is again back at it with the juggles.
Acno is giving him a lot of frequent flyer miles right now. He is making sure that he has a free trip over to the U.S. next time he comes back, because he is only just now touching the ground. And Godly kind of struggling to get an opener there. Does finally catch one from Acno, but either way, it doesn't matter. I feel like Acno's just been playing so good up to this point.
I mean, Godly is going to need those frequent flyer miles, because if he doesn't win this, he's not getting the flight over to the Royale in about a month. So Godly needs to get this W, or actually, I mean, either one of them needs to get the W.
That is very true. Oh my God, this guarantees one of these two isn't going to be in the Royale. We just pretty much auto-assumed that Godly and Acno were both going to be here. That's where a lot of us were just like, okay, they're going to, okay, so we know that they're coming. No, not at all. So this is a lot more than just the fight for getting that podium finish. And of course, these two are not done with just 3rd. They want to take the whole thing. But one of these two has no shot at making it.
No, it's a battle for the top 3. Acno in the lead right now, off of some incredible bow play, which again is not like overly surprising. We talked about the Kaya that won him Autumn Championship, but we kind of neglected to talk about the Koji that he used to play so long ago. It's just raw bow play coming out from Acno.
Acno, you're 100% right. Majority of the championships attached to Acno's name will include a bow along the way. And Godly, for a good while, had it just soft. Grits gets a nice 3-piece out of that. And he's, you definitely feel like he's not playing as afraid of bow to start this round, at least. And it forced an immediate switch to Scythe.
Oh, but the Scythe looking good. Hits the side air, doesn't get another one. Doesn't hit the wall touch, and Godly is going to get the stock advantage.
Ooh, okay, so with certain caliber of players, it's like they can rebound from that. Acto can definitely rebound from that. But those are the type of moments that if you don't immediately strike right back, Godly will take full advantage of that. And Godly's trying to do exactly that right now. Of course, Acto just looking for one solid play. That wasn't enough. Recovery will definitely do it at this point, though.
Oh, but he's looking for those down sigs instead. He's thrown out so many of them, trying to play a concert in Godly's ears, but Godly is having none of it. More and more damage being put out onto the second stock.
I swear, you were talking before about a different move that he kept landing over and over. You see the ground pound closing this out. Oh, the 3-pieces. Yeah. I feel like Acno's doing that thing right now where when you play against really good players, sometimes you second guess everything you're going to do, right? I think he's just playing that, look, I know you're a good player, so you don't think I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do it 3 times in a row, and it keeps working. That time, Godly, though, going to go ahead and take him out off the side. But up until that point, Acno's getting away with a lot.
Yeah, there's definitely a mind game of, like, you're not going to do it another time. This
you won't
very
do it a 3rd time, right?
thing.
The 4th time?
Yo.
Oh, wait a minute. Big opportunity for Acno here. And that is a huge opportunity that was closed out on. So wasting no time whatsoever to answer right back after getting that stock loss. And we have 1 stock apiece here in game 2.
Yeah, really well done from Acno, stealing that stock away from Godly. And he was a little bit in an uncomfortable spot there, floating alongside Godly, both of them sweat beating, but Acno hit the nair that he needed to deny the wall touch and give himself the movement back towards the stage. But he is behind again.
I actually kind of like what Godly did there, too. I think he felt too uncomfortable with the idea of getting snatched off stage. Like, you know what? You got it. That's fine. I'll control center. I'm going to let you get back on, but I'm going to keep you in an uncomfortable position. Meanwhile, Acto looking for the nair, does not find it after he dodges back in. And both of them being, once again, like we saw in game 1, very, very concerned about being the first one to strike first here.
I mean, this is a very important game for both sides. This could either be Acno up 2-0, one game away from knocking the champion of EU down, or it could be a tie-up from Godly.
Yeah, create that rubber game situation of who gets to come out on top with that 2-1, which is very important. D-Light recovery will be enough as we see Godly put himself on the board. Fantastic adjustments that game. I feel like after the first stock where he was getting caught repeatedly by that 3 pieces, it never really happened again.
Yeah. Really well done, and I love that GC that Godly did to get through that weapon toss. You'll see a lot of people do it in the vertical game where like someone likes to do that weapon toss down and they try to protect their landing, but Godly was ready for it on this one in the reaction, right? See, spot dodges through it, instant gravity canceled down light recovery.
Yeah, you look at the difference of damage there too and go, wow, that was kind of, why was that like as close as it was with that big difference in between the two? Is because of that incredible edge guard Acno had with the scythe before. So you can never really get too comfortable as he tries to go for another attempt at it right there, going for a recovery high, looking for the GCD light, still keeping Godly off stage.
Yeah, Godly, though that recovery was him saying, I'm trying to get away from this. Please, I want to live. Let's go back onto the stage. And Acno is not allowing it. Godly still manages to touch the stage, but man, the threat, that promise that Acno is trying to put out there of I can take a stock off stage.
You have to be built in a very high skilled level point when you're getting hit that many times to not freak out and still find your way back on. So Godly able to prevent what could have been an early stock there. Meanwhile, just missing again. I feel like Acno's throwing them out kind of like freely. Granted, there's a lot of range on these signatures, but Godly's playing just outside of those ranges and getting away with it. But that should be enough as we see Acno strike first.
What a down air from Acno, just going off stage, instant down air onto Godly, catches that recovery as well. And like you said, Acno can throw out those signatures, in particular like that scythe down sig has a lot of range on it. It can be relatively safe if you're doing it right.
Oh, actually, for a second, I thought he was going to live. Demon Island, of course, gives a little bit of grace sometimes, but not that time. Answering right back. I'm curious to see what Godly's going to choose. He is staying on the Katars at the moment. We saw a lot of sword towards the end of the last game and the beginning of this one. I feel like he kind of needs that burst. He needs that. He needs the couple reads to kind of put some fear in Acno, but I feel like Acno's just not playing scared at all.
Oh, but he might need to be a little scared right now as Godly staying around there, doesn't have the position to keep Acno down, doesn't hit the side air either.
No. That would have kept it going too. He had such a good turn, and instead now it's switched back. Of course, Acno actually doesn't get too much out of that, so that was way better. But Godly just trying to reset up that situation. And Light's gonna send them back off stage.
Go. The potential doesn't hit the down air though. Godly back on stage, trying to play that neutral, not hitting those side airs. Down light recovery. Godly gonna get that stock advantage, but he is hurting.
Yeah, I feel like Godly's definitely doing a solid job of slowing things down, but he's still getting hit enough on stray hits that Acno's able to keep the game even regardless. And Acno's scythe has been looking really good alongside that. Whoa, I like it. I respect it. I heavily respect that. Does get ground pounded for his troubles, but I do like the attempt. However, not even enough to take it out as we do finally see him get knocked out there.
Yeah, I really love that attempt from Godly there, going in with that ground pound, tried to chase with the down air. Acno's dodge was burned. He went for the GC side sig, and Godly had so much time that he could go for the hits. He just picked wrong on that down air and unfortunately couldn't convert to a KO.
Acno boxing his way back on with the nairs. Once again, as kind of expected here last stock, very even game between these two. Looks like the bow is going to be what tries to get the job done. Actually, never mind. Oh, no, he refreshed the bow. Okay. I think the bow is what needs to get started again. It was what was working in game 1, kind of got figured out in game 2, and it's now working again here in game 3.
I did not realize you could just spot dodge inside that side sig. That side sig is so scary. Godly, clearly a smarter gamer than I, spot dodges inside of it and survives, but the down sig, Acno dodges into it, but manages to time it correctly.
Acno trying to catch him, jumping over towards the weapon spawn with the end light, but does not find his marker. Weapon toss trying to catch him, but that's going to be a big punish on the GCD light recovery from Acno. Again, we mentioned it at the beginning. He's playing just outside of ranges from these 6. Even with all the range, the range they got, he knows the sweet spot on where he could be right near you to say, go ahead, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Oh, you did? Nice. Now I get to punish it.
He's very good at that half jump height, gravity cancel, down light into the recovery. We saw it at the end of the last game, and we saw it at the end of this game as well. Both times doing it as a defensive option, right? The first one to get through the weapon toss, this time to be above that down signature. And now we're seeing the swap come out from Acto. He's over to the Mirage for this one, wants to keep that scythe. Again, that potential to steal stocks, but he wants a spear instead of the bow, which is a bit odd because we have been applauding his bow play.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of getting figured out a little bit, but I still feel like the bow is just what gets the job done. But Spear, of course, being that amazing poke tool you need sometimes to kind of shut someone's aggression down, I feel like he is just maybe more comfortable with the idea of jumping with nairs and jumping with recoveries to stop this really good job that Godly keeps doing of just hovering right above him.
Well, he does have a little bit more anti-air tools with that downlight, some combo potential there, but right now, needs to figure out how to open up Godly. Does get that sidelight, but can't get much else.
Remember, this is what could be potential the final choice of Acno as well. Going here with the Mirage, being down 2-1, could be a difference between a trip to top 3 and a continuation as an attempt to get a higher placing for that the royale later. But Godly has really woken up a ton, and it does not look like that's changing.
Yeah, I want to say it's like a lot of it is that sword play. We saw at the end of that last one, I think 311 damage put out on the sword. Definitely was leaning into it a lot more as things have been progressing, but still, on a fresh stock, he wants the Katars to start it off, and Acno's going to hit the downlight side air.
All right, Acno striking back, taking no damage at that either. So the spear is the weapon of choice to try and start. Of course, Godly just boxing away like, I don't even need a weapon, bro. I got hands, and they're for you.
He's almost done more damage with unarmed than he has Katars in this one. Like he has just not been putting out as much damage with the Katars.
I mean, you're actually 100% right on that too. This is definitely a 3-weapon player right here. He will use that to his. He will use that incredibly well. I do like that GC sidelight to kind of get out of disadvantage as well. He's mixing up the way he's boxing down, and it's kind of tripping up Acno in certain positions.
Yeah, Acno there trying to go for a big play with that GC and Sig, but Godly was to the opposite side of him, but wasn't in position to punish. Downlight side air, weapon toss connects, needs a little bit more here. Godly not able to find the side air that he wants, so instead it's going to be 2 recoveries to give him the stock lead, and he's 1 stock away from getting a top 3 finish.
That was phenomenal the way he hovered right around him too before he got down. It's like, look, I'm not letting you land for free. You got to guess correctly this time, and you didn't, and just stayed right with him with that second recovery. And now Acno's sitting here waiting and gets the punish on the dodge too with the follow-up dare. Oh, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, that was a nice play coming out from Godly. Downlight ground pound, and then baits out the spot dodge. Downlight doesn't hit the ground pound this time, but Acno is taking damage after damage.
He's already lapped him in damage at that too. This is one good play away from Godly. Here's going to Sarah. Won't be enough just yet, but basically Godly just needs one more call. Once again, big punish, and that's going to be Godly moving forward here in the top 3, removing Acno from the picture, and also getting a revenge match back after the recent W's Acno's been able to get. Godly once again reclaims that he is, in fact, that number 1.
Man, those jump gravity cancel downlight recoveries from Godly were so impressive. That final stock there you're seeing again outspaces into a downlight recovery, but he was hitting gravity cancel downlight recovery time and time again as reactions. Like there was the recovery from Acno where he's coming up and Godly's like, all right, well, I don't know, just jump slightly above it, and when you're in recovery frames, gravity cancel downlight recovery. But they're jumping into this next one. I know it's a void behind me, but the players are avoiding the timer.
I'm actually in the infinite abyss right now. Like I am not real. I'm a simulation. Ajax actually stands for like an acronym for that. So just so you know, all of this has been an illusion. I'm not real, but I am back. See, that wasn't a real segment. But
we
anyways,
actually we use Caster GPT. It's all just AI generated.
All of this is one extremely well done and generated setup. Well, still, honestly, incredible job once again from Godly being able to, after that first game, kind of looked like he was like slightly lost on the bow. You can't really count Godly out in any of these situations. He's going to figure it out at some point. And he'll be going up against Knees here in the Elimination Finals, which, to put it lightly, has done pretty well. Against Knees in the past, currently up 4-0 in lifetime set counts.
Yeah, but Knees is he's looking really good today.
Yeah.
Knees is one of those players who like burst into the scene for the European region, looked really, really good, and then kind of disappeared for a hot while. And then people keep saying like, yo, this is the one. This is the time for Knees. And I'm starting to believe it. Knees is looking really good today.
I think that you're on the money with that, too. I don't know how many times we've heard in conversation of, like, predictions. By the way, somebody definitely didn't oversleep this morning and forget to send their predictions. They're definitely not not somebody who the camera may be on right now. But Knees always gets. I like how they switched to you two to make it look like it was you.
Definitely my fault. Yeah,
it was you. It was Duke. The whole
I mean,
time.
my predictions got problematic
They
very
got swatted?
quickly. Swatted.
They got swatted down. Yeah.
I ain't doing that to me, but either way.
I can only do that because I didn't even get mine in. I definitely would have predicted exactly this right now. It's still Knees is always someone who got brought up in that conversation of they could probably do it. Like this could be the time that they do it. And today's the day. They're already guaranteed a top 3 finish no matter what. And let's not count them out yet either. Of course, there is the curse of being the one who has the greater win stat record before I say it. So that is always in their favor. But 2, they did put Acno into losers earlier. So it's not an untouchable win.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, Knees this is his first stepping into the elimination side of the bracket for the day, whereas Godly has been living in the elimination bracket for the most of today. So Knees is a little bit fresher. He hasn't had to play nearly as many sets as Godly has had to do. And the one thing that's nice is Knees plays a lot of the weapons that Acno was just playing. So he can kind of take the things that Acno did well and say, okay, I'm going to bring that into my toolkit and utilize it, but bring it out in a different way that Godly's going to struggle with a little bit more.
Yeah, which floor to you on this one? Because, he has been kind of cycling between quite a bit, and the Linfei looked phenomenal before, but it did get stopped by Machete. Who do you think he goes into to start the game?
Honestly, my gut says he's going to just start with the Nyx, and then we'll see like where it goes. But as a starting point, I think Nyx gives him a lot of options, right? If he's feeling the Scythe, he can go over to the Mordex, he can go for the Moonin, anything like that. If he's feeling the Blasters, maybe switch it up, go over to the Diana, go to the Lucian. So he has a lot of different paths that he can kind of branch into, depending on what that first match does.
I think if I'm going to think for a counter pick option, it'll probably be the Diana game too, but we'll talk more about that. First, we have to talk about what was the incredible breakdown in basically a rematch in a spot we didn't expect, as we hear from Remy right now about that last game.
Godly takes his step forward, makes sure he's coming out here to that royale, which we'll see in about a month that they mentioned already, in an intense 4th place matchup. Now, these two, we see them in grands all the time. 4th place is not when you want to see them. I've talked a lot about them individually and how they play off stage. I've told you guys, Acno loves the off stage. Godly also loves the off stage. What happens when they meet up? Acno actually takes a lot of the off stage winning here. You can see it in this clip here. The common scythe play. We're going to slow it down just here to see how, at this point right here, it was really interesting. I noticed this and I loved it. Acno a stock ahead, Acno a stock behind, just completely goes for this play where it's like, okay, I whiffed here, and if he doesn't get this jump nair, he could have ended up not making it back to the map as well. So he gets that nair, he gets the chase dodge up, and he also denies Godly the touch, giving him kind of leverage back into this game, which he's a stock behind in. Plays like this the entire time from Acno, just off stage, like really burst movements like this. Watch the snare, catches him, he comes back on and catches the down air as well, doesn't give him that chance back on. And it felt like the entire time, every time they went off stage, Acno was the one that came out on top. So what did Godly do? He said, forget that nonsense, forget that noise. I know where I can play. I know what I can do to beat you. He goes on stage, and you can see it here, the calm movements, the swift sword play, gets that end light, dashes forward, gets the downlight stare, and then doesn't actually force forward for the edge guard. He says, I'm just going to focus on what I'm good at. I know what to do. I know when you're going to make a mistake, when you're nervous, and he just chills on the map. You can see the pressure here from Godly. He doesn't jump. He doesn't make any mistakes. Acno is going for these jump nairs. He's getting impatient, and it just kind of shows as it continues on. Let's get back there. He gets impatient off stage. He goes for a little bit of the off stage shenanigans. He's waiting for something to happen. The weapon throws start coming out. He's like, okay, I've got to break neutral here somehow. And that's kind of the message that Godly was sending towards him. He was like, all right, I'm going to stay calm on the stage. If you don't know what to do, I'm going to take full advantage of that. I'm going to get these GC downlight recoveries. I'm going to take you off the top. I don't need to go off stage. I don't need to. Fine, you earned that domain. I'm going to stay on stage. Again, here we're seeing these weapon throws come out. You're seeing Godly just kind of hover on the map rather than go for anything too extreme. Gets down like Sarah, goes for the weapon throw instead of anything too harsh, and then it's back on stage. Gets the double recovery off the top. You can see how the kills start going from off stage to off the top because he has that sword and he has that stage advantage. Continuing on to the last clip, you can see just the lead he's made for himself with that on-stage gameplay. The GCs are still coming out. Acno, he's putting out a lot of hitboxes and they're not working. Godly is getting these punishes every single time. Another downlight stare sends him off, and I do remember this was a GC side stick that brought him back to the stage. The downlight stare did cut him off again, and Godly in the top 3. what's surprising about it? You know, so the casters are going to show you that top 3 as he faces off against Knees next.
Big moves, biggest plays made from the biggest names EU has to offer, of course, brought to us by the best name in World Championship history over there, Remy. And also, I mean, like, W's like that make you feel larger than life sometimes. It really is phenomenal just seeing the consistency that someone like Godly has to always get to top 3. Talking about, again, the former king of EU with Acto getting set out at 4th today, and now has to watch as everyone else stands on the podium.
Yeah, that's a dramatic finish for Acto, going home with a 4th place finish here at the Winter Championship. But on the other side, Godly, again, not overly surprised to see him do this well.
Yep.
A lot of people have him in the predictions, but still, he's having to make that lower bracket run. He has to do this elimination run, and from here on out, he cannot afford to lose a set.
Yeah, in EU, whenever these upsets happen, this is like the nightmare scenario for us when we're trying to figure out predictions after, because guaranteed that Godly or Acto are going to be one of the people to knock out one of our potential top 3 candidates going into this tournament. But today, pretty much for me, it was just whoever I saw playing Tesca, I was ready to cheer for it, and it's worked out well because Machete is sitting on the winner's side of Grandson. To be honest, that's where you want to be against someone like Godly who is making that run through eliminations. But that depends, of course, depending on if Knees is able to do that. Even though he hasn't had the same history as them, this is someone who has some good history. 72% win rate last year. That is not easy to achieve in EU, and also has played many of times, not just in top 8, but also has taken that trip to the finals quite a few times on the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Knees has more top 8s than Godly does, but Godly has higher finishes. He's gotten 5 gold medals, 2 silver medals in his history. And again, it's a much smaller time frame that Godly has been playing compared to Knees, but still, that experience still stands. Knees has been playing for a lot longer. He's got an arguably larger character pool that he can pull from.
Yeah, and I think that might be what you need here at going into this. Now, we are going to start off like you predicted. We're going to see the Knicks first. Just as kind of a note to the previous sets, the Scythe is getting the job done. And I think that's what you're probably going to need here to get those explosive plays against someone like Godly.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw the Scythe do really well against Godly. Acto was able to steal a stock out in the last set, but this time Godly, he's ready and roaring to go as he is swinging on Knees with his sword.
Like you said, steal a snack for a second. Like, did you just go into his cupboard to just take his food out? It's like, is that what they say in use? Is it a cupboard? Like, is that what it is? I don't know. Well, right now, the snack is trying to get that W. It's going to taste good if you try to get a W against Godly. He already has one here against Acto today, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, looking like a goldfish, the snack that smiles back, but Knees trying to get the dodge read. It's going to be Godly with the punish, downlight side air, not quite enough. He goes down, doesn't fear the gravity cancel end sig from Knees.
Recovery getting the job in here either, but this is an incredibly close start, but he's going to get smacked away by the D-Sig immediately. Even though Godly's hit ratio on that hasn't been the best, it's still the fear factor, because that move in and of itself is a jump scare.
Yeah, it comes out so quick, and honestly, just like the sound effect of it can really, put some fear into you.
Turn the headphones down when you're fighting a Suri.
But Knees does find that side air, finishes off the stock of Godly, and this time leading a little bit more into that Scythe.
Trying to look at Enlight Nair, just trying to get consistent damage right now, but here goes Knees. Are we going to see the D-Light at the ledge? No, decides to give it to side ledge to catch Godly, which, to be honest, that was actually almost a good read. It just barely missed.
Nope, but this time, ground pound doesn't hit the down air. Godly, back up onto the stage, wants this sword to respond to the sights.
I think Godly's sword play has just been so phenomenal so far. It's been a big part of what's just smacked everyone away, consistent damage, and I think that's the most difficult thing, is that once Godly's constantly reading you over and over again, you know those 2 pieces are always going to hit, but he's also gotten some really good reads out of ground pound plays as well from sword. But this is impressive by Knees. We're once again here on stock 2, Duke, where they are at even damage.
Yeah, I mean, Knees is definitely keeping this even, especially like given the set count history being in favor of Godly. Like, you'd expect him to kind of start to run away with this one. He does get the downlight ground pound, but still, this is far from a Godly W guaranteed, at least.
100%. I mean, I think that Blasters were the next one. No, it's going to be Scythe, okay, but one solid play. Maybe a reversal here on the attempted ground pound from Godly. Do we see something off the wall? No stare off the wall. He was looking for that volley, but Godly now piecing it together, going for the dodge in place read for that ground pound. Doesn't find it, but that's one way to kind of scare Knees out of potentially trying to find that KO.
Yeah, Knees has got to be careful around that, because Godly got so much momentum off his guitars. Great damage built up, downlight recovery. Still keeping those guitars as Knees needs to find a finisher here.
And you aren't kidding on that. Weapon toss down will be enough to finally get the job done, but took so much already in the darker orange going into this last stock. But pretty much similar to Acto, this was kind of where the damage was most of the time on last stock, and Acto would bring it back, so I'm not going to count him out just yet.
Yeah, definitely far from over. Knees has stolen stocks from many opponents before with this Nyx, but a downlight recovery, and Godly's not going to give him the opportunity. He's up 1-0.
Simplicity is key. Simple and clean behavior. Making sure you get those D-Light stairs, those D-Light recoveries. Nothing too complicated out of Godly, which is kind of crazy because we're normally seeing the incredibly big reads that Godly will go for sometimes because he just knows. But at this point, I think he's just decided with the meta, with a lot of the range that people have nowadays too, especially trying to solve that bow that was giving him problems, he's going to make it work here. But now all of a sudden, I have at least one round of bias. We're going to get Knees switching over to the Tezca as we go into game number 2.
This is definitely an interesting swap from Knees. Like, to me, this feels like a salt pick. Like, he's still mad about his loss to Machete, and he's like, fine, I'll play the Tezca too, and I'll show everyone how broken this character is. But really, he's got to show it against someone of Godly's caliber.
And even away from the salt pick too, having something like this where you could get a lot of reward on hit like this, it might be what you need, because it's been so hard to hit Godly that if you're not hitting him at least 3 to 4 times when you do, you're not going to get the win. So switching it up, maybe the combo base will help him out.
Yo, but Godly has a lot of potential to play that safe game. You can see him kind of trying to outspace these boots, but the side sig hits high enough. Godly does manage to get back to the stage. Knees with a neutral light keeps him in the open air.
I like the attempts from Knees there too, going for the late falling there to try and get a sider out of it if he pokes his head up above the ledge a little bit too early. But Knees is holding the damage lead, goes for it, and he does not get around the ground spot. You have to watch out for the fall as he catches him, making a miss space, and Knees strikes first.
That splash coming out, the frog splash from Knees on the Tezca is going to give him that initial stock, and unfortunately Godly was not able to get a lot of damage here.
And look at that Nair to Sair, just keeping that damage going. Knees is building this up very well right now. So this is, I think this is the big difference. He was able to get some wins in neutral before. Oh my God, I respect it. I love the attempt. The side sig doesn't find its mark, but that would have probably taken that out.
Yo, but the down sig will connect. Godly is getting pieced up. You know what? Knees, maybe the salt pick worked because he is up 3 stocks to 1 against Godly.
This is a phenomenal counter pick coming out from him right now. This is a very different game between these two. Looking for him, trying to drop back down, does not find the ground pound, but either way, it doesn't matter. He keeps catching these end lights. He's catching the side lights now too. Godly has not been able to space around it.
And I love the way that Knees is going in. He's going for downlight Nair as his predominant route, and then he'll go in, hit the side air, and keep it going. He's been so effective at it. Godly avoids the side sig, hits the dare, and yep, will get the stock. So he's not going to get 3 stocked here, but he is playing very far behind.
Yeah, just know I'm stealing most of these strings that he's landing right now. These have been so consistent, and Godly is, I think his hand has been forced over to guitars. I think he needs to try to answer back with another solid string of his own and just kind of make Knees stop running at him, because the sword hasn't been enough to box him out.
Yeah, I mean, really not a lot from Godly has been that effective. Downlight side air this time coming out from Knees. He didn't touch, and Knees is going to take game number 2 with 2 stocks to his name.
That was as much of a difference between a game that I've ever seen. Look, I just caught him on the back. You have to be careful about when that grounded splat comes through. But that first game compared to that second one looked night and day. It's like that first one didn't exist at all, and Godly actually not taking a second to think about maybe a character swap or anything. He's going to just run it right back here with the Asuri.
Yeah, Godly has been pretty stubbornly attached to this Asuri for a hot minute here. He's been sticking with it, and we'll see if he's found some sort of adjustment, because Knees had so much control in that last one, but right now it's Knees on the gauntlets. We didn't see too much of the gauntlets in that last game.
Yeah, but we are going to take a trip, by the way, from Demon Island as well, go over here to Lions, and I think part of it is he probably, A, wants a different spot to land, because he was having a really hard time landing in front of Tezca, but also that I think the room that Knees had to work with was a little bit too much to his liking. So instead, when he puts him in advantage like this, look at this. Like, Knees has had quite a bit of he's had a hard time actually landing here at the start of game 3.
Yeah, I mean, also Godly's been able to maintain a lot more weapon control because of the map is a little bit closer. Doesn't have to go as far to steal those weapons away. Nice little side air, keeps Knees on the outside. He needs to get this stock, otherwise Knees is going to start finding that momentum, and he's finding it. Enzig connects.
Weapon toss down, finishes it too. That was so good from Knees. Decided to commit to it. Every other time he would go for GC side stick instead, and he caught him slipping right there. He had like, he was kind of had no right to take that first stock with the way Godly was playing first, but Knees has been playing so good that he brought it right back.
Yeah, it's just like when Knees is on Gauntlets, Godly has the time, he's got the opportunity. But once Knees has those boots, you got to start respecting it because Knees is able to put out so much damage so quickly.
They're made for walking. He's currently walking all over Godly at the moment, but Godly is definitely playing significantly better here in this game. That's the scary part. You may beat Godly in the game prior, but it's about the data that Godly got out of your character swap that's going to happen in the next one. Granted, that data is currently not downloading. He is getting pieced up as well now by the gauntlets.
Yeah, man's getting throttled by his ISP because he is struggling against Knees. He is not finding the download. Knees starting to throw out quite a bit of attacks, but Godly is not finding any punishes.
Godly finally, he gets one side light. That's not normal. Usually when Godly sees a whiff, he's getting a solid 3 out of it. But gonna avoid the side light at the ledge. Meanwhile, Knees just kind of waiting for him to poke his head above the ledge. Does instead get weapon tossed in this air. It's a good opportunity here for Godly.
Dude, there was a hot minute there. Oh, down air, able to hit that side air as well. Knees gonna go off stage, throws out the recovery there. Likely wouldn't have KO'd despite the fact that Godly's very damaged, but the side air should, yep, get the finisher there. And Knees, he has primed Gauntlets as his next weapon.
Yeah, he's lined up what could be a 2-to-1 lead. We said it before. There's, you know, it's not like Knees didn't just beat Acto as well in the winner's side. So this could be Knees not just beating 1, but 2. The 2 titans of EU potentially. That's a little early to call, of course, because this is still a best of 5. We see recovery to come out to get that KO, but he's definitely making a good attempt at trying to get that W.
That was really well done from Godly there. Kind of recognized that was a similar situation to earlier where he got caught by the Enzig. This time he goes down and he's able to punish from below with that recovery. Outspaces the side sig, but he can't get much else.
Godly starting to get him. There we go. Gets the neutral light into the jump read with the nair. And he's getting a lot more stray hits. If you want to see Godly do well, you need to see these Katars kind of pop off right now. Get him close to that damage, but that should be enough as we see Knees. Duke has gone up 2-1 here over Godly.
His boots are so good, like you said. They were made for walking, but now they're running all over Godly. And Godly needs to find something different. Every time he starts to find some momentum, it's just a little too late, and Knees just gets hit after hit.
If he continues to do this well with the boots, he's going to be able to get free real estate in New York pretty soon. Like, this is working incredibly well as the Tims are out here and they're getting the job done. I mean, he's just standing so tall right now. It's looking so good in the way that he's kind of just looked up to Godly and said, look, I don't care how high you may feel like you are. It doesn't matter to me. Like, you may be a Titan, but I'm taking you down. Again, reminder, this could be Acto and Godly, both of them going down to Knees potentially here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we talked up Knees, but, like, the fact of the matter is he is doing so well. Currently up 2-1 over Godly and forcing Godly off his stubborn pick of the Asuri over to the Zol. It's going to have an axe, it's going to have a cannon, and it's going to have a little bit more single hit trade potential here with that high strength.
I think you're right on the money with the single hit trade potential. I feel like before he was getting his hits, but he was only getting 1, and that's not normal. So at this point, it's like, look, I can get my hits. I'm going to make sure they all count, though, as we've seen basically just 4 anti-airs has equaled what his KO percentages for him right now.
Yeah, he's definitely put out a lot of damage, but can he land as Knees hits the side sig? Godly's got horizontal movement. The side air gets him back up safely. Outspaces, doesn't hit the downlight for the nair. Nair's not enough.
I really like how Godly approached that too. Said, look, let me just back off, wait for you to just land, see if you try to get really aggressive here, and it doesn't lead to anything, but Godly does end up finding the knockout right there, and that's going to give him his first lead in a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit since he's had a lead over Knees. He's going to be sticking with the cannon here too. He had his opportunity to pick what weapon he wanted, but it won't matter as Knees hits that recovery and basically negates any lead Godly had.
Yeah, and also just that fear of cannon, having that super explosive potential to get that early knockout on you on the side too, will maybe check Knees, but Knees' control at the side has been so good, gets the Sair, pushes him over to the ledge, catches the end lights once again, and he closes it out potentially right now. Does he close it at the bottom? No, he just missed the ground pound.
But still, the threats are there. Godly did not attack back. He was finding no responses to Knees in this entire offstage engagement as he gets a 4-piece onto Godly, disarms him as well, and Godly goes low, avoids the end light, but he's still just trying to find a route back onto the stage.
That was 2 times in a row that he had an immaculate edge guard, barely missing the first one. The second one got the job done, and we're looking at what could be Knees getting a 3-1 W here as he builds up the damage again, sends him back on that time, trying to get the falling nair to continue to get that Sair and build up that damage.
I mean, this is Godly we're talking about, somebody who has never placed outside of the top 2 in a European tournament, including the World Championship of 2022. And right now, Knees is 1 stock away from forcing Godly to his first ever bronze medal, but he hits the down air.
All right, this is where Godly has earned that right to that name. He goes God mode sometimes in these last stock situations, so you cannot be too comfortable with it. You see he's looking for it, might go for it right now, tries to catch him on the landing to get that reset so he could jump back off to go for that Sair, but now he's in a bad position here against Knees.
Oh, gets beaten out. These side airs have been just stuffed by Knees with the neutralites. Happened on the boots, happened on the gauntlets. Down sig, spaces it out, but he doesn't have the timing. The neutralite comes out so quick for Knees.
Godly just hunting for a weapon at the moment, gets to the axe. Meanwhile, Knees is looking for one more good guess to possibly knock him out now. Enlight's gonna send him back off stage, misses out on that Sair, and he is just barely missing the closer of the game.
Knees is 1 side air away from putting this away. Godly trying to maintain this corner pressure. Neutral sig, but he lets go, and Knees gonna take out Godly 3-1.
He bet it all on the neutral sig. He expected him to recover high, but Knees played just around it, and Godly falls here at 3rd place. You mentioned the stat, and the stats continue to just not be in favor of people when they get brought up. His very first ever 3rd place, not top 2 finish at an EU tournament. That is an absurd record to have, but these plays here, that one right there, just barely missing the closeout, but the follow-up one did get the job done as the weapon toss forced him to dodge away, had nothing to follow up, and Knees' counterpick over to Tezca was in fact the right answer.
Godly, he got 2nd place at the World Championship, and unfortunately his loss really just kind of deflates a lot of people. But either way, it's been quite tragic. Godly has his first ever bronze medal. Knees now gets to go into the grand finals against Machete, and we have potential for a Tezca mirror match.
Yeah, feeling a lot lower about things now, a little bit more grounded at this point, like definitely feeling a bit lower in terms of like confidence, but it doesn't matter because he's just been playing so good up to this point. He's gonna rebound the next time he comes out. Doesn't this is. We're talking about Godly going out at 3rd and be like, oh man, 3rd. He got 3rd. So he still gets that trip out, of course. And just the fact that it's Acto, Godly, 4th and 3rd. This is a very different timeline we're looking at as we see this rematch coming up here with Machete and Knees.
I mean, the thing that's going to be interesting is, of course, Machete just basically dominated Knees just a moment ago, but now we're seeing a different Knees. This is going to be Knees on a Tezca of his own. Potential here for the boots mirror match, and honestly, at a glance, Knees' boots looked really good.
They did. Actually, might have been throwing this whole tournament, not playing them before. Like, the fact that he got up here to this and wasn't using this, like, that was amazing. But as we get ready to get into the grand finals, we have take a short break. We'll be right back. Make sure you do not go anywhere as we have the final match here of the EU Winter Championships right around the corner.
You find yourselves outside of town, but you sense danger. It's the Dark Warlock, Volkov. A hero must rise up to meet this challenge. Who could it be?
I will face this foe, the great Jay Young.
The hero plays, levels up, and unlocks new rewards. But the hero cannot defeat Volkov alone.
I call upon my team of great adventurers.
Sidra, the Beastmaster.
Hugin, the Bard.
And Kaya, the Cleric.
They'll need items and familiars to succeed against the great Volkov. Now that the heroes are ready for battle, it's time to roll for initiative. Now the battle begins. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, brawl! Adventure awaits in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 7. It's all fun and games until someone rolls a 1.
Watch out! I got the cannonball! Oh, where's my cannon? Sharon, you have my cannon? Sharon? You good?
We've got one more set to crown our champion of the European region for the Winter Championship. And it's two people that were not quite in the discussion. Two people that were just outside the top 2 PR. Instead, it's Machete and Knees vying for that grand finals finish.
Like you said, PR number 3 and PR number 5 going up against each other here in grand finals. So not like it's an uncharacteristic thing for those type of skills to get there, except in EU, that's usually not the case because it is held down by the two that control first. It is Acto and Godly, but instead they are actually behind these two right now. Both of them being knocked out by the hands of, well, actually by the boots of Knees in that situation. But Knees is playing so good up to this point. The only person to stop Knees at any point is the one sitting in winner's side of grands.
Yep, it's Machete, the person who beat him in the winner's final. Both of them have that potential of playing the Tesca. Machete has kind of just been on that Tesca grind. On the other side, Knees kind of mixing it up a little bit. We saw the Nyx, we saw the Diana, we saw all sorts of stuff, but it was the Tesca that ultimately was the thing that take down Godly and earn his spot in this grand finals.
Yeah, and like you said, it's been only the Tesca up to this point for Machete prior to this moment, but what we just saw at Knees, it feels like that's what he should have been playing this whole event. It looked so good. It felt like everything that he did led to either a 4-piece string or something off stage. And constantly getting put there means you are never really taking your turn in neutral. You never actually have a turn to begin with. You're constantly playing on defense, and that is a scary thing to do against someone like the caliber of Godly to make him look like he didn't have a solution to it.
And he was getting so many great follow-ups, right? He was going for like downlight Nair Sair a bunch of times, but then he kind of mixed it up and started going, oh, you're going to dodge this way. I'm going to catch you with this Ensig. I'm going to catch you with this down sig. He was punishing all these dodges from Godly. That final down sig to take him out. Like he was just in Godly's head with the way that he was catching these dodges.
Yeah, it was so good. And the neutral stick read that he had off stage made me pop off. I wish it would have gotten the job done right there, but it didn't even matter. Actually, no, that one was the D-sig that missed on the first one. But it's just, he just never relented. And like the neutral lights at ledge were really good too. The side lights were good too. But of course, let's take a run back at what these two have done historically. They did just fight up against each other. So one more win in the head-to-head lifetime between these two does go to Machete. But as you see there, you know, this is not Machete's first trip to these positions. It may have been a while, but that 3 gold medals has come into pass, which means he could potentially add to that count right now.
Yeah, a slightly more winning player. On the other side, Knees is no stranger to getting gold medals. He's earned each of the medal types. He's gotten a gold, a silver, and a bronze. This time, he's going to get one of those numbers into a number 2. Will it be another silver or hopefully another gold? As we get into this one, the grand finals of the Winter Championship for the European region. Is it going to be Tezca or is it going to be Tezca?
It's going to be Tezca at that, because we're going to see the mirror match come up right now as we see Knees has committed to it, realized this was the correct decision as we get into game number 1.
Boots in hand, Machete back to the same game plan that he has, the no active input side airs, but he's able to go in with the N-Sig this time. At least he has some mix-ups on it.
That's kind of been the difference between the two, is that one of them has always gone for the input where the other one hasn't. Knees has been pretty committed to going off stage, where Machete says, no, I'm going to get my damage and see your defensive option after, and I'm going to cover it. And even though it has a little bit more base force to it, on just not going through, it's been working for Machete regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a stronger neutral game from Machete, right? He's just trying to get this safe damage in. He's going to launch Knees, and then he's back to his game plan. There's the side air off the downlight. And the fact of the matter is, Knees was not able to open up Machete.
And Machete had the inaugural emote after the first one saying, I am the better of us two right now. Because as everybody already knows, if you win the mirror match, you must be the better main of the two, right? But this is one of those times where actually this category does come into play, because it's the first official tournament we get to see this character.
Yeah, you got to claim your stake, right? Like, you got to say, this is my drip, and anyone who plays it is just trying to bite my style. But Knees with the side air is going to maintain that stock tied status.
Incredible job. I cannot give enough credit to Knees' play at the edge of the stage. It's pretty much why he beat Godly in that last set, and he's going to need that to happen again here. One thing Machete's done incredible so far, like you said, is the grounded gameplay. He's winning neutral way more. He's almost always finding the neutral lights, and he's basically not letting Knees jump in on him and get anything started.
Yeah, on the other side, Knees is really looking for that tempo. He's not quite found it yet, but you can definitely see those shades of like, if I get this second hit, then I'm going to go for this third option, and maybe that can lead to more.
Looking for a landing right there. There's again, Machete barely ever goes up in the skies after him. He doesn't chase with Nair. He doesn't do anything. He just waits to try to get the end light. Just getting out of range of that. But there's Knees' aggressive plays at a disadvantage have been really good up to these points. He's almost always finding that straight hit there.
Oh, but the side sig, he's going to whip to the left. He was in the center of the stage, so it kind of was the same whichever way he went. But the side air will finish off the stock, and Machete, trying to pick what weapon he wants, will be the boots.
My goodness, so that Sarah ledge is just so good. You drop off, you put some fear in them, you make the potential thought that you might get caught by ground pound happen, and then you just hover right above it with that three-piece, and you got to take it. And Machete finally started to get pretty aggressive off of these plays now. First two ones, a little bit slow, now going in.
I know I keep harping on the non-active input side air, but I love that when he throws it in, it's like this little seasoning, this little sprinkling of the active input, and then he'll go for more. And that time, he got 5 hits in a row onto Knees.
You gotta love it, just that extra bit that just makes the food taste that much better, and that food is phenomenal right now. But so far, Knees trying to cook himself, and can he get that right now? He does at least get him on his way back down, so let's make this clear. Knees had a couple really good early plays. He could still get back into this.
Yeah, he's still in the kitchen. He's still cooking, but right now it's Machete who is closer to getting that bun out of the oven. Knees goes in, hits the Nair, but he's not going to get more. Another Nair. Sidelight keeps Machete off stage, but Machete keeps getting back.
That attempt at the dare was indeed raw. It was not cooked. Instead, it's going to be Machete who gets game number 1. Phenomenal job up to that point. In stock 3, he finally decided to say, all right, I'm going to show you something real quick. I'm going to teach you that I have a bit of sauce as well. But Knees, I feel like as the game progressed, to look significantly better. So even though he lost that first game, I feel way better about him going into game 2.
Yeah, but either way, Knees not feeling too great about it himself as he makes the swap over to the Hunin for game number 2. Wants that range advantage. Said, you know what? Maybe you are the Teska of the region, but I can be the Moonin or the Hunin of the region.
Nobody saw it, but I had like the arm shucks moment when I saw this. I wanted to see that finish. But so, I mean, the Hunin has been incredibly good regardless. We talked earlier about how everything that he's played today has looked good, but Machete's Teska has just looked that much better, forcing him to change his hand.
Yo, and Machete is just finding more and more momentum. He always has a slow start in game number 1, but game 2, he really comes out kicking and swinging. Doesn't get much. There's the side air. I thought Nees was going to try to play that grinding game and control the center stage, but Machete he's just getting those hits.
He hasn't been able to. Every time he's made an attempt at it, it's been kind of hit out, but he has found enough stray hits to basically keep this an even game. Looking for the D-Light on the side and drops off stage, catching him slipping and finishes the job. So he doesn't need to do too much. He just needed to catch him one good time off stage.
Yeah, utilizing that range as well. Those down airs from the bow, throwing out that extended hitbox against Machete. Doesn't get caught by the side sig there. Would have been fatal, but avoids the weapon toss. Machete is too low, has to hit him with the recovery.
And now Machete just needs one solid stare at the ledge, which will get the job done right there. We said it before, it's such a good option on the side of the stage. It's got 3 active hits that you have to be careful of, and if you just jump right into it, you are going to get set packing.
Yeah, I mean, it's good because like if you do it as you're rising, right, you kind of basically stay in that same position. You're just putting this dangerous hitbox out there, but good movement from Machete. He throws out that recovery, catches the down sig as well, keeping Nees on the corner. He's unarmed, goes low, but Machete has so much control here.
I remember in Winners Finals, we kept looking at it. He would never get the dodge read on that. It's like, okay, but what is he going to finally get when he gets it? Well, we just saw it. He got so much more reward out of that put Nees right into KO windows, and he has refused to give up on his turn either.
It's been a while since Nees has found a hit. He found that neutral air, but nothing else. This time Machete not able to pick up the weapon spawn. This is an opportunity, but it looks like an opportunity for Machete as he gets a downlight recovery, and this lead keeps getting bigger.
That's a wrestler. He doesn't care whether he has the gauntlets on or not. He's still going to throw the hands, and Machete basically doesn't really care which one he has, but that D-Light's going to be really good. That just missed. That would have been so good for Nees to even the game right up.
Yo, but the sweat beads means Machete's got no jumps, and Nees does find the KO there. I was hoping for Machete to do more off that side air. That was like one of those situations, you've got the stock advantage, you caught your opponent doing something goofy, go for a big play.
Yeah, I think it's just his reserve playstyle is kind of just pulled away anytime he wants to do that. But at some point, we want to see it. But Nees, we mentioned it earlier, he has just those moments where he will just steal a stock away. You can't just shut him down. He will get back in, and that's majority of why he is sitting here in this grand finals. Granted, on the elimination side, as he has one more L to add to that, even though he got that first one, it's going to put him down here in game. Actually, no. That's 2 up in the lead. Yep. It's 2-0. I just saw that the score was backwards. Currently, now looking at one potential loss left for this EU Finals.
Yeah, Machete is just, he's running away. He's put the shoes on, laced them up. He's even pumped them up like those old school shoes used to be. You like, gotta hit the tongues. But either way.
There's a huge generational gap of nobody knowing what you're talking about.
What?
So, wait, look, okay, we'll go to like light ups, okay? He is running and they're lighting up, and you're the coolest kid in school right now. And he's about to have a trophy to run around that school with as well, because he's one game away, and the Qatars have now shown their face again, this time with the Ragnar attached. We saw the Zol counterpick before it from the Axe. The Axe did not work, so we'll see if it will work here for Nees as we get into game number 3.
Honestly, I do think the Axe of Godly kind of worked, but then when he went to the cannon, that's when Nees was like, all right, I'm just going to hit you now. So we'll see how well that works out. Nees, on the other hand, he's got Qatars. I've seen people think that Qatars are really good into boots. I haven't seen evidence one way or the other personally, but we'll see right now how well it does, because he's catching Machete.
Yeah, I feel like on paper, it definitely can be. I feel like if you see the end lights, you see any of the like punish windows, Qatars are going to get so much out of it. But I think nobody's been kind of like acclimated to the timing of what they need to right now to react to Machete on the boots yet. It could probably be a solution down the line, but so far Machete's played around them.
Yeah, Machete playing very well for himself. Nees did get some good damage, but now he's struggling to find that landing hit. He's out of movement as Machete's got him on the corner, but Knees gets the wall touch, goes for that fadeaway Sair.
Amazing fadeaway at that. He just barely missed getting caught by that ground pound. That was an immaculate play from Machete, but the Sair won't be enough just yet. But one more of them will do it if he catches him on the landing, fading away to see if he can get aggressive on landing.
Yo, Machete's playing like a bow player, right? Like he's putting so much space between himself and the opponent, and he's like, I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna go low. I'm gonna catch you with this downlight.
Oh, Superfoot wall is going on right now, just constantly getting kicked in the face and not knowing how it happened, and you feel goofy afterwards, but it's mostly just from this incredible play from Machete, and that one recovery will catch him. Decided not to commit to it, figured he had the jump read, but instead just backed off.
You know, but Knees, side light, can't find the follow-up there. Machete just kind of a little too damaged for any of the traditional axe follow-ups there. Down air, not quite enough. You saw him in position. That spot dodge was for the gravity cancel downlight, but Machete just hitting him out of it.
Now Machete has his turn back right here, just missing the nair to get the chase, and I like the whip toss immediately over there. He's gotten so much out of this stock. He's been on borrowed time for a while. He does finally get knocked out. But look at the damage he was able to apply before it finally happened.
And Knees is going to be sticking with the Katars, even primes the second pair. They worked kind of well at the start of the first stock, but now Machete's got the gauntlets.
Ooh, trying to get the big anti-air snipe right there. I liked it. He doesn't really had a moment where it's been needed because it's mostly just Boots getting everything done. But he has also done plenty with these gauntlets as well as avoid that side sig. You do not want to be grabbed right now.
Yeah, I mean, Knees cannot afford to take any of those big hits. A side air might not do it unless it's right on this edge. Downlight would have set up for it.
I think he's trying to line him up over on the side to get exactly that. I feel like he's kind of trying to walk Knees to a corner, but Knees looking for it, instead gets reversed. He was able to at least put enough onto him, though, that I feel comfortable with the fact that he can answer right back with Revenge KO.
I don't know. He struggled a little bit to finish off that first stock, right? Like, Machete was in the red for a while there. Knees, the recovery not even enough to put him off the screen. Machete with the weapon denial. Recovery again. Machete still sitting on that second stock.
Machete trying to see if he can finish it all right now, looking for another share maybe at the ledge. He's going to catch him. Catch him one more time. Will that be able to line it up to a big play? No, but he's just racking up so much, and Knees has just not had a solution to get back on safely.
Side light goes for the read there. Knees with the punish. It's just a side light of his own. Again, the side light, side air. Knees keeping this one close. Final stocks here. Orange to white. Knees needs something big.
It's not done just yet. Knees has a slim chance, but a chance still at that. The hope is still there to try and prevent what could be a 3-0, but Machete has been playing phenomenally, trying to get another W here against them, waiting for him to go up, gets the nair, trying to continue to chase, but like you said, there's nothing really to knock out that high up from any signature, so he doesn't have to fear that.
Knees. He's burned so much there. He's disarmed. Machete with the boots gets the side air, and Machete is the EU Winter Champion.
What a phenomenal run from Machete up to this point. Everything about the boots just got the job done. The Sair at the ledge was just always what he needed, whether it be out of the D-Light or just a straight-up Sair read on its way up. But even though he didn't commit to a lot of those active inputs you said before, it doesn't matter. His simplicity was so good, and he gets to hold yet another first-place finish in quite some time here as he takes the EU Championships.
Yeah, he basically said, I don't need to go for these long extended strings or anything like that. Doesn't have to go for a read off the active input side air as long as he wins neutral enough times. And that's basically what happened. He hit downlight side air so many times.
Yeah, he was winning neutral repeatedly, and it's not the easiest thing to do against the caliber of players we see here, but just a reminder again, Acto, 4th place, Godly, 3rd place, Knees. I don't know why is production laughing? I don't know why they're laughing over there. What are they giggling about? But Knees getting 2nd place to only the incredible play that was the Tesca from Machete today.
Yeah, I mean, impressive play all around. Congratulations to Machete. Congratulations to the top 3, because, of course, they are going to be flown out for that Royale here in Atlanta, Georgia. So they've got to make sure that they pack their bags and get ready. Maybe make sure that their passports are working, because, of course, they're coming from the EU. But again, Machete playing out of his mind. He's the only one who really stuck with the Tesca as far as I saw, or at least who made it this far.
Yeah, he was pretty committed to playing it throughout, and it looked phenomenal. We saw the one counterplay from Knees picking it up, but it was Machete who was able to show that he is currently, at least up to this point, the best in the game using it. But that does not mean that he's the only one who could possibly showcase it, because we still have more tournaments still to go. Even though we finished EU today, we had Austin C yesterday, we have South America around the corner, which I can only assume at least one of them has to have a good one, but most of the time they're pretty committed to the Lance and the Spears, so might not be a breakaway, but I'm excited to see.
I mean, there's definitely a possibility. I think we had the show match with South America, and it was Wes who in particular was doing some really cool stuff with the Tesca. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think of all people, like South America likes to stick to their roots. They like to stick to their guns, whereas Machete is kind of like whatever he thinks is really strong, that's what he'll swap to, and that's what works for him here.
Yeah, I definitely believe so, and I can't wait to see exactly what they do bring to the table, like we said, going into this next match or the next event, because it is going to be phenomenal. I mean, they kind of put themselves on the map starting from mid-season where everybody's like, okay, SA looks good, but how are they going to do when we get back to LAN? Well, they proved it. As we saw the amazing performances from Kaina, Wes, and company. It was phenomenal, but still, I can't wait to see what they do going into that. I, of course, have a lot of bias towards what Fiend does because just a big fan of Fiend.
Of course.
I don't even know who to guess is going to win that Beyonder because they've just been so good of late. I feel like Kaina is kind of like that's the one you think, but Power Ranger and West are just sitting right there, and you never know when Fiend's going to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we'll probably get into Sparky and I will get into it in the pre-show, but for now, that was, again, a huge congratulations to Machete over in the EU for winning the Winter Championship for the region, upsetting a lot of things, because, again, Godly was kind of that big favorite for a while now, and he's the one who's going home with the bronze medal. We do want to remind everyone of all the goodness that's going on behind the scenes. Of course, you can pick up that Winter Championship bundle. You can pick up that Winter Championship merch as well, brawlhalla.com/winter merch.
Exactly. Remember, it is on the 12th, so do not forget that is going to be ending on that. Get your limited time merch, but also remember that the Royale's around the corner too. Brand new thing starting this year, and the amount of excitement I have for that, I'm going to use that blanket at the Royale. I'm going to get caught sleeping. I know it's going to happen. But it's just such amazing limited time merch. But the Royale in and of itself, bringing all the best of the best together multiple times throughout the year, it's just such a phenomenal idea.
Yeah, it's really cool in the sense of like, we have consistently been like, oh, this region's on top. This region potentially could be there. Again, South America was not really in that discussion for top regions until we finally got to see them all together at the mid-season invitational last year. So I just love this fact that we've got this kind of ongoing opportunity for these regions to really kind of show up and be like, you know what, NA might have been winning everything, but maybe this Royale, EU or South America will do it, and then suddenly everything is shifting.
Yeah, you already know. I mean, Spark is going to be on here pretty soon to drop. I won't say, I'm not going to take it away from him because we already know what he's going to yell the moment he gets over here for South America. But Sparky's definitely super excited, of course, to see what they continue to do. He's been a believer in like that region in general for a while, and they just continue to show up and show out for it. So get ready for South America right around the corner as we get ready for the pre-show momentarily after this short break. Don't go anywhere as Duke and Sparky will be right back.